At the farewell party on the eve of our divorce, less than greater than. After accidentally tearing that little umbrella, less than greater than. I've lived a wild and carefree life for the past 4 years, having no idea that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought I'd never have any connection with her again, but who could have guessed? She suddenly shows up and becomes my direct boss. The sudden ringing of the phone startled me. I fumbled for it with my eyes closed. My colleague Zhang Wei shouted on the other end, "Chen Bo, where are you? I heard the new chairman is arriving today. Don't you dare be late for clock in." What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? I sprang out of bed like a coil, quickly threw on my clothes, washed up and dashed straight to the subway. Usually the trains are perfectly on time, but for some reason, they're running a few minutes late today. While waiting for the elevator, I glanced at the time. That's it, my attendance bonus for the month is gone. At that moment, the secretary opened the boardroom door. Jiang Nuanyuan walked in wearing a high-end suit, charcoal black with sharp tailoring. The outfit emphasized her fiery curves, her slim waist and alluring hips, even more striking under the smooth fabric. Whole office gasped in unison. This is the new chairman. She's breathtakingly beautiful. The managers in the office were like flies drawn to honey, surrounding her instantly. Director Jiang, please sit here. Jiang Nuanyuan remained silent, her eyes swept across the entire meeting room. She didn't see that man's silhouette. Her eyes narrowed. Someone was late on her very first day. The manager looked around and realized I wasn't there, cursing me under his breath. This kid always likes to arrive at the last second. Now he's actually late at such a critical moment. Just wait, you'll be the first one fired. I won't say a single good word for that Chen Bo. The next second, I tried to sneak in through the back of the room, but Jiang Nuanyuan happened to be standing right by the back door. Our eyes met, sparks flying. The moment I saw Jiang Nuanyuan, I was completely frozen in my tracks. Jiang Wei said the new chairman is Jiang Nuanyuan, the woman I slept with the night before our divorce. The one who, when asked about asset division at the Civil Affairs Bureau, said she didn't want a single thing, has now become the owner of the company I work for. But I didn't have time to overthink it. I quickly hurried to my seat. Jiang Nuanyuan glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. I was huddled in my place. She sneered. 4 years have passed, and Chen Bo still has that same habit from school. His obsession with arriving at the very last minute hasn't changed. She walked over to me, her high heels clicking. Even though morning traffic is heavy, less than greater than. I hope that in the future all employees, less than greater than, will have some sense of time. Less than greater than. I don't want to see anyone constantly making such elementary mistakes like being late. After saying that, she looked at me. You're late today. If you want to deduct pay, then go ahead. Back when we were a loving couple, she'd deduct my pocket money for smoking more than a few times. Sorry, Boss Jiang, I'll arrive earlier next time. I grit my teeth and endured it. What else could I do since this woman is now my boss? Jiang Nuanyuan stepped in front of the HR manager, tapping her fingertips on the desk. What's the company policy for his case? Director, employees who are late lose their attendance bonus. One more thing, deduct his entire performance bonus for this month as well. Jiang Nuanyuan, this cruel woman is definitely seeking personal revenge. Yes, Director. The HR manager immediately took notes. You there, looking at your face, less than greater than. It seems you're not quite satisfied with this result. Less than greater than. Back then when I deducted your pocket money, less than greater than. You have this exact same expression. Less than greater than. Agreeing with your mouth but resentful in your heart. I lowered my head. Did this woman come back after the divorce just to torment me? No, I have no objections. Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly spoke coldly. If it's because of children's school, or a wife causing delays in work hours, less than greater than. I might consider being lenient. Less than greater than. After all, our company is very humane. Less than greater than. This guy has been single for 4 years since the divorce. Less than greater than. Where would a wife come from? Less than greater than, not to mention a child. But looking at Jiang Nuanyuan's figure, compared to her pure school belle days, why does she have the mature aura of a mother? Director Jiang, Chen Bo is divorced, has been single ever since. This employee just likes to cut it close. Liu Chang from management, who previously had conflicts with my superior, less than greater than, saw his subordinate being troubled by the new chairman, less than greater than, and decided to kick me while I was down, less than greater than. Why the divorce? Jiang Nuanyuan looked directly at me. Family reflects an employee's stability. I don't want the divorce rate in this company to be too high, less than greater than. Don't let personal matters affect work efficiency, less than greater than. My face darkened. Why the divorce? Less than greater than. Don't you understand it in your heart? Because my wife couldn't satisfy my personal needs. After I said that, the whole room tried to stifle their laughter. This attitude. Chen Bo is incredibly bold, daring to say something so blunt in front of everyone. Jiang Nuanyuan glared at me with burning intensity. Right after graduation, Chen Bo used to say he could skip meals. But he couldn't skip that. He'd spend 23 out of 24 hours in bed, as if he could never get enough in this life. And now he dares to say she couldn't satisfy him. Truly a shameless man. Thinking of this, Jiang Nuanyuan suppressed her anger. She called out to Jiang Wei sitting next to me. Come to my office later. Bring all the recent data from your department and report everything to me. Jiang Wei was overjoyed to be called, being summoned for a private report by the beautiful chairman. Could it be the company has its eye on him? Thinking about the prospect of being sponsored by a rich lady, Jiang Wei's heart was pounding with excitement. After the meeting ended, he hummed a tune while printing the documents, gleefully dashing to the chairman's office. Watching Jiang Wei walk in, I wondered to myself, 4 years have passed. Has Jiang Nuanyuan become so desperate that she's even interested in someone like Jiang Wei? 2 hours later, Jiang Wei looked like he had his soul sucked out, stumbling out of the chairman's room. He thought it was a romantic opportunity, but it turned out to be a torture session. Jiang Wei was scolded relentlessly by Jiang Nuanyuan for 2 hours. He looked completely drained of life. Based on the documents he provided, less than greater than. She even tracked down, less than greater than, several high-level managers who were taking kickbacks. Less than greater than. That Liu Chang who just badmouthed me, less than greater than, was the first one fired. Although I heard a senior exec tried to protect him. But Jiang Wei only has one sister in HR. Chances are he can't even save himself. His heart was filled with absolute panic. Liu Chang probably didn't think he'd be the one providing the evidence. That led to the chairman firing him. At that thought, he held his head in despair. Oh God, that was terrifying. Liu Chang was way too obvious anyway. It was only a matter of time before he got caught. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I tried to comfort him with a few words. Jiang Nuanyuan truly lives up to her reputation as the brilliant school belle. Her mind is impressive. Suddenly, Jiang Wei remembered something. Oh right, the new chairman works so hard. Weren't you a legend at pickup lines back in school? Want to give it a shot? If you win her over, you can do whatever you want in this company. I stayed silent. Forget it. Jiang Nuanyuan and I can never go back. Jiang Wei got more and more excited. Didn't you say you divorced your ex? Because she wasn't cooperative. Look at Director Jiang's figure, and that gorgeous face. She's definitely must be amazing. I immediately covered his mouth. Shut up. A woman like Boss Jiang am nowhere near her league. After saying that, I stubbed out the cigarette in my hand. Jiang Nuanyuan was standing on the staircase above, overhearing my words. He gave a cold laugh. Not in my league. When you were chasing me, why didn't you say that? When you pinned me against the wall and used force, less than greater than. Why didn't you say it then? Less than greater than. She was the campus belle back then, less than greater than. With countless suitors, less than greater than. It was I who shamelessly used every trick in the book, just to win her heart. In their senior year, they moved in together and registered their marriage immediately after graduation. That happy life only lasted for a brief 2 years, before I demanded a divorce, claiming I was bored of her and calling her pretentious. Initially, Jiang Nuanyuan thought I was just stressed from work and saying those things out of anger. Not until I actually brought out the divorce papers and placed them right in front of her did Jiang Nuanyuan realize that I truly didn't want her anymore. Chen Bo, you scumbag trying to run away after getting what you wanted. You even left me pregnant with your child before the divorce. No matter how much money it takes, I'll make you obey me this time. Jiang Wei took a final drag of his cigarette, then tossed it on the ground and crushed it. Suddenly, he remembered. Yesterday afternoon after work, he saw me with a woman, entering a restaurant at the base of the office building. He grinned and leaned in close. I saw everything yesterday. You're late today. Was it because you worked too hard last night? I explained casually. Don't talk nonsense. It's just someone a friend introduced because they think I've been single too long. Hearing this, Jiang Nuanyuan felt a sudden pang in her heart. It seems that after divorcing her, Chen Bo has found plenty of women to satisfy his needs. Well, his silver tongue back in school already had so many girls swooning over him. Being someone new probably wasn't hard at all. Chen Bo, get your report ready and come to my office. Jiang Nuanyuan took out her phone. After tagging me in the company group, she firmly closed the door upstairs. The sound made me and Jiang Wei jump. That wasn't Boss Jiang, was it? Jiang Wei shrank back in fear. I felt it didn't matter even if she heard less than greater than. Everything I said was the truth. Less than greater than. I glanced at my phone. Less than greater than. Sure enough, Jiang Nuanyuan was tagging me in the large group. Less than greater than. Although I didn't want to face her alone at all. Less than greater than. I still quickly printed the documents. Less than greater than. And headed toward the office. Less than greater than. Director, I knocked twice politely. Less than greater than. Stepped in and placed the folder on Jiang Nuanyuan's desk. Jiang Nuanyuan didn't even spare the papers a glance. She spoke indifferently. Chen, oh, I heard you were late today. Was it because you overexerted yourself last night? I froze for a moment. She heard everything just now. Jiang Nuanyuan gave a soft hum. without looking up. "Oh, it's just that I dreamt of my ex-wife last night, less than greater than. I was haunted by a nightmare and didn't sleep well, less than greater than. That's why I was late this morning, less than greater than. A nightmare? Definitely a nightmare.
Jiang Nuan in my dreams is truly terrifying. Less than greater than. Constantly clinging to me. It really is a nightmare. Less than greater than. And I'm quite curious, what did you dream I was doing? Doing everything possible, but I'm not stupid enough to say that out loud. Director Jiang, did you call me to your office? Just to discuss this. I'm busy. I just want to know, what is your price right now? What do you mean, what's the price? Such a bizarre, out-of-context question made it hard for my brain to process for a second. I mean, how much money per year to sell your body? Director Jiang, I came to this company to work, forcing me with $1,000,000. Director Jiang, please don't use money to insult me, although I really wanted that money. If Jiang Nuanwan's father found out, he definitely wouldn't leave me in peace. I know the difference between a one-time feast and being full for life. Jiang Nuanwan truly didn't expect this. She thought I'd not immediately at the figure of 2,000,000 yuan.
Director Jiang, this isn't about money. Forget it, then go buy me a coffee. If the direct approach doesn't work, she'd just have to use her old tricks. Less sugar, extra milk, and must be hot, right? Shenbo actually still remembered her preference. It seems the father of her child has a decent memory. By the time I returned with a coffee, bought according to Jiang Nuanwan's old taste, she glanced at the coffee bag. I don't want this brand, less than greater than. Go buy something else. Less than greater than. I was already swearing in my head. Less than greater than. May I ask, Director Jiang, less than greater than. Which brand's coffee do you prefer now? Less than greater than. I want a hand drip. Less than greater than. If you can't buy it, then go to the break room and brew a cup for me yourself. Jiang Nuanwan's tone was incredibly cold, still picking a fight because she heard about me sleeping with another woman.
The resentment from before the divorce, didn't you call me pretentious back then? Now that I become Chen Ba's boss, I'll torment him as much as I want. If he's so tough, he can just quit. His 3-year contract was renewed 6 months ago. At the time of signing, have the secretaries secretly add a transfer clause. A heartless person like Chen Bo would surely think the new contract was identical to the old one, so he signed it without checking a single word. Damn, how did she become? Even more difficult to please than when I was courting her after 4 years, even making me serve her personally. My expression wasn't pleasant. Jiang Nuanwan saw through me. What? Not willing? No, not at all. I'll go brew one for Boss Jiang right away. I went to the break room, made a cup following an online tutorial, brought it in, but she said it wasn't right. No milk, so it's not smooth enough. Go make it again. What the hell? I thought she was just being difficult.
Less than greater than. But now I'm certain. Less than greater than. This woman is clearly getting revenge on me. Less than greater than. Seeing my face get darker and darker. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanwan stroked the desk. Can't handle this already? Less than greater than. Back when I accidentally got pregnant and gave birth to your child. Less than greater than. Which woman's bed were you rolling around in? I suppressed my anger, added more milk, put in some rock sugar and brought it in. Still not good enough. Jiang Nuanwan's seductive lips were about to open again. Less than greater than. I snapped. Jiang Nuanwan. Less than greater than. You're intentionally picking on me, aren't you? Less than greater than. Picking on you? Where do you see me picking on you? Less than greater than. If I really wanted to pick on you, do you think I'd just be nitpicking like this? Jiang Nuanwan leaned one hand on the desk, looking at me defiantly. I was speechless. This woman holds a serious grudge. Less than greater than. I learned that lesson well during our 4 years together. Less than greater than. Right now, it's best to stay quiet,
so she can't find any more openings to attack. Tomorrow, drive my car to the villa to pick me up. Jiang Nuanwan took 2 sips of coffee and ordered. Be careful while driving. Less than greater than. If you damage the car, you couldn't pay for it even if you sold your body for the rest of your life. Less than greater than. I immediately refused. Director Jiang, your car is so expensive I wouldn't dare drive it. You'd better have your private chauffeur pick you up. Jiang Nuanwan seemed to remember something. She pulled out a set of documents. Oh, right. Forgot to inform you. HR has transferred you from the product department to the chairman's office. From now on, you are my personal assistant and driver. In the driver. I checked my phone. Sure enough, there was a message notification about the transfer. I glared at Jiang Nuanwan. This woman is definitely out for personal revenge. This is going to be a major headache. All right, if there's nothing else. As my personal assistant, .af.
This coffee still isn't up to par. Go make another one. .af. I took the transfer documents from Jiang Nuanwan. .af. Notice the line about a salary increase. .af. And my burning anger from earlier softened a bit. Fine, I'll do it for the money. I brewed one myself. .af. Then use an app to order coffee from. That F. Every single shop in the vicinity. That F. Right before closing time, I walked into Jang Nuenyuan's office carrying 20 cups of coffee, even with a delivery bag in my mouth. That F. Looking completely ridiculous. That F. She tried to stifle a laugh. That F. But her voice remained light as she said, that F. Now I don't feel like drinking it anymore. That F. You take these back and deal with them yourself. That F. Just in time for off hours. Take me home now. Jang Nuenyuan stood up, and taking her car keys out of her bag to hand them to me. That F. I set the coffee down. I've been drinking today. That I can't drive. Director Jang will have to drive herself home today.
Drinking so early in the morning. John Nuenyuan narrowed her eyes. Less than greater than. Her intuition told her I was lying. Less than greater than. I didn't give her a chance to speak. Less than greater than. Leaving the office immediately after saying that. Just in time for the end of the shift, I ran faster than anyone. Downstairs, I happened to run into that pretty girl my friend had introduced me to. Chen Bo, what a coincidence. Let me treat you to dinner. Su Xiaoyuan is a friend of my friend and happens to work in the same office building. That friend thought I'd been divorced for 4 years, that it was time to start a new relationship, so he'd been trying to set us up. Before I could refuse, Su Xiaoyuan had already stepped in front of me. Last time I forgot to bring money. He paid for me. Let me return the favor this time. I thought about it and didn't refuse. We stopped at a restaurant near the company to have a meal. Su Xiaoyuan was quite pretty, Looking very energetic and cute, much more approachable than my ex-wife's cold school belle style. She shouldn't have been named Jang Nuenyuan Warm. She should be called Leng Bingbing Icy. I'm really sorry about last time. My phone died so I couldn't pay. I had to boldly drag you into the restaurant. I shook my head. It's fine. We're friends after all. Su Xiaoyuan handed me the menu, with 2 very charming dimples when she smiled. What do you want to eat? My treat today. Jang Nuenyuan's sudden appearance had left me with no appetite all day. Now that I was actually hungry, I ordered the 2 fastest dishes and handed the menu back to Su Xiaoyuan. Su Xiaoyuan ordered 2 more dishes, and then we just chatted idly. Chen Bo, do I have a chance? I think you're the ideal husband type. Halfway through the meal, Su Xiaoyuan suddenly asked, her cheeks turning bright red with shyness. Actually, I had a pretty good impression of Su Xiaoyuan, less than greater than. A petite, cute type of girl, less than greater than. Having a wife like that, less than greater than, would surely make for a warm and lively home. Less than greater than. I was just about to answer, when the door behind us suddenly burst open, and the familiar sound of high heels echoed on the floor. Before I could even turn my head, I heard an angry voice, Chen Bo. I shrank back a little, turning toward the door. Director Jang? Why is Jang Nuenyuan appearing here? Suddenly I felt a bit panicked, as if Jang Nuenyuan were still my wife. Less than greater than. Catching me having a private dinner with another girl. Less than greater than. Instinctively, I wanted to explain, less than greater than. But as I opened my mouth, I suddenly snapped out of it. What the hell? Less than greater than. I'm already divorced from this woman. Why should I be afraid? Jang Nuenyuan marched straight up to me. My eyes were fixed on those shoes, suddenly feeling they looked a bit familiar. It looked like the pair I bought with my first performance bonus. To give to Jiang Nuenyuan, red bottom heels. They cost 7 or 8,000 yuan, but Jiang Nuenyuan didn't seem to like wearing high heels back then. I thought it was because she didn't like them. I need to attend a party. Get me there immediately. She spoke in an almost commanding tone. I rolled up my sleeves, revealing a modest watch. Director Jang, it's not within my contract working hours. Chen Bo, did you forget you've been transferred? Do you think a boss personal assistant has a concept of off hours? She spoke coldly. Still that same cold, distant look from before. My face showed utter helplessness, and I looked apologetically at Su Xiaoyuan. Next time ill before I could finish, Jang Nuenyuan stepped forward and planted a kiss on my cheek, leaving me so shocked I couldn't say a word. I stood there dazed as Jang Nuenyuan took my hand and led me out of the restaurant. It took me a long while to regain my senses. A woman who was usually so cold in public and never showed affection in front of others, the campus belle of yesteryear, actually kissed me in the middle of a restaurant. Jang Nuenyuan, have you gone crazy? I only managed to react once we were outside. Even someone as thick-skinned as me suddenly felt my cheeks burning hot. Jang Nuenyuan grabbed my collar with one hand, leaned in, and said spitefully, "Insulting your boss? That's a 200 yuan fine." She kept a firm grip on my hand and pulled me along, all the way to the elevator. After we both stepped inside the elevator, the atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Jang Nuenyuan, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Who knew that after our divorce, your thirst for revenge would be so intense? After pressing the button for the basement, Jang Nuenyuan returned to her usual cold and arrogant expression. That woman isn't marriage material at all. I was just filtering her out for you, wasn't I? What the hell does that have to do with you? You're just my boss now. Do you live by the coast or something? Because you're meddling way too much. Jiang Nuan suddenly turned her head. The elevator was already cramped as it was, and in her heels, she was only half a head shorter than me. She stopped right under my chin, and I felt that we were far too close. I took a step back, pinned against the wall. Jiang Nuan arrogantly threatened that the girl wasn't right for me, not right for me at all. Thinking it would be easy to start a new relationship? It's never that simple. She hadn't even moved on herself. Why on earth should Chen Bo be the first to move on? Back then, you suddenly demanded a divorce from me. And then, right before the divorce, things got so intense the little umbrella tore, creating a new life. After that, you just didn't care anymore, leaving me to deal with this entire mess all by myself. And now you want to pretend like nothing happened, and go off on dates with other women. Your dreams. I felt like Jiang Nuanyuan was truly losing it. You're the one who married your high-status childhood friend, and now you're here stopping me from being in love. How can you be so domineering? President Jiang, don't be so possessive over things that don't belong to you. Why act like such a control freak? I told you I've been drinking, so I can't drive. Find someone else to take you to your party. I pushed Jiang Nuanyuan out of the elevator, pressed the button for the first floor myself, and walked out of the office building. I walked to the subway entrance and lit a cigarette, thinking back to the divorce. The weather was just as freezing then as it is now, but my heart was even colder back then. When we divorced, Jiang Nuanyuan probably knew she was at fault for the affair, so she was the guilty party. She asked for nothing and walked away with nothing, leaving me a house with a 450,000 loan and over 100,000 in savings. Jiang Nuanyuan's family background was incredibly elite, but I only found that out after we got married. Before that, I always thought her family was as ordinary as mine, just a well-to-do household. During our first year of marriage, Jiang Nuanyuan's father meddled in secret, even threatening to force me into a divorce. We were at the peak of our passion then, and I was young and confident that I would not let any outside pressure shake me. Until my parents had an accident on the highway, and I couldn't reach Jiang Nuanyuan for the life of me. Standing outside the hospital operating room, my phone received a video. It showed Jiang Nuanyuan in bed with her childhood friend, both disheveled. It was clear they had just finished. A few used life shields were scattered on the floor. While my parents were on the brink of death and surgery, my wife was in bed with another man. How could anyone possibly stomach that? So when Jiang Nuanyuan came home, I asked her where she had been. When Jiang Nuanyuan lied about being on a business trip with her phone off, I couldn't take it anymore and demanded an immediate divorce. Even on the day we got the divorce certificate, when Jiang Nuanyuan asked for one last time, I did it with absolute cold-hearted finality. Even though 4 years had passed, we broke up when our love was at its absolute peak, so I haven't even thought about finding anyone new all these years. Thinking about the kiss Jiang Nuanyuan just gave me, my heart still couldn't help but race. I really wanted to slap myself. How could I still feel something for a woman like her? It's so pathetic. The next day, I went to work with dark circles under my eyes, and as soon as I sat down, less than greater than. Jiang Wei leaned in close. Less than greater than. This isn't your workstation anymore. Less than greater than. Your new position is in the CEO's office. He gave me a look that said he knew exactly what was going on. Last night. Did you use some illegal tricks to get transferred and a raise? Raise my foot. You can have the job, okay? Jiang Wei pouted. I wish I could. I resigned myself to my fate, packed my things, and headed to the CEO's office. Now that you're here, look over these assistant regulations to avoid mistakes like last night. I glanced at it. On call for 24 hours. I signed a labor contract, not a contract to sell my soul. Jiang Nuanyuan took a sip of her freshly brewed coffee and replied calmly, there's not much difference. Damn it, this woman got rich and now thinks she can do whatever she wants. Through the regulations, right onto the desk in front of Jiang Nuanyuan. Fine, normal working hours are 8 hours. If it's 24 hours, then shouldn't the compensation increase accordingly? Jiang Nuanyuan clearly had no intention of giving me a raise. If you have an issue with the pay, take it up with HR. You haven't even started putting in the effort, yet you're already making demands. Chen Bo, you weren't like this before. Before, I was blind and thought you were a treasure. I didn't realize I'd end up with such a player. Damn it, I wasn't stupid enough to say those words right to her face. Jiang Nuanyuan frowned slightly. Didn't realize what? Nothing. If President Jiang needs an assistant, then HR should hire a professional for you. I have no experience, it'll do a terrible job. Jiang Nuanyuan gave a cold sneer. Didn't you do a fantastic job before? This is just returning to your old line of work, so how could you possibly be bad at it? She was hinting at the time I pursued her, when I looked after her every need. Before was before, now is now. Back then I did it willingly because of love. Now I don't want to. That's not for you to decide. At worst, I'll just quit and be done with it. What? Can you actually chain me to this company? Jiang Nuanyuan, I'm done serving you. I pulled out my phone and right in front of Jiang Nuanyuan, I tapped the resignation button.
A second later, Jiang Nuenyuan's phone screen lit up with a notification. It was my resignation notice. Jiang Nuenyuan seemed to have predicted my temper, knowing I would choose to quit immediately. Before I could walk out of the office, she blocked the doorway, opened her phone, and searched for a file. Take a look at this non-disclosure agreement. I opened the file skeptically, and when I saw the clauses inside, my eyes widened in shock. Looking at the cold goddess like Jiang Nuenyuan,
I didn't expect her to play such a dirty trick. It seems she was prepared all along, intending to torment me to her heart's content. I glared at her for a long time, finally cursing through gritted teeth. You already played me 4 years ago. Jiang Nuenyuan smiled and stepped away from the door, turning to her seat, with her legs crossed smugly, looking at me with the face of a victor. I really wanted to rush over and pin Jiang Nuenyuan to that sofa of her and punish her right then and there. Seeing her arrogant expression made my stomach churn with anger. I walked up to Jiang Nuenyuan, grabbed her hand, and asked through gritted teeth, "Did you do this on purpose?" "That's right, I did it on purpose." Jiang Nuenyuan didn't back down for a second. Getting her pregnant 4 years ago and then demanding a divorce for no reason, what was this little bit of payback compared to that? "Chenbo, I will make you cry and beg for my forgiveness. What's wrong?"
Jiang Nuenyuan looked up, her face showing absolutely no fear of me. I suddenly leaned in close to her, making Jiang Nuenyuan's heart race instantly. She instinctively whispered, "Oppa," and as soon as she said it, she hurriedly covered her mouth. Before, only when we were in bed would she call me that, so by letting it slip now, she was clearly thinking of a certain situation. Hearing that long-lost endearing term, I froze for a moment, but regained my composure a second later. After letting go of her hand, I turned and left the office without looking back. Jiang Nuenyuan was definitely doing it on purpose. Back then, when we were in bed, she couldn't help but call me that. To call me that in the office now was a blatant provocation. Now she's the boss and I'm just an employee under her thumb. She wanted to use this to humiliate me.
This woman is truly detestable. My phone vibrated. I took it out to check. My resignation had been rejected. Right after that, Jiang Nuenyuan's secretary brought over the car keys. "President Jiang wants you to go to this location to pick up the evening gown he needs to wear for the party tonight." The secretary handed me an address, pressed the keys into my hand, and returned to her desk. The party Jiang Nuenyuan mentioned yesterday was just an excuse. Today was the real event. I knew she was just sabotaging my date yesterday. Even though we're divorced, is her possessiveness still this strong? I sighed helplessly and went down to the garage to find Jiang Nuenyuan's car. Who would have thought that Jiang Nuenyuan would transfer me to be her personal assistant? The terms for this position state, given the sensitive nature of the role and access to top-secret company documents, I can't work in a related field for the next 3 years, having to change industries right after graduating. I'd probably have to start over as an intern. For the sake of money, I have to endure this, even though I'm fuming inside. But when I saw Jiang Nuenyuan's car, my anger vanished instantly. It was the Ferrari SF90 I told her I'd buy back when we were students, once I made enough money. Sitting in the driver's seat, I carefully inspected the interior from top to bottom. As my hands touched the steering wheel, a wave of excitement washed over me. I hit the gas and the engine roared exactly as it imagined. But a second later, I remembered Jiang Nuenyuan's earlier warning. If I scratched or crashed it, I'd have to pay for it myself. My expression immediately turned cold again, and I became extremely careful while driving. With much anxiety, I finally reached the designated location. As soon as I said I was there to pick up President Jiang's gown, 3 or 4 people rushed out and surrounded me. They pulled me into a room, forcing me to change clothes while they did my hair. By the time I regained my senses, I had been completely made over. I was in a perfectly tailored high-end suit with my hair styled by a professional. I looked like a stranger in the mirror. The exhausted man who walked in was suddenly glowing. Fine feathers make fine birds, as they say, but mainly, I had the potential. A little grooming made me look like a movie star. The stylist was very pleased with their work, then handed me the gown and jewelry Jiang Nuenyuan needed. The dress and jewelry are worth 3 million yuan total. Be careful. Don't damage them. The stylist warned me earnestly, and suddenly the items in my hands felt incredibly heavy. Jiang Nuenyuan is certainly generous with herself, wearing clothes worth millions. I held them with extreme care, thinking that if I actually ruined them, that hateful woman wouldn't make me sell my body to pay her back, would she? On the way back, while stopped at a red light, I glanced at the box, suddenly wondering why she was taking this party so seriously. Could it be her engagement party? Was all this just to humiliate me? After parking in the garage, I carefully carried the gift box and entered Jiang Nuenyuan's office. The secretary inside presenting a contract for Jiang Nuenyuan to sign. Has legal reviewed the contract thoroughly? Are there any loopholes? President Jiang, everything has been checked. You just need to sign right here. The secretary pointed to the signature line on the last page. Jiang Nuenyuan scanned it quick and signed her name at the bottom. Speaking of loophole, I suddenly remembered how Jiang Nuenyuan trapped me in that contract extension. There was an extra clause about voluntarily transferring positions at the company's request.
Jiang Nuanyuan is such a wicked woman. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. That saying seems more accurate every day. President Jiang, I brought the items you needed. I placed the things on the desk. As I turned to head back to my desk outside, Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly said, "Wait." I stopped and turned. I watched these things the entire way. They haven't been touched at all. I even buckled them in with a seatbelt. She couldn't possibly blame me for any damage, could she? To be safe, I even filmed a video before taking them. I checked them thoroughly before coming in here. They're exactly as they were when I received them. Jiang Nuanyuan definitely won't find any faults. I walked up to her with confidence, waiting to see what trouble she'd try to stir up now. Your hair looks good.
And that suit really suits you. Be my +1 for the party tonight. Your pay will be added to your paycheck as a bonus. Seeing that Jiang Nuanyuan wasn't picking on me and was actually complimenting my looks, why did I suddenly feel a little giddy inside? As I walked out, even Jiang Nuanyuan's secretary gave me a strange look. Just as I sat down, the secretary sent me a message through the company app. That hair and suit look incredible on you. You're so handsome. I gloated internally, unable to hide the grin on my face. By closing time, Jiang Nuanyuan had finished changing her clothes. Her makeup was a bit heavier than usual, making her look even more like a woman who was as beautiful as she was dangerous. She walked in leisurely on high heels, her long hair tied in a neat low bun, revealing her slender snow-white neck. A shimmering diamond necklace accentuated her jade-like skin, and the wine-red mermaid dress hugged her body, outlining her incredibly sultry curves. Jiang Nuanyuan walked up to me and smiled. "Chen Bu, have you stared enough? Go press the elevator button or we'll be late." As we stood in the elevator, Jiang Nuanyuan glanced at me out of the corner of her eye, less than greater than. A slight smile playing on her red lips. Less than greater than. Shen Bu, less than greater than. You haven't found anyone to release with these past few years, have you? Less than greater than. President Jiang, why would you say that? Less than greater than. Whether I found a woman is none of your damn business, is it? Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly moved close to me, making my entire body tense up. Her dress had quite a deep neckline. Since I was naturally taller than her, I could see the heaving movement perfectly from that angle. I swallowed hard. My mind couldn't help but recall our 4 passionate years together and the fiery memories with Jiang Nuanyuan in that old rented room. If I hadn't been holding back for so long, less than greater than, I wouldn't be this flustered. Less than greater than. Following her gaze, less than greater than. I realized a certain part of me was losing control. I leaned away and pushed her back. Why you care? It just proves I'm still young. For some reason, I felt my cheeks starting to burn. Jiang Nuanyuan was pushed away, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she covered her mouth and giggled. Even though we're the same age, Jiang Nuanyuan always liked to act like the older sister. Yet in special moments, she'd always call me Appa. The elevator quickly descended to the basement. As Jiang Nuanyuan sat in the passenger seat, she suddenly pulled a brooch from her bag and leaned over to pin it to my chest. The faint scent of her perfume swirled around my nose, and I turned my head away to avoid looking at her. President Jiang, please put on your seatbelt. The gems on this brooch are all real. So remember to return it to me in one piece after the party. This too. She took a box out of her bag. Inside was an incredibly expensive watch. Jiang Nuanyuan gently unbuckled the strap and fastened it onto my wrist. I immediately refused without thinking. If this thing broke, a woman like Jiang Nuanyuan would surely use it as an excuse to make me slave away for her for the rest of my life. President Jiang, keep this for one of your younger pilots. If I scratch it, I can't afford to pay you back. She laughed. But I am giving it to my younger pilot. You're the one accompanying me now. Without these accessories, you'd only embarrass me. If it breaks, you don't need to pay me back. When I heard Jiang Nuanyuan call me her younger pilot, I suddenly found myself at a loss for words. Jiang Nuanyuan is wealthy now. She used to be so cold, but now she's learned how to say things like this to coax men. She must have found plenty of gigolos over the last 4 years, or else these smooth, flirty words wouldn't come out so naturally. I'm the only one who's been suffering for 4 years because I was cheated on, and I still haven't moved on. Not only did she marry her childhood friend, but she's also been playing around. Jiang Nuanyuan, it seems this is your true nature. I felt incredibly upset deep down. I replied sullenly, fine. They'll return everything to President Jiang after the party. Someone of her status cares about appearances, so giving me these things was just to save face for her. Jiang Nuanyuan smiled with satisfaction. It seems this little puppy has become much more stubborn after 4 years. Before, he'd hug me tight the moment I said something sweet, never wanting to let go. But now he's so indifferent, not even a ripple. Could it be that I'm not as charming as I used to be? Jiang Nuanyuan seems skeptical. Chen Bu, this dress makes it hard to buckle my seatbelt. Help me. She looked up, waiting for me to lean over and help her. I accepted my fate, unbuckled my own seatbelt, and leaned over to fasten hers. At such close range, Jiang Nuanyuan's breath brushed against my neck.
That tingling sensation made it hard for me not to think about that. Jiang Nuan looked at me to my intentionally evasive eyes and suddenly asked, Chen Bo, have you missed me at all these past 4 years? Why the hell would I miss a cheating trash woman like you? I cursed inwardly. But how could I not miss her? On lonely nights, she was always the one I thought of. Even I thought I was pathetic. She cheated, yet I was still so obsessed with her body. Jiang Nuan spoke in a very suggestive tone. Judging by your tone, you're clearly still lingering on our past. Do you think of me at night? My secret exposed, I glared at her in defensive anger.
President Jiang, you're overthinking it. At night, I'd rather watch short films. At least the people in them are more cooperative than you, instead of crying and refusing to play along. But with your current worth, I'm sure there are plenty of male models lining up just to be your lapdog, right? Half joking, she asked, do you want a taste, or should I give you a chance too? I gave a cold snort. I'm not the type to go back to old grass. Then, for the past 4 years, how have you handled your personal needs? Are you still relying on your left-handed brother? President Jiang, you're meddling way too much. I don't want to discuss this sensitive topic anymore. It makes me feel like I'm being teased every time, and it's not comfortable at all. I'm just curious as your ex-wife. She winked and blew a soft breath on me. I flinched and immediately retorted. My face, finding women isn't hard. Who knows how many people I've tried in the last 4 years? Compared to them, my experience with you was quite ordinary. Outsiders have much more interesting tricks, don't they? Then it seems you've been quite well fed these past 4 years. I sat back up and fastened my seatbelt. Jiang Nuan turned to stare at me, and suddenly she had the urge to lunge forward and kiss me. No matter how much I've eaten, it can't compare to you. Even 4 times a day wasn't enough for you. I threw out a biting, sarcastic remark. Jiang Nuan wasn't even slightly angry. On the contrary, she looked at me with great interest. How about we try again, to see if you can keep me full? I felt like Jiang Nuan was truly going mad, so I ignored her. Suddenly, Jiang Nuan unbuckled her seatbelt, threw herself into my arm, grabbed my tie, and aggressively kissed my lips. My mind went completely blank instantly. What the hell is this? Jiang Nuan is truly losing her mind. Why did she suddenly kiss me? What does this mean? I was so startled that I didn't know what to do with my hands and feet. At that very moment, Jiang Nuan skillfully slipped inside, just like back in college. The first time I was at the school stadium, and took the lead to kiss Jiang Nuan just like that. She didn't give me a single chance to breathe. It's been 4 years since I last kissed a woman. I froze for a few seconds before pushing Jiang Nuan away. Jiang Nuan, what is the meaning of this? I wiped the corner of my mouth. There was still a bit of lipstick lingering there. Jiang Nuan gave a smug smile. Her hand rested on my trousers as she slightly raised an eyebrow. Your mouth says no, but your body is being very honest. I clenched my jaw, this damn little brother of mine, refusing to follow orders in a time like this. I ignored Jiang Nuan, and after quickly buckling her seatbelt, I stepped on the gas and sped out of the parking garage. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the villa where the party was being held. As soon as Jiang Nuan got out and entered the hall, people immediately swarmed around her. After all, the Jiang family's assets abroad are enormous. Word is Jiang Nuan is in charge of domestic expansion, and these businessmen come running as soon as they smell money. They had all done their homework, knowing that Jiang Nuan is currently single. If they could catch her eye and secure a partnership, less than greater than, their companies could directly rely on the Jiang family, less than greater than, to expand into the international market, less than greater than. Jiang Nuan nodded politely, less than greater than. Linking her arm with mine, she smiled at everyone offering a toast, less than greater than, signaling me not to mess anything up or embarrass her right now, less than greater than. I looked completely speechless, less than greater than, but Jiang Nuan kept her arm locked tight, with my arm occasionally brushing against her chest, less than greater than, which was truly a form of torture for me. Less than greater than. I tried to force my brain to think about something else, less than greater than. I almost started reciting pi 3.1415926 in my head, less than greater than. But unfortunately, I couldn't help but think of less than greater than. The scent of Jiang Nuan's perfume, less than greater than. Exactly the same as it was 4 years ago. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuan seemed to realize that I couldn't hold it back at all. She gave a satisfied smile, pulled me toward a sofa to sit down, helping me avoid any more awkwardness. Right after we sat down, several men with slick-back, greasy hair approached us. Director Jiang, is there a chance for us to get acquainted? These guys look somewhat familiar. I thought for a moment. They seem to be some recently trending idols, but they only rely on variety shows, without a single decent piece of work to their names. I couldn't stand this scene. It felt like I was at a scene for choosing male escorts. Taking advantage of the distraction, I sneaked out for some fresh air. Just as I was about to wash my face in the restroom to sober up, less than greater than.
The moment I turned on the tap, less than greater than. I saw two men push the door open and walk in. Less than greater than. I quickly straightened my clothes. Less than greater than. Hey man, what's your relationship with that director Jang? I want to get some information from you, I'll pay. Here is my business card. A very flamboyant-looking man spoke. If it weren't for his relatively normal speech, I would have thought he was hitting on me. I looked at him warily and lowered my head to look at the business card. CEO of Fuxing Finance, Fu Yuanzhang. I'd never heard of this name before. It must be just some small company. What kind of men does Director Jang like? Which apartment complex does she live in? Where does she usually eat? The more detailed, the better. It seems he plans to stage accidental meetings to flirt with Zhang Nuan Yuan, less than greater than. I used similar tricks myself, less than greater than. To win over Zhang Nuan Yuan back in college. She was only 20 then, naive enough to fall for it, but now she's 28. You probably won't be fooled by such cheap pursuit tactics. Anymore, right? Seeing my silence, Fu Yuanzhang assumed I was waiting for a payoff. He took out his phone and asked how many tens of thousands I wanted. As he spoke, he let me catch a glimpse of his multi-million balance. Money? I'm sorry. Company policy forbids disclosing the boss' private life, or I'll get sued. 800,000. Isn't this amount worth spending 2 years in prison for? He had already looked into my status, just a lowly employee in the company, whose normal salary is at most 20,000, and that's during the best sales months. 800,000 was enough to cover years of hard labor for me. I promise I won't let your secret out, so don't worry. I feigned a cough, less than greater than, and revealed the watch on my wrist. Less than greater than. Fu Yuanzhang recognized it at a single glance. Less than greater than. The watch I was wearing was a limited edition. Less than greater than. The kind that requires tens of millions in spending just to own. And immediately, he went dead silent. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize who I was dealing with. I looked at the forced smile on Fu Yuanzhang's face. Less than greater than. Feeling incredibly satisfied inside. Less than greater than. Turns out the feeling of slapping someone's face with money is quite exhilarating. Less than greater than. That Fu guy was full of confidence just a moment ago, but the moment he saw the watch, his entire momentum completely deflated. Not long after, I returned to the banquet hall, less than greater than, while Fu Yuanzhang stared at me from a distance. Less than greater than. It seems less than greater than. This is the new toy Zhang Nuanyuan found after returning home. Less than greater than. He's a bit older, already 28. Less than greater. But he indeed has a mature, attractive look. Less than greater than. No wonder less than greater than. Zhang Nuanyuan was so quick to bring him to this party. Fu Yuanzhang gave a cold laugh. There's no wall I can't break through. Chenbo, right? Later, I'll make you lose face in front of everyone. Less than greater than. And see how long you can stay so smug. Less than greater than. I must snatch this delicious prize, Zhang Nuanyuan, for myself. Less than greater than. When that time comes, less than greater than. The company can use the Zhang family name to list on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and my personal net worth will skyrocket. Chenbo, what took you so long in the restroom? Did you go in there to take care of some business? Zhang Nuanyuan's seductive gaze drifted downward. That look made me incredibly uncomfortable, but at the same time I felt a surge of heat rising. We haven't met in 4 years. How did she become so bold? Wasn't she always so shy before? No wonder they say women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s like tigers, less than greater than. And Zhang Nuanyuan is only 2 years away from 30, less than greater than. Every word she uttered, less than greater than, seemed to tease and captivate my very soul. What are you thinking? Director Zhang is getting old, less than greater than. She doesn't have any charm left for me, less than greater than. Zhang Nuanyuan was clearly annoyed upon hearing this. This mouth of mine never used to say such harsh things. She really wanted to drag me into the restroom right now just to test whether she still held any attraction for me. Over the past few years, she raised a child alone, shouldering the entire burden of the company. In the quiet of the night, she could only reminisce about the days in that old rented room and how tenderly Chenbo treated her then, less than greater than. How their passionate moments would begin, less than greater than, and wouldn't stop until the break of dawn, less than greater than. She relied on those memories to get through 4 long years, less than greater than. Yet Chenbo dared to say she had no charm left, less than greater than. She has no intention of letting me off the hook this time, less than greater than. Zhang Nuanyuan suppressed the turmoil in her heart, less than greater than, and gave me a resentful side-eye. Just then, a local business representative holding a cooperation proposal approached Zhang Nuanyuan. Director Zhang, here are some projects for potential deep cooperation. With your company in the near future, we hope you will take the time to review them. Zhang Nuanyuan nodded slightly, took the documents and handed them to me. All the cooperation proposals from today, please help me categorize them by type so I can review them when I get back. Yes, Director Jiang. In front of outsiders, I still gave her enough face, answering in an extremely respectful manner. I took the stack of documents and walked toward a server. Please help me find a suitable bag for these documents. Thank you. Yes, sir. The server nodded and turned to head toward the back to look for a folder. A moment later, the server returned. We don't have any suitable bags here right now. Could you come with me to the storage area to see?
If there's something we can use, sure. I guess we would definitely receive many more proposals tonight. So I needed to prepare at least 2 bags and followed the server to the banquet hall's storage area. Just as we reached a corner in the hallway, the server suddenly spun around, and sprayed several bursts of pungent gas directly into my face. Realizing something was wrong, I immediately held my breath. But it was too late. Stumbling, I tried to turn back toward the hall to find Jiang Yuan, but before I could even get there, an incredibly seductive woman suddenly appeared, with an extremely ample chest, as though it was larger than my entire face. This beauty was wearing a daringly low-cut strapless dress, Every step she took made people's eyes wander, to the point that my own eyes glazed over, Hey handsome, are you feeling unwell? The beauty suddenly drew near, firmly pulling my head toward her. The moment my head was buried in there, I felt as though I couldn't breathe anymore. I feel a bit dizzy, Could you help me back to the hall? My voice sounded muffled from within. It's too crowded there. I just want to be alone with you here to play something fun. She helped me to a nearby chair. I just sat down to catch my breath for a second. When she sat down directly on my lap, facing me, her arms wrapped around my neck, and those breasts of hers just kept hitting my line of sight. I don't think I know you. My awkward gaze didn't know where to rest. I tried to push her away, but she only hugged me tighter. Handsome, whether we know each other doesn't matter. Right now, I only have eyes for this face of yours, You're so handsome that I just want to have some fun. As she spoke, she began unbuttoning my shirt. My head was spinning, but I hadn't completely lost consciousness yet. It was like that floating state between being slightly tipsy and being completely wasted. Once the beauty had undone all my buttons, everything was exposed, and she looked extremely satisfied. I didn't expect such a handsome guy to have such a well-built body. This is definitely a win, even without getting paid. She ran her hand over me. I jolted and hurriedly sat up straight. At that moment, Gu Qingqing, Jiang Nuanuan's best friend, found the banquet hall too stuffy, so she found a side door to head out for some air, only to stumble upon this scene not far away. Gu Qingqing immediately took a photo and sent it to Jiang Nuanuan. Your ex-husband is getting cozy with another woman here. Not long after the message was sent, Jiang Nuanuan came rushing over, lifting her dress. Seeing Gu Qingqing at the door, she immediately asked where Chen Bo was. Where is he? Gu Qingqing signaled toward a certain direction. He was just sitting on the chair, but now he's probably been dragged into the warehouse. He'll probably be just in time if you go in now. Chen Bo, you scumbag. Without a second thought, Jiang Nuanuan prepared to charge in, but Gu Qingqing held her back. Why are you barging in? That's just how men are. None of them can control their lower half. Have you forgotten? Back then, your family locked you up for days. You struggled to jump from the second floor, even breaking your leg, just to return to that run-down house, only for Chen Bo to immediately demand a divorce. Jiang Nuanuan's expression darkened. Don't worry, I came back this time to get revenge on Chen Bo, not to rekindle things with him. With that, she kicked off her high heels, ran barefoot to the warehouse door and kicked it open. Hey, don't do anything reckless. I don't even know you. I leaned there, clutching my head in apparent agony. That woman had already stripped off my trousers, and was just one step away when Jiang Nuanuan and Nuanuan grabbed something near the door, and finding a stick, she stepped forward and dealt a decisive blow to the woman's head. The woman clutched her head, moaning in pain on the floor. In the end, Gu Qingqing called the party's security personnel, and to throw the woman out, and Chen Bo and Jiang Nuanuan stood over me, looking down as I sat slumped on the floor, and looking as if I were drunk enough to lose all my memories. I stood up unsteadily, and walked up to Jiang Nuanuan and suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. Nuanuan, I called out, as if my longing had reached its peak. With one hand gripping the back of her neck, I planted a passionate kiss on her lips. I kissed her aggressively, as if venting all the resentment built up over the past 4 years. My other hand, acting out of old habit,
less than greater than. While we were lost in the kiss,
started unzipping a back of Jang Nuan-Nuan's dress. Jang Nuan-Nuan was stunned. 4 years had passed and she hadn't been this close to me in all that time. She had secretly imagined this scene countless times. And without a moment's hesitation, she wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me back. I had just called her Nuan-Nuan, that intimate name. She hadn't heard from my lips in 4 years. Shenbo, you really are a bastard, she kissed me, while letting tears flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Clearly, this bastard had heartlessly discarded her for no reason and left her with such a burden. But in this moment of reunion, she still couldn't stop her heart from fluttering and couldn't help wanting to be close to me. Hearing Jang Nuan-Nuan call me a bastard, I suddenly remembered something less than greater than. Becoming angrier, I pulled her even tighter into my embrace, less than greater than, and intentionally bit down hard less than greater than on Jang Nuan-Nuan's soft shoulder. I said with suppressed rage, I'm a bastard. Jang Nuan-Nuan, no matter how bad I am, I can't compare to you. My parents were in an accident and hospitalized, yet you didn't come home for days, couldn't be reached, because you were sleeping with another man, losing track of everything. Jang Nuan-Nuan saw my bloodshot eyes and looked at my unsteady stance and suddenly understood something. I must have been set up by someone. Chenbo has to drive, so he absolutely never drinks. She turned to look at Gu Qingqing, who was watching the drama from the door. Find a driver to take me and Chenbo to the villa immediately. Gu Qingqing nodded and took out her phone to make a call. Not long after, a middle-aged man came rushing in. While Jang Nuan-Nuan was helping me up to leave, Fu Yuanzhang, who had just started filming on his phone, ran in frantically and then suddenly froze.
This scene was completely different from the script he had planned, less than greater than. He had intended to use the video as blackmail, less than greater than, to force me into obedience and cooperation, less than greater than. But now he saw that the woman was already being restrained by security, with her clothes messy and torn. In Jang Nuan-Nuan's eyes, there wasn't a single trace of anger at seeing her man with another woman. Instead, she only looked at me with deep concern. Director Fu, that woman has already confessed everything. Gu Qingqing stood with her arms crossed, looking at Fu Yuanzhang with a gloating smile. The consequences of offending Director Jiang are likely more than you can handle. Fu Yuanzhang was so terrified that his limbs went weak, and he looked at Gu Qingqing with pleading eyes. Miss Gu, we are in the same industry after all. Giving each other a way out. That's for people who know their place. Someone like you doesn't deserve it. Gu Qingqing glanced back toward Jiang Nuan-Yuan. Even I don't dare mess with Director Jiang's temper, so you're on your own. The driver proceeded to take Jiang Nuan-Yuan and me back to her villa on the outskirts. After helping me upstairs, the servant withdrew, and as soon as Jiang Nuan-Yuan drew near, I pinned her down beneath me. My hands began to wander out of old habit, reaching in to lift the hem of her dress. Jiang Nuan-Yuan blushed furiously and tried to push me away, but she couldn't move me no matter how hard she tried, so she could only let me take whatever liberties I wanted. Just as it seemed she was about to completely give in, less than greater than. A small tender voice suddenly came from the doorway, less than greater than. Mommy, who is that mister? Less than greater than. Is he daddy? A little girl with large round eyes, less than greater than, clutching a stuffed bunny, about 3 years old, less than greater than, was standing right at the threshold, less than greater than. She looked at Jiang Nuan-Yuan with a face full of innocence, and that clear, childish voice snapped my reason right back into place. Thinking of the infidelity from 4 years ago, I immediately sobered up. If I slept with Jiang Nuan-Yuan today, less than greater than, wouldn't that mean I'd forgiven her for cheating back then? Less than greater than. Absolutely not. Less than greater than. I immediately let go and got off the bed, less than greater than. And just as I was about to walk straight out, the little girl grabbed the hem of my shirt and looked up. Are you Yanyan's daddy? Mommy had never brought any man back to the villa before, less than greater than. This was the first time she saw Mommy lead someone home, less and greater than. So this person must certainly be her daddy, less than greater than. It had to be, less than greater than. Xiao Muyan blinked her large, teary eyes, looking at me with a pitiful expression. The name Yanyan happened to sound like my own name. I turned to stare intensely at Jiang Nuan-Yuan, hoping she could give me an explanation. To my surprise, Jiang Nuan-Yuan just turned away, seemingly having no intention of saying a word. I finally understood. Jiang Nuan-Yuan's vengefulness was indeed profound. People often name pets after those they hate, but I didn't expect her to name her dog after me like this. Are you trying to humiliate me this way? Jiang Nuan-Yuan, what is the point of this? This child was born from you and that other man, and she's already this big. Turns out your rush for divorce back then wasn't early enough. You must have already been carrying someone else's seed. Hearing my spiteful accusation, Jiang Nuan-Yuan also exploded in anger and snapped back in irritation. What does it matter to you who I have a child with? Have you forgotten we are divorced? With that said, the screech of tires sounded from downstairs. Gu Qingqing came up to the second floor, looking into the open door, less than greater than. Saw Xiao Muyan standing forlornly at the entrance, less than greater than. And picked her up, less than greater than. Then tossed something toward me, less than greater than. Inject this yourself. It'll help soothe those symptoms you're having. Otherwise, there might be lasting effects, and you won't be able to get it up for the rest of your life. At first, I was hesitant about whether to use it, but the moment I heard about not being able to get it up, I immediately ripped open the packaging without hesitation. Less than a minute later, my physical symptoms began to subside, and that previous dizziness gradually faded away. By the time I opened my eyes, I was in a dark room faded away. By the time I opened my eyes again, the little girl with the stuffed bunny had vanished. I looked around the room but saw no one. Where is that girl with the big eyes from before? I didn't turn to ask Jiang Nuanyuan, but instead asked Gu Qingqing. What child? There's no one else in this room. Maybe the drug kicked in. And you're having hallucinations. Gu Qingqing lied with complete composure, while Jiang Nuanyuan taunted me even further. I didn't realize your subconscious was so twisted. Do you actually have a thing for kids? No, there was clearly a girl at the door with a bunny, an adorable child with very large eyes. I tried desperately to explain, but Jiang Nuanyuan and Gu Qingqing just looked at me as if they were looking at a pervert. I chose to shut up and drop it. There was no point explaining to dark-hearted people like them. I only felt that the child truly had some resemblance to myself. Her facial features were more like Jiang Nuanyuan's. There's no child here like you're describing. If your body isn't uncomfortable anymore, then please get lost. You still have to work normally tomorrow, and you're not allowed to take leave. Jiang Nuanyuan gave a decisive order to leave. Even if you begged, I wouldn't stay here another minute. I gave a cold, annoyed huff, zipped up my pants, and sullenly walked downstairs. On the taxi ride back, I secretly felt lucky that I hadn't gone all the way with Jiang Nuanyuan, since after all, we were already divorced. Not to mention everything that had happened in the past 4 years. Ultimately, the two of them just didn't belong together. Even if some feelings still lingered deep down, my parents would absolutely never agree to me getting back together with her. Back then, while my parents were in emergency care after the accident, Jiang Nuanyuan's father came to find me. I originally thought he was there to help my family, but instead, he coldly said, "If you want money to save your parents, divorce Nuanyuan immediately, less than greater than. She's already with her childhood sweetheart, less than greater than. The two of them are very happy together, less than greater than. So please stop holding back her future, less than greater than." On the way home, my phone suddenly rang, less than greater than. I glanced at the screen and saw it was Jiang Wei. Hello? Less than greater than. Chenbo, have you seen the news? Less than greater than. That finance CEO I used to deal with. Turns out he was getting busy with some hot girl in a restroom, less than greater than. A bunch of videos got leaked, less than greater than. And now he's completely socially dead, less than greater than. That CEO used to be so arrogant. He stood me up several times, and even bossily demanded our superior come in person to negotiate. But now look, not only was the affair exposed, but his bribery and his use of paid services have all come to light too. Even if he doesn't end up in prison, he'll have to cough up every cent of that bribe money, less than greater than. I bet selling his house won't even be enough to pay it back. Less than greater than. It's so satisfying. Jiang Wei continued to babble. Less than greater than. I looked at the photo he sent and suddenly froze. Isn't this exactly the guy who offered to pay me in the restroom for information on Jiang Nuanyuan? Was he retaliated against that quickly? Could it be that Jiang Nuanyuan found out that the one who arranged for that woman to target me was this Fu Yuanzhang, and she dealt with him accordingly? I quickly decided I was overthinking it. Jiang Nuanyuan had said it herself. Whoever she has a child with has nothing to do with me. How could I possibly get so angry over this that it'd take action against Yuanzhang? Hey Chen Bo, are you even listening to me? I am. I even saw him at the banquet today. He probably offended someone and got dealt with. Jiang Wei grew even more excited. Really? Who did he offend? Next time, I'll definitely go online and give a heart to support this big shot. That scumbag Yuanzhang should have been dealt with long ago. I smiled bitterly. I don't know either. But anyway, there's a high chance it wasn't Jiang Nuanyuan. Hanging up the phone, I stared blankly at my phone screen until the driver reminded me that we had arrived. Then I finally snapped out of it. Back home, I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, my mind filled with images of pinning Jiang Nuanyuan down on the bed, the feeling in my palms and the sensation of kissing those familiar lips. Less than greater than. My heart racing uncontrollably. Less than greater than. Damn it. Less than greater than. I cursed under my breath and squeezed some lotion onto my hand. The next day, I sat at my desk, telling myself that my sleepless night was just a side effect of the spray from yesterday, causing my insomnia, not because of Jiang Nuanyuan. And then I just continued to daze off. Suddenly, someone walked past me. Less than greater than. I glanced over. Less than greater than. A man in his 30s, likely some sort of director. Less than greater than. I didn't pay it much mind. Less than greater than. It's normal for bosses to meet bosses. Less than greater than. Not long after the office door opened, and Jiang Nuenyuan called out, "Chen Bo, go make some tea and bring it in here." I glared at Jiang Nuenyuan. At this rate, impractically becoming her secretary, handling every little trivial task. Making tea and pouring water is one thing, but yesterday I almost ended up selling my body.
When I got to the break room, Zhang Wei was there. I just saw a man go in. He went straight into President Jiang's office. He looks like a great match for her. Could he be a marriage prospect of equal social standing? I hear these elite families only look for people of the same status to marry. I don't know, I replied coldly. Honestly, I didn't even want to know. Who Jiang Nuenyuan marries is none of my business. Zhang Wei noticed I was in a bad mood, so he didn't push the subject any further, poured himself a glass of water, and left. After making the tea, he secretly added a spoonful of salt to Jiang Nuenyuan's cup. When I walked in, that man was sitting across from Jiang Nuenyuan. The two of them were talking about something and looking quite happy. The moment I entered, they fell silent. They definitely weren't talking about anything good. I set the tea tray down and turned to walk out.
Zhao Yuaning watched my retreating figure and smiled. Is this your ex-husband? His backside is quite captivating. Don't even think about getting any ideas about him. 100% straight, you won't be able to turn him. No wonder you refuse any arranged marriages. Turns out it's because you still have this handsome ex-husband waiting. Jiang Nuenyuan didn't speak up to object. She really came back this time because her daughter is now 3, and it's time for her to start kindergarten, and the little girl keeps asking where her dad is. Even though she loves her daughter dearly, she couldn't strip the little girl of her right to know who her father is. However, for now, she still didn't plan on letting know about the child's existence. Jiang Nuenyuan picked up the cup of tea in front of her, acts mainly to expand into the domestic market. Right. Anyway, you always have the most reasons.
Zhao Yuaning rolled his eye and also picked up his tea for a sip. The moment the tea touched her tongue, Jiang Nuenyuan squeezed her eyes shut. Is that bastard Chen Bo crazy? Why on earth would he put salt in the tea? What the hell is he thinking? Ah, that's right. My people heard that your father's illegitimate son has been acting more and more flagrantly these past few years. You should be a bit more careful. If it wasn't to build a corporate image of a family man who loves his wife and child, that old man wouldn't have forced me to come back 4 years ago. In the end, it's all for himself. On the surface, he gives me everything, but behind the scenes, he's secretly setting up a fund for his illegitimate child. Jiang Nuenyuan hated staying at the Jiang house, every day having to play along with them in their happy family drama, peaceful home, when in reality, those two were ready to blow each other's heads off with AKs. That was why she had secretly enrolled in a domestic university, to get away from those toxic parents. As a result, when we got married, I knew absolutely nothing of her family background, thinking Jiang Nuenyuan's parents were migrant workers overseas. It wasn't until Jiang Nuenyuan's father came looking for me that I discovered her true identity. Do you think that kid out there regrets divorcing you? He could have directly owned hundreds of millions in assets, becoming one of life's winners. He chose to bring misfortune on himself by insisting on a divorce. Jiang Nuenyuan's gaze drifted toward the office door, suddenly asking in her heart, Chen Bo, do you regret divorcing me? The next second, Jiang Nuenyuan laughed to herself. How could a scumbag like him ever know regret? God knows how many women he's slept with over these past few years.
Zhao Yuaning saw that she was stubbornly refusing to admit it, so he didn't expose her. All right, then, all the materials I've gathered have been reported to you, so can we start the partnership President Jiang promised? Jiang Nuenyuan handed the signed document to Zhao Yuaning. Even if you hadn't given me this news, I would still have partnered with you, since your side's profit margin was the lowest during the bidding process. Don't be so blunt. Just let me imagine for a moment that you signed the contract because of me. Wouldn't that be better? Jiang Nuenyuan pointed at the door. If you want to be flirtatious, go outside, head straight for the elevator, go down to the basement, get in your car, and go flirt with your men. After seeing Zhao Yuaning to the elevator, she came back and called me in. What's the schedule for this afternoon? I opened the folder the secretary had organized and read through each item one by one.
Cancel all the afternoon meetings, less than greater than. Tonight you're taking me somewhere, less than greater than. Evening again, damn it, less than greater than. I've been working overtime for several nights in a row. This woman, Jiang Nuenyuan, is going to drive me into the ground. Do I need to remind you of the assistant's rules? Jiang Nuenyuan's voice turned cold. She seemed to be losing her patience. No need, President Jiang. Where do you need me to take you this afternoon? No, you're free this afternoon. Just remember to stay in contact at all times tonight. My mood instantly improved. My salary had increased, and although my rest hours were irregular, since I'm all alone, it doesn't matter as long as I get some time off. It so happened that there were quite a few orders this afternoon, so I skillfully opened the food delivery app. Though my parents' surgeries back then were successful,
The post-recovery process was a massive long-term expense,
not to mention the regular anti-rejection medication. I usually use my free time to run a few deliveries for extra cash, but fearing my colleagues might find out, I always cover myself up very thoroughly, so no one in the company has any idea. Seeing me suddenly so happy, Jang Nuenyuan's mood instantly soured. Is this kid planning to take this opportunity to go on a date with someone? What a heartless scumbag. But today she didn't have time to sabotage Chenbo's date. Today was Parents' Day at Yanbao's kindergarten, and as her mother, she had to attend. Jang Nuenyuan changed into an outfit that looked much softer and gentler, letting her hair fall naturally. She was much more mature and charming than 4 years ago. As she walked into the kindergarten, an electric scooter zoomed past her from behind. I braked hard at the corner, looking back with my helmet on, and sure enough, it was Jang Nuenyuan. I'd recognized this woman immediately, whether she was wearing clothes or not, canceling all her afternoon meetings just to sneak off to this kindergarten for what? Could it be she's set her sights on a teacher in this school? When did Jang Nuenyuan develop such a strange taste? I took out my phone, put on my mask, and stealthily approached the kindergarten fence. Old Chu, that woman doesn't look like a kindergarten teacher at all. How does she get inside? I often run deliveries in this area, and the kindergarten orders food in the afternoon quite frequently. Less than greater than. So I'm a very familiar face to the guard here. Less than greater than. Today is Parents' Day. Less than greater than. That person just now is here to visit the school. Hearing that, I was completely stunned. Jang Nuenyuan has a child. So that little girl I saw the other night wasn't an hallucination after all. A little later, inside the school, the children woke up from their nap, put on their clothes, and began free play in the yard.
Jang Nuenyuan walked behind a little girl with big, round eyes, who seemed to be showing off her treasures, stuffing all her favorite toys into Jang Nuenyuan's hands. The relationship between them looked incredibly close. That's the child of Jang Nuenyuan and another man. Thinking of this, my heart involuntarily tightened. Though I'd held on to resentment for 4 years, it was at this moment I truly felt that Jang Nuenyuan and I are truly finished. I lean against the wall in discomfort. Hey there, young man, are you okay? Is your single heart unable to handle this scene? The old guard's mouth was like poison, delivering a fatal blow to my heart. I clutched my chest, finding it hard to breathe, took off my helmet, and turned to leave without hesitation. This sight was too blinding. If I kept watching, I was afraid to go mad with jealousy. Just as I turned around, I heard small, soft footsteps behind me, and turning back, I saw that little girl had actually run all the way to the school gate. Separated by the iron fence, Zhao Muyan waved and called out, "Daddy." It's the daddy from last night. I stood frozen on the spot, unable to utter a word for a long time. Jang Nuenyuan had just finished checking a work message on her phone, and when she looked up, Zhao Muyan was gone. She looked around anxiously, searching everywhere, until she saw that tiny figure standing right at the school gate. Jang Nuenyuan hurried over there, and as she was about to pick up Zhao Muyan to take her back to the class, she saw me standing at the gate in my delivery outfit. Her eyes widened immediately. "Chenbo, you dare stalk me?" Jang Nuenyuan, didn't you say yesterday I was just seeing things, that it was an illusion? Then how do you explain this child?
My voice, even I didn't recognize it, was trembling slightly. Last night I wasn't in the right state of mind, so I couldn't see clearly. But today in broad daylight, after looking closely at this little girl's face, I became even more panicked. Although her features are very similar to Jang Nuenyuan's, her aura is the spitting image of mine. Even the old guard at the gate remarked on how much this child looks like me. She's my father's illegitimate daughter from elsewhere. My father used the current company as a condition for me to raise her. Is there a problem? Jang Nuenyuan quickly adjusted her emotions, lying without blinking or her heart skipping a beat, even speaking with total confidence. She intentionally pinched the girl's cheek firmly, that soft ivory cheek. "Who gave you permission to talk to strangers?" "He's not a stranger, he's daddy," Xiao Muyan asserted firmly. "I saw him in the photo album on mommy's phone." "It really is daddy." Zhang Nanwan shot me a glance. "That's the person mommy hates most. Keeping the photo in my phone is only because I'm afraid I'll forget what that person's face looks like. Chenbo, my father's mistresses are too many to count. He likes this child very much, so he made that condition for me to raise her. This is a private matter of your boss. It has nothing to do with you. Not everyone is worthy of being a father." Her words held a deep meaning, scolding her father while conveniently insulting me as well. Being scolded so unreasonably, I couldn't speak for a long time, mostly because the little girl before me was truly so pitiable. With those looks, if someone said she was my child, no one would even doubt it. "I have another activity to attend. Stop bothering my daughter and me." Jiang Nuan picked up the child with practiced ease, not forgetting to give a warning as she turned away. "Daring to secretly moonlighting outside the company. I'll pretend I didn't see it this time. Don't let me catch you a second time." Jang Nuan thought to herself, "When we divorced, didn't he leave with absolutely nothing? Chenbo has a house and savings,
And the salary the company pays him isn't low at all. Is he really that desperate for money that he has to deliver food just for a little extra change? I snorted coldly in defiance. A big boss like President Jiang obviously wouldn't understand the struggles of little people like us. Damn it, next time I'll just change to another delivery zone, so I won't get caught, that's all. Jiang Nuanyuan carried the child away. To participate in an interaction with the teacher, I handed the guard a cigarette. Old Sue, that kid looks a lot like me, doesn't she? Kinda. But she looks more like the beauty carrying her, if she really were your child.
At best, you'd only get a consolation prize.
Old Sue laughed heartily, but I still vaguely felt something wasn't right. Vaguely remembering that even a strand of hair can be used for a DNA test. I didn't hear anything. Okay. Old Sue hurriedly handed back the cigarette, slipped into the security booth, and slammed the door shut. Frustrated, I scratched my head, even though I knew there's a high chance the girl isn't mine. But something inside me was clawing restlessly, so I watched intently for a long while more. Jiang Yuanyuan must have said something to the kindergarten teacher because the teacher told the guard to chase me away. Damn it, there's definitely something fishy. If Jiang Yuanyuan didn't care about me at all, then this child would definitely have nothing to do with me. But she was so hurried in driving me away after sharing a bed for 4 years, I know her temperament well enough.
I rode off on my electric scooter, but my mind was made up. I'm her personal assistant anyway. I'll find a chance to get a hair from that girl for a DNA test. Until the results are in, I have every right to remain suspicious. Once she saw I was gone, Yang Nuanyuan finally sighed in relief. Fortunately, the child was born abroad back then, and now that Chen Bo is all alone, she surely won't be able to investigate any of this. Her family had tried to force her to abort the child before, but she had pleaded endlessly with her mother, arguing that this child could be groomed as the family's successor, that having another child and another advantage over the illegitimate son. She had exhausted so much effort and just to protect this child until now. Mommy, is that person really not daddy? Yan Nuanyuan frowned, truly unsure how to answer that question. After a long silence, she let out a soft sigh. Not for now. Xiao Muyan's eyes suddenly lit up. So that means later he can be? Depends on his behavior. Jiang Nuanyuan spoke coldly, thinking of all the hardships she had endured. Just to keep this child. While that kid Chen Bo was off enjoying himself somewhere. Being so broke, he probably blew it all on chasing women. Xiao Muyan heard her mother's tone wasn't good and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Do you hate him, Mommy? Then Yanbao doesn't need a daddy anymore. Mommy, please don't be angry, okay? Jiang Nuanyuan's gaze softened instantly. She stroked Xiao Muyan's head. Mommy isn't angry with you. Less than greater than. I was just remembering some old things and felt a bit unhappy. Less than greater than. Xiao Muyan reached out to pat Jiang Nuanyuan's head. Less than greater than. There, less than greater than. Don't think about those unhappy things anymore. Jiang Nuanyuan laughed at her daughter's adorableness, gave her a loud, wet kiss on the cheek, and led those tiny hands away to play games with the teacher. On her way out, Jiang Nuanyuan called Gu Qingqing. I just bumped into Chen Bo at the kindergarten. I told him Xiao Muyan is my father's illegitimate daughter. Make sure you don't let the secret slip. Don't worry, idiot Chen Bo, if he could take the lead in divorcing you back then, less than greater than, then he'll definitely never believe this child is his, less than greater than. Even if you personally admitted it, he still wouldn't believe it. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan hung up the phone and hearing Qingqing say those words, that even if she told Chen Bo herself that the child was his, he wouldn't believe it. Her chest suddenly felt constricted, a feeling of immense distress. Chen Bo, why did you insist on divorcing me so badly back then? Just because I was kept under house arrest by my parents for 2 days and couldn't be reached. You immediately assumed I was out fooling around with other men. After 4 years together, you wouldn't even give me a chance to explain. As she thought of this, Jiang Nuanyuan's nose prickled, and her heart was filled with a sense of grievance. After returning to the company, I had changed back into my regular clothes. Seeing Jiang Nuanyuan return, I narrowed my eyes to observe her from head to toe. She strode past in her high heels without sparing me even a glance. Jiang Nuanyuan, what exactly are you so proud of? If I find out that child is mine, then I'll definitely drag you to bed and teach you a lesson 10 times over. Damn it, daring to play the runaway pregnancy game with me. Jiang Nuanyuan, after changing in her office, grabbed her handbag and stepped out. Chen Bo, let's go. As we both stood in the elevator, less than greater than. I considered speaking up several times but hesitated. Less than greater than. I really wanted to demand to know whose child that was, less than greater than. But remembering Jiang Nuanyuan's demeanor at the kindergarten, less than greater than. It was clear she didn't want anything to do with me. Forget it. It'll wait until I have the DNA results in my hand before I figure it out. The elevator doors opened. I stepped to the car door, this time very solicitously opening the door for Jiang Nuanyuan.
Jiang Nuanyuan gave me a strange look, secretly wondering if this kid was plotting something bad. After the car started moving, I didn't ask her a single thing the entire way. Suddenly, a hand from the passenger seat climbed onto my thigh. Jiang Nuanyuan, while gently stroking her hair, suddenly winked at me suggestively. She asked in a coy voice, "Chen Bo, I still remember this car as the exact model you loved most back then. You used to say that once you made money, you'd definitely buy one. Then drive it all the way to a mountaintop, so we could be passionate together right inside the car." Jiang Nuanyuan's suggestive words instantly threw my mind into a whirlwind. Having been celibate for 4 years, my little brother began to stir just from that one sentence. What exactly is Jiang Nuanyuan getting at? Is she hinting at wanting to go to a mountaintop tonight, right here in this very car? To do those fiery things we never got around to doing before? Hell, am I a dog or something? Calling me over when you want and kicking me away when you don't? I replied coldly, "President Jiang, I am not in the habit of returning to an old flame." Jiang Nuanyuan leaned back in her seat, her shirt unbuttoned slightly at the collar, and from my angle, I could catch a glimpse of pure white within. Even after 4 years, she still loves wearing that same color. The warm golden streetlights of the night filtered through the car window, illuminating Jiang Nuanyuan's delicate face, creating a strangely irresistible allure. She was already beautiful to begin with, but now she possessed an even more mature and captivating charm. I swallowed hard, starting to chant a mantra in my head to stay focused. "Chenbo, if you had known 4 years ago that I was this powerful, would you still have intended to divorce me?" Jiang Nuanyuan's tone carried a hint of pride, and the urge that had just risen in my heart was immediately and mercilessly extinguished. If it hadn't been for Jiang Nuanyuan's family being so wealthy, then her father would have had no right to threaten me into divorcing her. You hadn't divorced me, and right now I could have handed this entire company over to you. You wouldn't have to work so hard delivering food just to earn those few copper coins. Whatever car you wanted, you could buy instantly. Your life could be as lavish as you wished. What a shame since you insisted so stubbornly on that divorce. After speaking, Jiang Nuanyuan let out a cold laugh. It seemed that humiliating me like this gave her a great sense of satisfaction, no matter how foolish I was. I could tell Jiang Nuanyuan was mocking me for being poor. My face turned expressionless, and I turned my head to look directly at Jiang Nuanyuan. "Jiang Nuanyuan, I truly do regret it. Less than greater than. I regret ever knowing you. Less than greater than. And I regret even more that I ever married you. Less than greater than. If I could go back in time, less than greater than. I would rather have never pursued you in the first place. If it hadn't been for Jiang Nuanyuan, perhaps I would have found myself a gentle, lovely wife by now. My parents, even if they'd met with misfortune, would have been treated immediately. And even if I'd had to borrow money, the financial burden would have soon been lifted after receiving the insurance. By now, I should have had a very adorable young child. Less than greater than. Instead of being a lonely soul like I am now. Less than greater than." Hearing this, Jiang Nuanyuan was completely stunned. Less than greater than. "Chen Bo, you're something else. Less than greater than." Jiang Nuanyuan wanted to burst into tears right then and there, but she struggled to hold them back in front of me. This hateful man, she's done so many terrible things to me. Why am I still letting him hurt me like this? After that, both were silent the whole way, each harboring their own resentment, until we finally arrived. Jiang Nuanyuan didn't wait for me to open the car door. Less than greater than. But stepped out on her own first. Less than greater than. This place was a villa on a mountaintop. Less than greater than. The night temperature here was much colder than in the city. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan had anticipated this. Less than greater than. So when she left, less than greater than. She brought along a fairly thick coat. Less than greater than. As for me, I wasn't so lucky. Less than greater than. Who knew Jiang Nuanyuan would go up a mountain to talk business in the middle of the night? The moment I stepped out, the cold made me shiver uncontrollably. Jiang Nuanyuan walked straight toward the pool. In that area, everyone had already started the BBQ party. Today, they were grilling outdoors while discussing business. The nature of the work was the plan to bring foreign retail supermarket chains into the domestic market. I originally intended to go back to the car to stay warm for, but Jiang Nuanyuan deliberately called out, "Right, you used to be in charge of foreign projects before. Sit down and read through this carefully, and mark the parts you find valuable. I'll come over and check it later." Having said that, she went with a few wealthy mobiles to watch the chef grilling meat over there. I held the project file in my hand, checking every bit of information on it. That damn Jiang Nuanyuan. This man knew perfectly well she did it on purpose. She didn't even bother to warn me it was this cold on the mountain, leaving me to freeze to the bone like this. On top of that, she's making me focus on this pile of documents. If I happen to miss anything, Jiang Nuanyuan will surely use it as an excuse to dock my pay. After reading for about half an hour, I rubbed my hands together and blew on my palms. My hands were so frozen they wouldn't obey me anymore. When I needed to circle content, I couldn't even hold a pen. Feeling like someone was watching me, I picked up the pen again and glanced toward the pool. Jiang Nuanyuan was holding a plate in her hand. It was pre-cut lamb. She elegantly put a piece of lamb into her mouth. After chewing, she lightly licked her crimson lips, exuding an irresistible charm. I swear this Jiang Nuanyuan is like a total vixen. Time after time, she keeps trying to seduce me. I've had to fend for myself for 4 years. One little tease from her, and I'm about to lose control. Sometimes I really hate how my little brother lacks willpower. Jiang Nuanyuan stared at my hands, which were red from the cold. After placing the plate on the table in front of me, she immediately turned and walked away. Damn it, does she think I'm a dog? Throwing some food and then just leaving. Even though I was furious, I had to admit this lamb was really fragrant. I hadn't eaten all night, so I was starving and freezing. The moment a piece of succulent lamb entered my mouth, my whole body felt like it was warming up. In less than 2 minutes, the entire plate of lamb was devoured by me. Jiang Nuanyuan returned to find the plate empty, then looked at my mouth about to say something. President Jiang, even with overtime, you have to let the employees eat. I spoke up boldly. I ate it, so what are you going to do about it? Jiang Nuanyuan gave a cold, haughty snort and threw a coat at my feet. Don't freeze to death and then expect me to pay compensation. With that, she picked up the empty plate and left. I stared at the coat on the ground. Jiang Nuanyuan, this toxic woman. Is she actually caring for me? After putting on the coat, my body felt warm instantly. Jiang Nuanyuan approached, less than greater than. Picked up the documents I had marked, less than greater than, and casually flipped through a few pages, less than greater than. And quite interested in this project too. We'll take these documents back first. Then someone in charge of the company's specialty will contact you guys. After speaking, she beckoned with her hand, signaling me to go drive. The mountain road had many bends. I was still driving quite slowly on the way up, less than greater than. But thinking about how Jiang Nuanyuan purposefully let me freeze, less than greater than, I stepped on the gas harder and harder, less than greater than. Chen Bo slowed down. Jiang Nuanyuan was a bit scared, her voice starting to tremble. Rich people like President Jiang must be the most afraid of dying. I had just flashed a sly smile, intending to give Jiang Nuanyuan a good scare. As a result, the next second, a slap landed squarely. It wasn't very heavy, actually. When a woman slaps you, the first thing that hits you is her scent, followed by the slap. The moment her scent filled my nose, less than greater than. The burning sensation on my face didn't feel like pain anymore, less than greater than, but pleasure. I rubbed my cheek, less than greater than, gently tapped the brakes, and the speed gradually decreased. President Jiang, how much are you going to pay me for this slap? I chuckled, not caring at all, not even a bit angry. The next second, my phone chimed with a payment notification. I took a glance. Damn it, Jiang Nuanyuan. You have a fortune of tens of billions of yuan, and you only send 100 yuan for slapping me. Are you even human? I immediately lost it. I thought, Jiang Nuanyuan would be generous and send me at least 10,000 yuan. Chen Bo, to me, you're only worth that much. How dare you try to scare me with your drive? If anything had happened, Zhao Muyan wouldn't just lose her mother, but her father as well. After being slapped, I obediently drove all the way back to the villa, planning to find a chance to sneak inside. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Nuanyuan got out of the car, less than greater than, she kicked me out immediately. Less than greater than. What are you still standing there for? Less than greater than. Call a cab and go home. Or are you waiting for me to invite you in for a drink? Even if you invited me, President Jiang, I wouldn't go in. I took out my phone and walked to the villa gate, opening the ride-hailing app. Jiang Nuanyuan slammed the door shut without mercy, and it was an electronic door at that. I angrily kicked the gate. Think you're so great just because you're rich? Weren't you the one I slept with for 4 years? Jiang Nuanyuan saw me kicking the door through the surveillance camera, less than greater than. She glanced at the maid, less than greater than. Extract this video clip and send it to my phone, less than greater than. If the door breaks next time, make him pay for it. Less than greater than. Chen Bo, keep acting tough. Less than greater than. President Jiang, this door is custom made. Less than greater than. It costs quite a lot. Less than greater than. Maybe we should warn the employee. After all, it's not easy for young people to make money for their families. Less than greater than. They're all just working for a living. Less than greater than. The maid couldn't bear it and spoke up for me. Jiang Nuanyuan gave a cold laugh, took out her phone, and took a screenshot of the moment I kicked the door. No need to pity him. He's just a man who lives off women. When he can't afford to pay, let him come to his ex-wife stripped bare. Looking at the child's face, I believe his ex-wife will be willing to support him. From now on, whenever this Chen Bo comes to the villa, if he breaks anything at all, you must keep the evidence. Yes, President Jiang, the maid thought to herself. President Jiang never used to care about such things. Why is she suddenly targeting this Mr. Chen Bo? I stood outside waiting for a long time. I had to raise the price 4 or 5 times before catching a ride.
I don't know what kind of middle-of-nowhere place this is that makes catching a cab so hard. These rich people, what do they actually like about these suburban villas? The next day, when I arrive at the office just in time, Jang Nuenyuan was already in her office. When I was called into her office, because of the lack of sleep, my head was spinning uncontrollably. Jang Nuenyuan was sitting at her desk, her legs crossed elegantly. She leaned forward gracefully and pushed a file over. I felt something flash before my eye. My breath suddenly hitched. Underneath that serious dark blue business suit was a silk camisole. Neckline was cut quite low, revealing her pale, snowy cleavage. Contrasted against her black lingerie, the sight was dazzling. Have you seen enough? She lightly touched her collarbone with her finger, giving me a bewitching look. If you've seen enough, then report today's work schedule to me.
Jang Nuenyuan was very satisfied with my reaction. It proved that her body still held a massive attraction for me. I snapped out of it and read out the information the secretary had just sent. This morning is an internal company meeting. This afternoon is an online meeting, followed by processing some documents for approval. And finally, there's a social banquet to attend this evening. All right, you'll drive me to the banquet tonight. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. Damn it. Making me work overtime again tonight. Jang Nuenyuan is definitely doing this on purpose. President Jang, I think you should tell the HR department to hire a private driver instead of making me work every single day, even after hours. Jang Nuenyuan raised an eyebrow, her fingertip lightly caressing her sheer black stockings. What? Am I not paying you for overtime, or do you feel that being my driver is beneath you? No, it's not that. But I also need private time to handle my romantic life. After all, I'm almost 30. My face darkened with dissatisfaction. Then go ahead and resign. Then you'll have 24 hours a day to deal with your romantic affairs. Jang Nuenyuan, you. I turned back to glare at Jang Nuenyuan. She was clearly being deliberate. All right, if you don't intend to quit, then get out. Don't disturb my work. Humph, she's only got those plump hips. Her chest is just slightly bigger. And those legs in black stockings are only a tiny bit seductive. This young master couldn't care less. I played with her ages ago. I muttered curses as I walked out. Because I didn't sleep well last night, I slumped over my desk to catch up on sleep, sleeping straight through until late afternoon. The secretary had to come over and ask me to snore quieter, because my snoring was affecting her work. I jolted awake, wiped my drool, and looked at the clock. Good grief, it's already almost time to get off work. I haven't done a single useful thing all day. Just then, Jang Nuenyuan walked out of her office, handbag in hand. It seems she had something to do as she didn't call me to drive. Looks like it's personal business. I secretly moved my numb arm under the desk, my expression looking quite strained. Jang Nuenyuan glanced over and frowned. Chenbo, if you really can't hold it in anymore, then go to the restroom. If a colleague reports you for sexual harassment, less than greater than. I won't be going to the police station to bail you out. Less than greater than. With that, she hurriedly left. Less than greater than. My mind went blank for a few seconds, still not understanding what Jang Nuenyuan meant. It wasn't until she got into the elevator that I suddenly realized. When I pulled my hand out from under the desk, less than greater than. The secretary sitting not far away, less than greater than, had a look of pure contempt and disgust on her face. Less than greater than. It's not what you think, my arm just went numb. I hurriedly explained, less than greater than. But the secretary immediately stood up and left her seat. Less than greater than. When she returned, less than greater than. She brought back a thin blanket and covered her legs tightly. Less than greater than. This Jang Nuenyuan. A dirty person truly sees everything as dirty. I could only sigh in frustration. My stomach was growling with hunger. I hadn't eaten anything this morning, and sleeping at the office lasted until the afternoon. I had to go to the convenience store downstairs to buy something to eat. Just as I stepped out of the convenience store, I saw Jang Nuenyuan's Ferrari SF90 driving out of the parking garage. The roar of the engine was impossible to ignore. Holding a box of Odin skewers in my hand, I finished the last of the soup and threw the container into the trash, suddenly remembering catching Jang Nuenyuan at the kindergarten before. Was she going to pick up the child from school? I took out my phone to check the time. It really was almost time for the kindergarten to let out. Usually, when delivering food in that area, the road gets terribly congested at dismissal time, so I usually make it a habit to take a detour to avoid it. Anyway, the boss isn't here, so even if I slip away, Jang Nuenyuan won't know. I immediately opened the map on my phone and hurry over. Jang Nuenyuan picked Xiao Mluyan and carried her out from the kindergarten and was about to put her into the child's safety seat, when the little one's eyes suddenly lit up. It's the fake daddy. I was speechless. What on earth is a fake daddy? Does she actually have another real father somewhere? Jang Nuenyuan heard Xiao Mluyan call me fake daddy and took a few deep breaths to calm herself. She turned around and sure enough, it was Chen Bo, daring to skip work during hours to stalk me. Chen Bo, your guts are really getting bigger by the day. That man is not your father. Jang Nuenyuan clenched her fist, making a threatening gesture at Xiao Mluyan. Xiao Mluyan pretended to be scared and covered her face, knowing full well her mother would never actually scold her. Mommy is the person who loves her most in the world. Shenbo, do you feel like your salary is too high? Was the deduction from last time not enough? It's working hours, and you're trying to sneak out for a side job again, aren't you? The whole time my eyes were glued to Xiao Muyan. After Jiang Nuenyuan finished scolding, she instinctively shifted her body a bit to shield Xiao Muyan behind her back. The more I looked, the more I felt that she was my daughter. Jiang Nuenyuan rolled her eyes with contempt. Stop daydreaming. I never want to have a child with you. Sleeping with me for 4 years, and then demanding a divorce for no reason like the scumbag you are. I already told you, this is my father's illegitimate child. She's just been put under my name. Look at my figure. Does any part of it look like someone who's given birth? I scanned her from top to bottom. Not really, but compared to 4 years ago. She has the mature, savory charm of a woman. She truly has the aura of a young matron. Chen Bo, think you've truly gone mad with thirst for women. Jiang Nuenyuan got into the car, not wanting to waste another word on me. If Jiang Nuenyuan refuses to admit it, then I'll just have to use my own methods. I have to get a strand of this little girl's hair. I rushed to the side of the car, preparing to pluck a hair for a DNA test, but I was immediately pinned down by Lao Shu, who had been watching from the gate and was ready to strike, grabbing and holding me tight. Damn it, Lao Shu, what are you pinning me down for? I'm sorry. Ensuring the safety of the children at this kindergarten is my responsibility. Lao Shu used a specialized fork to keep me pinned to the ground. I tried to struggle, but Lao Shu immediately warned me, "You better not move. I'll treat this as just a misunderstanding. If you dare to resist, the police nearby will be here in an instant." I had no other choice, and could only watch blankly as Jiang Nuenyuan drove away. Once Jiang Nuenyuan's car was far out of sight, Lao Shu released the fork and pulled me up. "You can't just assume a child is yours, simply because she looks like you. That woman is beautiful and drives such a luxury car. She and you belong to completely different worlds. Hurry up and uninstall that garbage app on your phone. Less than greater than. Just delete it already. Less than greater than. It's not what you think. Less than greater than. On the day of my divorce proceedings with Jiang Nuenyuan 4 years ago, less than greater than. We went at it in the bedroom 4 or 5 times. Less than greater than. I remember clearly that when we finished, less than greater than. There was a condom on the floor that had torn because of the force. I was 24 and at my peak back then. Who knows, maybe my quality was so good that I hit the jackpot in one go. While drive, Jiang Nuenyuan called Gu Qingqing, today, Shenbo, actually tried to take Yan Bao's hair for a DNA test. I feel like he's starting to get very suspicious. Help me investigate a bit, information on the heads of the nearby appraisal agencies. Find a way to falsify the report results. Gu Qingqing chuckled over the phone. Seems like that Chen Bo guy has some brains after all. This won't be a problem. Don't worry, it takes a few days to get the test results. Even if he gets the hair during the waiting period, less than greater than. We'll have plenty of time to tamper with the results. Less than greater than. Did you just see him and run away immediately? Less than greater than. Gu Qingqing blurted out the question. Less than greater than. Yeah, I panicked. I only had time to grab Yan Bao, get in the car, and speed off. Thankfully. The security guard at your friend's kindergarten reacted quickly and managed to catch and pin Chen Bo down on the spot. Gu Qingqing, imagine the scene of me being pinned to the ground, and she burst out laughing over the phone for a long time. I suggest you just let him have his way. The more you hide, the more hell thinks something is wrong. After Gu Qingqing spoke, Jiang Nuenyuan realized it too. If the child really wasn't Chen Bo's, then her reaction just now was clearly an overreaction. Are you sure the appraisal agency can swap the results? Are you doubting your best friend's ability? If I can't even handle a small thing like this, then forget it. All right then, bring Yan Bao to the office and create an opportunity for Chen Bo to get a sample. When that happens, remember to help me swap everything. After hanging up, Jiang Nuenyuan's heart was still pounding incessantly. Just thinking about the scene of me rushing forward earlier actually left a trace of fear in her heart, terrified that I would only want the child less than greater than, and wouldn't care about her at all. So Jiang Nuenyuan carried less than greater than Xiao Muyan into the company. Less than greater than. Many employees stared at the child curiously, secretly whispering and gossiping. What's that child's relationship with President Jiang? I've never heard of President Jiang being married. Isn't she still single? Maybe it's her younger sister. After all, plenty of people in their 40s are having second children these days. President Jiang's mother is still young and maintains her looks well. I also think it's President Jiang's sister. That kid looks about 3 years old, less than greater than. There's no way President Jiang could have married so early, less than greater than. A group of them gathered in the break room and whispered, less than greater than. I had just returned to the office by subway, less than greater than, and hearing them gossip, less than greater than. My eyes suddenly lit up, less than greater than. So Jiang Nuenyuan brought that kid into the office, less than greater than. Then, there are plenty of chances to get a hair sample.
Kids usually like rolling around on the sofa, less than greater than. If I look around in a bit, I'm sure I'll find a few strands. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan knew full well that I hadn't given up. Less than greater than. So she intentionally called me into her office. Less than greater than. Tell me how much should be deducted for skipping work? Less than greater than, I asked back cautiously. Less than greater than. 200 yuan. Jiang Nuanyuan didn't even look up. Triple it. I blurted out in a minute. Only then did Jiang Nuanyuan look up. Why isn't this guy complaining today? Before, just deducting a little money would have him screaming like he was dying, insisting that I was mistreating him. But today he's fined 600 yuan and doesn't even blink. Jiang Nuanyuan gave a cold laugh. Your eyes are darting all over. What are you looking for? Where's the child from earlier? I heard you brought her to the office. Jiang Nuanyuan tilted her chin toward the left corner. The little girl was hugging a rag doll, sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in cartoons on an iPad. Chenbo, you didn't actually think I'd have a child for you, did you? Jiang Nuanyuan's voice was full of arrogance. Feeling insulted, I remained silent for a long time. But I also knew that a great opportunity like today, less than greater than, if missed, would never come again. Less than greater than. No matter how angry I was, I had to endure it. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan saw me seething but unable to do anything. Less than greater than. And suddenly, for a moment, she found me a bit cute. She stood up and went to Xiao Muyen, picked up the little one who was glued to the iPad screen, and walked straight to me, thrusting her into my arms. I told you this is my father's illegitimate daughter. If you don't believe it, take a good look for yourself. Because her cartoon was interrupted, Xiao Muyen became irritable and tried to struggle out of my arms. The child felt like a slippery loach wriggling in my hands, and I almost lost my grip and dropped her. Jiang Nuanyuan's heart skipped a beat seeing that. But luckily, I was quick, less than greater than. Quickly catching the little one's bottom, less than greater than. Unable to escape, Xiao Muyen got upset and burst into tears. Less than greater than. I panicked so much I almost tossed the child, weighing over 10 kilos, less than greater than. Right out of my arms, less than greater than. Being an only child, less than greater than. I rarely had any contact with young children like this. Less than greater than. The child's crying made sweat pour down my back like a waterfall. Jiang Nuanyuan hurried to take Xiao Muyen and shot me a sidelong glance. She's 3 years old and you're still afraid to hold her. If it were when she was just born, you probably wouldn't have dared to touch her. The moment the child was taken away, I finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. I've never had to hold a baby before, so it's only natural to be nervous. If I had cared for one from the start, I wouldn't be so clumsy. Rarely seeing me explain something so seriously. Jiang Nuanyuan's mood suddenly improved significantly. All right, you've had a good look at the child. Don't follow me to the kindergarten again. If the security guard actually calls the police to arrest you, then there won't be anyone left to drive for me. With that, Jiang Nuanyuan placed the child back on the sofa to continue with the iPad and handed me a file. This is the project for discussion tonight. Although I'll be doing most of the negotiating, you should also read through the content once. If I happen to miss anything, remember to supplement it promptly. I took the file, but my eyes were still fixed on Xiao Muyen. Jiang Nuanyuan knew perfectly well that if I hadn't gotten what I wanted, less than greater than, I would definitely never give up. Less than greater than. All right, I'm going to the restroom. Less than greater than. Watch her for 2 minutes for me. Less than greater than. And don't you dare let her get hurt. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan was actually more concerned how I would treat her when I got the DNA results showing the child wasn't mine. What would my attitude be then? Would I be even colder than I am now? Less than greater than. Or would I point at her face and scold her harshly? Less than greater than. Accusing her of cheating while we were still married? Less than greater than. I nodded repeatedly. Less than greater than. Yes, President Jiang, please go ahead. I promise I won't let her get a single scratch. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Nuanyuan's lips. Usually, my tone was always listless and bored. Less than greater than. So why did I seem so excited all of a sudden? Less than greater than. I wonder if Chenbo. Less than greater than. When I see the report stating the child isn't mine, less than greater than. Will I still be able to feel this excited? Waiting until she left. Dod. I immediately approached little Xiao Muyen. Dod. While she was engrossed in cartoons. Dod. I carefully plucked 2 strands of her hair. Dod. And put them into a sealed bag. Dod. Jiang Nuanyuan, you just wait. Dod. Once I find out this child is mine. Dod. I'll definitely pin you down on the bed. Dod. And don't even think about leaving all night. Not long after, Jiang Nuanyuan walked in, pulled out 2 tissues to wipe her hands and said, less than greater than. There's nothing else. You can head out. Less than greater than. This time I finally got what I wanted. Less than greater than. One look at my eyes and you'd know I achieved my goal. I immediately made a phone call. Jiang Wei, I've got Yan Bao's hair.
I'll send you her ID number. Don't worry, just let me handle it. Soon after I hung up, Gu Qingqing arrived to pick up little Xiao Muyan. Is mommy not coming home with Yan Bao? Mommy hasn't stayed with Yan Bao for several nights. Zhang Nuanuan spoke tenderly, her face full of regret. I'm sorry, baby. Mommy still has to go earn money tonight, so go home first with godmother Qingqing, okay? Little Xiao Muyan's eyes welled up with tears like pearls, looking as if she were about to burst into tears. Gu Qingqing quickly took an Elsa princess doll out of her bag, immediately catching the little girl's attention. Seizing the moment, Gu Qingqing carried Xiao Muyan into the elevator. As long as she didn't see Jiang Nuanyuan, her longing for her mother would fade significantly. Once the child was gone, Jiang Nuanyuan changed into a more dynamic business suit. I secretly used my phone to look up local paternity testing centers. Seeing Jiang Nuanyuan, I was surprised to see her wearing a business suit. Paternity testing centers. Seeing Jiang Nuanyuan come out, I felt guilty, locked my phone screen, and asked, Chairman Jiang, shall we go? Jiang Nuanyuan gave a slight nod. Recalling my guilty look from earlier, the more she thought about it, the more she believed. I was using an app to flirt with some girl. Chen Bo as my assistant. I hope you can manage your lower half properly. I stood in the elevator, my mind still busy thinking about which facility to go to for testing. I got 2 strands. Should I do 2 tests just to be safe? Who would have thought Jiang Nuanyuan would suddenly drop a line like that, leaving me stunned? By the time I came to my senses and wanted to explain, the elevator doors had already opened. Jiang Nuanyuan quickly stepped outside. Hey, I didn't even do anything. Why did you suddenly tell me to manage my lower half? Seeing that I didn't refute her at all, it seemed I had tacitly admitted it. She was so angry she wanted to stomp her feet. Chen Bo, you damn scumbag. The car rolled towards the restaurant. After parking, I followed behind Jiang Nuanyuan. As we entered the private room, there were already 3 women inside, each with a completely different aura. One was Gu Qingqing, and the other 2 I had seen on the news, both from the city's most prominent family conglomerates. These young heiresses were also in charge of their family businesses, so they were frequently press conferences for new product launches. One was the youngest miss of the Zhang family. Zhang Ru's company specialized in wholesale logistics, dominating most of the city's largest wholesale markets. Most of the stalls of the Zhang family were connected to Jiang Nuanyuan's classmates. The 2 had a fairly good relationship since their private high school days abroad. The other was the eldest daughter of the Cheng family, Cheng Lixin. The Cheng family publicly had 2 daughters. The eldest managed the family's medical business, while the younger one ventured into showbiz. The Cheng and Jiang families didn't compete in overseas business. On the contrary, they cooperated extensively. Thus, the 2 families had often gathered for meals together since childhood. They were having a pleasant meal together. After Jiang Nuanyuan found a seat, she told me to sit next to her. Nuanyuan, is this your assistant or your toy boy? He's quite handsome. Jiang Ru teased. Jiang Nuanyuan frowned slightly and looked at me. Where exactly do I look like a toy boy? Back when I was chasing her, I did look okay, but after 4 years apart, I become quite haggard. I'm surprised Jiang Ru could even give a compliment. This assistant is just a cheap kind of assistant. Who would have expected that as soon as Jiang Nuanyuan finished speaking, Jiang Ru shifted her seat to be right next to me? How cheap exactly? If Chairman Jiang finds him inconvenient to use, why not just give him to me? Over at my wholesale market, every day I have to deal with a bunch of traders, less than greater than. All middle-aged uncles, less than greater than. I'm lacking a companion here, less than greater than. This Jiang Ru, less than greater than, was wearing a somewhat sheer black lace outfit. As she leaned in close, I didn't know where to look. I felt like a little duck being fully kept by a rich lady, utterly helpless. President Jiang, why don't we just discuss this project? Men aren't as important as making money. Jiang Nuanyuan pulled the conversation back to the main focus. After taking out the proposal, she highlighted several key points. When it came to serious business, Jiang Ru was no longer in the mood for joking. She picked it up, glanced through the red highlighted parts, and said, we can discuss this profit share later. First, I'll go back and contact some suppliers with stable quality and ask if they are willing to supply the mid to high-end supermarket market segment. The price is a bit high, but they will only end up earning more. Jiang Nuanyuan felt that. The suppliers had absolutely no reason to refuse. Once Cheng Lixin took hold of the project plan, she reviewed it once. There are no major issues on my side. We've always been partners overseas before, so let's just proceed according to the old contract. What do you think? Good. Cheng Lixin has agreed. Now we just need to see what Jiang Ru thinks. Jiang Ru tilted her head and considered for a while, then set the plan down. If President Cheng has agreed, less than greater than. That I don't have many issues either. Less than greater than. But since the suppliers haven't signed the contracts yet, less than greater than. No one can guarantee anything for sure, so it can only be a verbal promise for now. Afterward, she stood up, went out to make a few calls, and then returned. Why not let your toy boy give us a presentation on the project contents? Anyway, he's almost full from eating. I only gave it a cursory look earlier and haven't examined it closely. I had been focused on eating until now, thinking, what the hell? Why tease me all of a sudden? It's hard enough to get a taste of high-end food, and yet they won't let me eat my fill. All right, let me explain. He's been running around several places with me today and hasn't had a single grain of rice in his stomach yet. Jang Nuenuen's sudden concern made me feel for a moment as if I'd gone back 4 years.
Because whenever I get busy, I completely forget about eating.
For example, when I bury myself in studying, I forget to eat. When I'm intensely gaming, I won't even touch a chopstick all day. Even after starting work, that habit persisted, leading to frequent stomach pains, starting from my very first year of work. Out of pity, Jang Nuenyun would always wake up early to make lunchboxes for me to take to the office. At lunchtime, she would video call me, forcing me to go heat up the meal in the microwave, only feeling relieved once she saw me finish it with her own eyes. Seeing that Jang Nuenyun had spoken up, Jang Ru didn't press further. The group of friends, having not seen each other for a long time, called for some wine to drink. At first, everyone drank very elegantly, but an hour later, I don't know who first got the impulse, but they asked the staff to bring a bottle of Mao Tai.
From then on, things spiraled out of control. The 3 or 4 women got dead drunk, first taking off their coats, then laughing while exposing each other's embarrassing stories. Next came a session of passionate hugging. When the bottle of white liquor was empty, Jang Ru's husband drove over to pick her up. The other 2 followed suit and left one by one. In the entire private room now, only Jang Nuenyun remained, slumped over the table, looking very uncomfortable. This woman, honestly, she usually doesn't even like drinking, yet today she mixed both wine and white liquor. It would be strange if she wasn't exhausted. I helplessly went over to help her up. Jang Nuenyun's usually elegant and cold face was now flushed from the alcohol, as rosy as a ripe fruit, making one want to take a bite. Because she drank too much, her legs went soft and she slumped to the floor. I had no choice but to lean down and scoop her up princess style. "Shenbo, why did you abandon us?" She was so drunk she was incoherent, muttering incessantly in my arms. The wind was blowing hard as we went outside, so I couldn't hear what she was saying clearly. What was that? I found a place for her to lean again and took the keys from my pocket and opened the car door. With the cold wind hitting her face, Jang Nuenyun felt even more dizzy. She thought of how Chenbo wasn't by her side during her most helpless moment giving birth. Back when he was chasing her, he promised to protect her for a lifetime, yet after just 2 years, he had already abandoned her. Her tears fell drop by drop, streaming down her face. She grabbed my shirt and screamed, "You're a scumbag." Me, a scumbag. Talk about the thief crying, "Stop thief." I didn't say it aloud. She was so drunk, anything I said would be a waste of breath. "Chairman Jang, you're drunk. Let me take you home."
Jang Nuenyun sniffed and snuggled even deeper into my chest. I had been suppressing my feelings for 4 years, and now our bodies were pressed together. My arm wrapped around Jang Nuenyun's waist. She kept nuzzling into me, as if she wanted to be the death of me. This caused a strange impulse to rise within me, making me want to deal with this woman right here in the car. Jang Nuenyun's hand habitually brushed against my waist. I startled and quickly placed her in the passenger seat. "Chenbo, you scumbag. Why don't you want me anymore?" I stared at Jang Nuenyun's opening and closing red lips and softly retorted, "Clearly, you were the one who cheated first. Jang Nuenyun, it's best if that child isn't mine, so that we'll have nothing to do with each other in the future." Just as I finished speaking, Jang Nuenyun wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me hard.
My lips were like a pile of dry wood, instantly set ablaze. Reason told me to push her away. I couldn't let this woman's initiative make me act as if her cheating had never happened. Yet the moment our lips met, I couldn't bear to pull away. I'm so pathetic. With one hand braced on the seat and me on the cushion, less than greater than, I was positioned right between Jang Nuenyun's legs. Less than greater than. Whatever, and not the one losing out here. Less than greater than. It took me exactly 2 seconds to convince myself. Just as I was about to take it further, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Chenbo, what on earth are you doing?" After Gu Qingqing got in her car, she suddenly remembered me and Jiang Nuenyun. Thinking about how drunk Jiang Nuenyun was, she knew if she didn't show up, the two would definitely end up in bed together. She had said it before returning to the country. She wouldn't forgive Chenbo so easily. If they actually slept together, it would be too much of a bargain for this kid. Divorced for 4 years, doing nothing, and suddenly a child falls into his lap. Chairman Jiang is drunk. I'm taking her back to the villa. I stood up, with Jiang Nuenyun's lipstick still smeared on my lips. Gu Qingqing gave a cold laugh. "Don't think I don't know you're her ex-husband. With her in this state, if you take her home, you two will definitely end up all over each other." I replied seriously. "I am Chairman Jiang's assistant. This is my job. Help her over to my car. I'll have my driver take her back. You could just drive this car to the office tomorrow." My clothes were practically halfway off, yet she was being snatched away right then. I felt a bit unwilling, responding without knowing if it was the alcohol or something else. "President Gu, please don't interfere with my work."
Gu Qingxing looked at me with cold eyes.
Shenbo, even if a woman is drunk and takes the initiative, less than greater than. If I call the police, you'll still be charged with assault. Less than greater than. This Gu Qingxing really knows how to threaten me. You know she and I were husband and wife before. You're an outsider. Why interfere so much? Gu Qingxing stepped closer. She was a mature, deep woman, very different from Jiang Nuanyuan's cold arrogance, wearing a long black velvet dress with a black blazer over it. A women's cigarette held between her fingers. She laughed coldly. So you know that's in the past? She has already divorced you. Those words were like knives stabbing straight into my chest. Jiang Nuanyuan indeed had divorced me. There was no longer any connection between us. After a moment of silence, I carried Jiang Nuanyuan out of the car. Where is your car? Gu Qingxing pointed toward the exit of the underground garage, where a Maybach was parked. After placing her in the car and seeing Jiang Nuanyuan already deep in sleep, less than greater than. I remember the old days when she often slept in my arms like that. Less than greater than. Damn it. Less than greater than. A woman I hadn't touched for 4 years. I thought I was finally about to taste her, yet in the end, someone else snatched her away. It's so frustrating. I cursed under my breath, then drove back home. Gu Qingxing had the staff help Jiang Nuanyuan inside. Little Xiao Muyen had been asleep for a long time. Jiang Nuanyuan leaned against the sofa, gradually sobering up a bit. She recalled the passionate kiss with me in the car earlier, and tears silently flowed down. What's wrong? It was just a kiss. Why are you crying so heartbreakingly? Jiang Nuanyuan wiped her eyes. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. He's her first love and also the father of her child. The two broke up when their love was at its peak. How could she possibly let go so easily? Stopping by the convenience store to buy 2 bottles of Erguo 2, less than greater than. I sipped the liquor on the way home, less than greater than. Taking it in one gulp at a time. Less than greater than. Over the past 4 years, it's not like I haven't had moments of weakness and depravity like just now. Maybe it's because my starting point was too high. Whenever I meet other women, I unconsciously compare them to Jiang Nuanyuan. Those people, either they aren't as beautiful as Jiang Nuanyuan, or their personalities are even harder to please than hers. They aren't born princesses, but they've got full-blown princess syndrome. That's why for a period of time, I missed her to the point of madness. I looked up at the sky and shouted, Jiang Nuanyuan, are you actually some temptress who's bewitched my heart? At the farewell party the night before the divorce, less than greater than. After accidentally breaking the small umbrella, less than greater than. I lived a free and easy life for 4 years, less than greater than. But I had no idea that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. Just when I thought would never have anything to do with each other again, who would have thought she'd suddenly appear as my direct boss? In the very next second, the sound of a window opening echoed. Ah, damn it, what crazy drunkard is making a scene? It's noisy as hell. I was the only good brother who knew about this. Li Dongxin, I really want to possess Jiang Nuanyuan so badly. Li Dongxin took off his headphones, answering his big brother while still playing his game. You say this every single time you're drunk. I'm not Jiang Nuanyuan. What's the point of shouting it at me? If you're so brave, go say it to her face. Over the past 4 years, every time we went for BBQ, the moment I got drunk, I'd endlessly ramble about wanting Jiang Nuanyuan. Always such crude words. I still haven't got her, so why has she already left? Though my words were very vulgar. Li Dongxin knew well that I still hadn't let go. Couldn't really be blamed on me either. Back in the day, Jiang Nuanyuan was the school belle, and her personality and aura were of the absolute highest grade. Li Dongxin, Jiang Nuanyuan is my boss now. Li Dongxin was about to land a pentakill when his hands suddenly froze. As a result, he was taken down by the opponent instead. He picked up his phone. You're saying Jiang Nuanyuan is back. That's right. I even pinned her down in the car today and kissed her voraciously. Hearing the latter part, Li Dongxin burst out laughing. Right, yes. You really are something else. He replied perfunctorily, while secretly feeling pain about missing that pentakill just now. He casually hung up the phone. This kid Chen Bo, once he gets some alcohol in him, really is getting better and better at bragging. The next day, Jiang Nuanyuan didn't arrive at the office until noon. She really had too much to drink last night. She just couldn't wake up this morning no matter what. I sat at my desk waiting all morning, but Jiang Nuanyuan still hadn't shown up. It felt as if something was missing, making me restless and unable to sit still. I also wondered how things were after she got home last night. I stood up and went to the restroom to splash some water on my face and wake up. I also drank quite a bit yesterday, but after some sleep, I felt much better. As Jiang Nuanyuan stepped out of the elevator, her eyes swept over my workstation. Seeing that the seat was empty, she immediately called the secretary into the office to report the afternoon work schedule. Because she had a headache this morning, all the morning meetings had been moved to the afternoon. Chen Bo has been with the company for 4 years, less than greater than. Are you familiar with him? Less than greater than.
The secretary shook her head. No, we're not in the same department,
And our daily work doesn't require coordination, so we're not close. I don't know much about him, but Jiang Wei from his previous department is probably very close to Assistant Chen. The two of them go out for lunch together every single day. Then call Jiang Wei in here for me. Yes, Chairman Jiang. Jiang Wei knocked and entered. Before coming, he had already reviewed all his work mistakes from the past few days. Chairman Jiang, you wanted to see me. Jiang Nuanyuan leaned back on the sofa, her head still slightly spinning from the lingering effects of the alcohol. You and Shen Bo have a fairly good relationship, don't you? Jiang Wei replied cautiously. Yes, within the company, we consider ourselves close. At his age, even if he's not married, he must have a girlfriend by now, right? Jiang Nuanyuan asked about personal matters outside of work. It took Jiang Wei a moment to regain his composure. He reflected for a bit. This year, it seems he hasn't requested any leave even once. But judging by his state, he probably hasn't won anyone over yet. Perhaps he still doesn't have a girlfriend. However, 2 years ago, he frequently requested annual leave to go abroad for a day or two. He was likely chasing some girl over there, but it seems it didn't work out, so he gave up. Jiang Wei didn't think much of it. Matters like this weren't exactly big secrets. As soon as Jiang Nuanyuan heard this, her already cold expression became even more frigid. Shen Bo, you're quite something, aren't you? To the point of going all the way abroad just to chase Western girls. She thought of the feeling when I pinned her in the car last night. That passionate kiss still made her heart skip a beat. And yet, hearing this now, her heart suddenly tightened, not wanting to beat anymore. I understand. You may leave now. As Jiang Wei walked out, I happened to be returning. Seeing him emerge from Jiang Nuanyuan's office, I narrowed my eyes in suspicion. Perhaps feeling as if he had just betrayed a brother, Jiang Wei felt extremely guilty, immediately avoiding my gaze, before scurrying back to his seat. Inside the office, Jiang Nuanyuan, whether out of anger or because the air conditioning was too high, irritably took off her coat and threw it hard onto the sofa. She suddenly recalled back when I was chasing her, how I also had designs on an exchange student. It was during a gathering, everyone was drunk and started teasing together. He said that I thought that Western girl looked pretty, with big eyes and fair skin, looking just like a doll. I had chased her for a whole week, then for some reason turned around to chase her instead. Because they were officially dating at the time and their love was very deep, Jiang Nuanyuan didn't bother to take it seriously. Only at night, when tucked into the warm blanket, did she hint. While things are so passionate between us, is your mind fantasizing about that Western girl? No way. It was just that I felt she was novel, so I was a bit curious. As it turned out, after chasing her for a week, one day I suddenly smelled an indescribable scent on her, a smell I can't even describe, that almost made me throw up. Jiang Nuanyuan had burst out laughing at my expression back then. That was just a small, happy memory. But now that Jiang Wei mentioned my trips abroad, it made her start thinking again. Chen Bo, you better not have won anyone over. If I find out you spent so much effort on another woman, I'll definitely break all 3 of your legs. At the farewell party the night before the divorce, for accidentally tearing the small umbrella, I lived a free and easy life for 4 whole years. Who would have thought? My ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me long ago. I thought our lives would never cross paths again, yet she suddenly became my direct superior. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jiang Wei's expression just now clearly showed something was wrong. However, I was even more curious about what kind of face Jiang Nuanyuan would have when facing me after what happened last night. Chairman Jiang, this morning, President Jiang and President Cheng's side have both sent the people in charge of yesterday's project to carry out the handover and coordinate the work details. Everything discussed last night can proceed step by step. I know, Jiang Nuanyuan thought to herself. The more she thought about me chasing girls abroad, the less she wanted to see my face at all. She lowered her head to look at the stack of documents on the desk. Seeing that Jiang Nuanyuan didn't want to pay attention to me, I spoke up cautiously. CEO Jiang, do you have any other plans for tonight? No. After having a drink, she wanted to go home and rest early to feel better today. Yes, I understand. And I'll take my leave and get off work on time. After saying that, I turned around and left. The moment the door closed, Jiang Nuanyuan looked up at the firmly closed door. Based on her understanding of this jerk Chen Bo, she was sure I had something going on tonight, which was why I specifically came over to ask and confirm the time. I went back to my seat and opened my phone. I just took a call while I was in the restroom. It was from my mother, Chen Meilian. Seeing that her son is almost 30, the fact that I'm still unmarried has always been a constant worry for her. In previous years, since both of them were still in the process of recovery and their health hadn't fully stabilized, didn't dare to rush me. They knew that with our family situation, no girl would even look our way. Now that both of them are much healthier, almost like normal people. Their pension will also kick in a few years, so the pressure to get married has increased significantly. I've already booked a table at the Mingliu restaurant. No matter what excuse you have, you must go on this blind date for me. The girl just graduated and even works at a bank. She's a perfect match for you.
The things we discussed last night could have been handled gradually, but Chen Malian absolutely would not have it and directly forced me to go no matter what. I sighed and texted back, Mom, less than greater than. I'm a divorcee, she definitely won't be interested. Less than greater than. Why waste money on a meal? Less than greater than. Why don't you two just go and have a nice meal yourselves? Less than greater than. The other side replied immediately, Don't call me Mom. If you don't go on this date, I'm no longer your mother. I felt my scalp tingle.
I thought that living on my own would give me some freedom, but I didn't expect to still face this kind of marriage pressure. I went home after work and took a shower first. I was so drunk last night that I didn't wash my hair, and it was all greasy. Just as I finished showering and before I could even get dressed, there was a sudden knock at the door. Could it be that Mom was afraid I wouldn't go, so she decided to come in person to escort me? I didn't think much of it, just wrapped a towel around my waist and went to open the door. And then, in an instant, I saw Jiang Nuanyuan standing right at the door. Those high heels pointed straight toward me. CEO Jiang, is something the matter? My hair was still soaking wet. Though I haven't worked out much over the last few years, I haven't exactly let myself go either, so my physique hadn't gotten out of shape yet. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at this house she hadn't seen in a long time, and her heart ached. But she quickly hid her emotion and walked inside with an arrogant expression. I suddenly remembered that I left a few things behind 4 years ago. I was passing by today, so I came to get them back. I was pushed aside by her slender hand, her fingertips lightly grazing my chest. I looked down for a second, a strange feeling surged within me, but I quickly regained my composure. This woman shouldn't even dream of messing with my mind. CEO Jiang, I threw all your things away 4 years ago, so please leave. She seduced me while drunk last night, teasing me until she was satisfied, then refused to let me serve her. And today she shows up at my doorstep uninvited. Jiang Nuanyuan, are you trying to play a game where you make me fall for you again only to heartlessly kick me to the curb? Do you find it fun to humiliate me like this? I won't let you have your way. Shenbo, I haven't even said what it is yet. How do you know it's already been thrown away?
As long as it was yours, I threw it all out. I turned to go into the bedroom to get some clothes when I suddenly remembered. I still had Jiang Nuanyuan's old collection of sexy lingerie hanging in my closet. If she saw, she'd definitely mock me for being unable to move on, even 4 years after our divorce. Thinking of that, I quickly tightened my towel and blocked the bedroom door just as Jiang Nuanyuan was about to enter. I said, I don't have your things, so please leave. I have a large build, so no matter how much Jiang Nuanyuan pushed, I wouldn't budge. She glared at me angrily. Aren't you supposed to be going on a blind date? If you don't leave now, you'll be late. Once I get what I want, I'll close the door for you, so you should go ahead.
Jiang Nuanyuan had originally planned to go back to her villa, but when her secretary told that she'd seen a blind date message from my mother on my phone, Jiang Nuanyuan drove straight here, to the house the two of them had bought together. CEO Jiang, the thing you want. Probably in the empty room over there. So, this is a private place. You were divorced, so don't come in here anymore. My mind was working at lightning speed, quickly coming up with an excuse. Jiang Nuanyuan, hearing me want to draw a clear line like that, felt a lump in her throat and a bit of discomfort. She stopped insisting on going into the bedroom. Let's see if there's any trace of another woman ever staying here. She followed my words and went into the other room. When the two of us first got married, we had discussed waiting until our jobs were stable, and we had some savings before having a child. So when we renovated the house, we decorated it as a nursery. However, for the last 4 years, Id turned it into a storage room, filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Jiang Nuanyuan pushed the door open and walked in, seeing the place she had once imagined her daughter growing up. In this very room had now completely changed, and her heart felt an endless bitterness. It seemed like Chenbo really hated her, so much so that he'd let the nursery they did together fall into such a state. At the farewell party the night before the divorce, after accidentally breaking the little umbrella, less than greater than, I lived a carefree life for 4 years, less than greater than, without ever knowing that less than greater than, my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. Less than greater than, I thought I'd never have any contact with her again, but who would have guessed she would suddenly become my direct superior? CEO Jiang, told you I don't have your things. I was really worried to death. Jiang Nuanyuan walked into the bedroom, seeing me doing something with her old things. I was so drunk last night that I completely forgot to hide the medicine. If Jiang Nuanyuan saw them, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. It'd want to drop dead right then and there. I said, you should go on your blind date first. If anything is missing, I'll just pay you the full price for it. Jiang Nuanyuan had no intention of leaving, so how could I dare to go anywhere? The two of us just stood there in a standoff for a long time. Chenbo, I have reason to suspect that you're using your body to imply something to me. Not even bothering to get dressed, just standing in front of her with only a towel on the whole time. Jiang Nuanyuan glanced into the bathroom, hinting at something. She still remembered a time she was exhausted, and I carried her to the tub to help her wash up,
and the two of us just started right there while bathing.
Thinking of this, her cheeks suddenly turned red from the heat, and her eyes began to avoid mine.
CEO Jang, you're my ex-wife, and yet you're in my house. So who's really implying what to whom? How can I comfortably go on a blind date like this? Who knows if you've installed any hidden cameras here or something? While grumbling, I took my phone out of my pants pocket in the bathroom and sent a text to my blind date. I'm sorry. I've been working a lot of overtime lately, so let's meet some other time. Jang Nuenyuan wanted to challenge me. Fine, I'll fight you to the end today and see who yields first. After texting, I tossed my phone onto the sofa and stood guard right in front of the bedroom door. As for the rest of the place, I let Jang Nuenyuan look wherever she wanted. From the bathroom to the kitchen, there wasn't a single trace of another woman, not even a hair longer than mine.
The more Jian Wanwan looked, the more satisfied she became. It's that Chen Bo wasn't the kind of guy who would settle for just anyone out of desperation. Standing at the door, I spoke to her irritably. Jian Wanwan, why are you acting like a puppy patrolling its territory? Jian Wanwan walked up to me in her sharp heels, placed her hand on my shoulder, and slowly slid it down. Wasn't this my territory before? Her voice suddenly became softer, making me feel a bit of a stir down there. I turned my face away, thinking to myself, don't get ahead of yourself now, buddy. This woman is a temptress, and we shouldn't be foolish enough to play her game. Chen Bo, why won't you look at me? Jian Wanwan pressed her body even closer to mine. If she just reached out and pulled once, it'd have nothing left to hide behind. Her fingertips brushed down toward my lower abdomen, and her other hand gave my shoulder a gentle push. Just like that, I was pushed back into the bedroom, stumbling a few steps before collapsing onto the bed. Jang Nuenyuan sat on top of me, squeezed my chin, and leaned down low. Chen Bo, I told you, you're a 24/24 assistant, and an assistant's principle is to serve the boss. Understand? You have to serve me. Her voice was very soft, breathing into my ear and making my whole body feel weak. Jang Nuenyuan, I turned my face away, refusing to look at her. Wasn't she always so shy before? I hadn't seen her for 4 years, and now she's become this proactive. Is this still the cold beauty queen I once knew? Just as I thought, Jang Nuenyuan was about to do something to me, and was ready to give up since I had no strength left to resist. She suddenly sat up and moved away from me, turning to open the closet and taking out her collection of sexy lingerie. Unhooking them from the hangers. I knew you'd have them hanging here. After gathering everything and putting it in her bag, she walked away without hesitation, leaving me alone and dazed on the bed. Jang Nuenyuan, are you even human? Teasing me like that only to just up and leave. I grabbed the blanket and punched the wall hard. This woman is truly too wicked. But if I were to chase after her now, pin her against the wall and do it, then Jang Nuenyuan would surely say smugly, Chen Bo, I didn't expect that even after 4 years you still couldn't forget me. Just thinking about that scene made me feel extremely uncomfortable. In the end, the moment the front door closed, less than greater than, I had to go to the bathroom to contemplate my life. Less than greater than. Jang Nuenyuan left the apartment complex less than greater than, and sat alone in her car less than greater than, clutching her heart which was racing. Less than greater than. Almost, just a little bit more, and she wouldn't have been able to hold back from doing it with me right there in the bedroom. In that house were too many memories of the two of them, in the kitchen, the living room, on the bathroom, and in the bathroom. Those images flashed through Jian Nuenyuan's mind like lightning. The weather had clearly turned cold, yet she still felt a tingling sensation of heat. After opening the car window, the cold wind blew for a long time before she finally calmed down. It's just that late at night, in the silence, her mind couldn't help but remember those passionate moments she'd shared with me before. She placed her hand on her chest, right there, thinking about me kissing her in the car yesterday, thinking about what happened in that familiar house today. In 4 years, this was the first time she found it so hard to control herself. Several times she intended to pick up the phone and call me, telling me to come and find her, to help her solve a little personal problem. The next morning, as soon as I arrived at the company, Jiang Wei blocked my way. Chen Bo, Supervisor Wei is looking for you. Jiang Wei nudged my shoulder after saying that. Supervisor Wei used to care about you a lot. Aren't you going to consider it at least a little? They say a wife 3 years older is worth a pot of gold. Wei Xiaoyuan was the department supervisor for Jiang Wei and me. Last time, when the two of them went to entertain clients, less than greater than. Wei Xiaoyuan got drunk and even proactively hugged me. Less than greater than. Back then, she leaned close to my ear, less than greater than, and asked if I had a girlfriend yet. Less than greater than. I answered no. Less than greater than. Since then, she's often asked me out for meals. Naturally, a beautiful female manager like Wei Xiaoyuan was desired by many single guys in the company, especially that guy Liu Chang from before, who, after getting drunk a few times, tried to take advantage of Wei Xiaoyuan. But as it turned out, Wei Xiaoyuan seemed to be interested only in me.
Jiang Wei, stop talking nonsense, it'll bother her. Zhang Wei smiled mischievously. Who's talking nonsense? Last time, Supervisor Wei was practically glued to you, and I even saw you hugging her. Come on, spill it. Did you secretly score with her already? At the farewell party the night before the divorce, after accidentally breaking the little umbrella, I lived a carefree life for 4 years, without ever knowing that ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought I'd never have any contact with her again, but who would have guessed she would suddenly become my direct superior? No, I just saw she was so drunk she couldn't stand, so I was just being nice and helped her up. After giving my helpless explanation, I headed toward the supervisor's office. Jiang Nuenyuan walked out of the break room, coffee in hand, and she gave a cold laugh. Chen Bo, less than greater than. Your luck with women is quite something, isn't it? Less than greater than. Truly, all men are just as promiscuous. Less than greater than. Wanting to sleep with anyone they meet. Not taking responsibility after sleeping with them and then trying to hit on other girls. Chen Bo in my office. Now. Before I could even knock on the supervisor's door, Jiang Nuenyuan called me over. In the end, I could only whisper to Jiang as I passed by him. Explain things to Supervisor Wei for me, will you? CEO Jiang, what's going on? Since my little secret was discovered by Jiang Nuenyuan yesterday, my mood was terrible and my tone wasn't particularly gentle either. Chen Bo, since I ruined your plan to pick up girls, are you throwing a tantrum at me? Her mood also soured accordingly. Go and arrange a meeting party for the department heads. There hasn't been a single company gathering since I took office. Notify every single department head. Yes, just as I was about to leave, Jiang Nuenyuan spoke up again. Chen Bo, I know you like people older than you, but I didn't expect your taste to be someone like Supervisor Wei. It's really hard to understand. I gave Jiang Nuenyuan a strange look. Who said I like Supervisor Wei? Is that so? That I must have misunderstood. Go and call Supervisor Wei into my office for me. I said yes, feeling like Jiang Nuenyuan's train of thought was really problematic. Halfway there, it suddenly occurred to me. Could she have overheard what Jiang just said to me? No, that can't be right. Jiang Nuenyuan, how could she care whether I was in a close relationship with any woman? The two of us have been divorced for a long time. She's just intentionally trying to pick a fight with me by asking that. If I admitted it, then she'd surely say that office romances aren't allowed and make one of us quit. This spiteful woman. I don't even have to think to know she's up to no good. Soon after, Supervisor Wei and I entered the office. Jiang Nuenyuan pushed the supermarket project discussed earlier in front of Wei Xiaoyuan. You'll be in charge of following up on this project, especially the site selection. I remember these plots of land are all owned by CEO Liao, so use his interests to get them at the lowest price. Wei Xiaoyuan took the project plan. Yes, CEO Jiang. Jiang Nuenyuan continued to transfer documents about CEO Liao to Wei Xiaoyuan's phone. This is the information I've found so far. The Liao Group, mainly, operates large shopping malls. Supermarkets and shopping malls are always closely linked. I've also sent you some negotiation tips. Don't let me down. This Jiang Nuenyuan, she really looks the part of a CEO. At first, I thought her abilities were limited, but from our recent interactions, I see she really has what it takes. Truly a woman I once had my eye on. Why do I suddenly feel a bit of pride thinking that? I smiled slightly, and that scene just happened to catch Jiang Nuenyuan's eye. Chen Bo, did you hear anything I just said? Yes. Then later, record the entire progress I just mentioned, and then use the timeline to check which stage the project is at. What? She didn't say that at first. Instantly, any pride I felt vanished. Jiang Nuenyuan is still that same wicked woman. Looks like I'll just have to go find Supervisor Wei later. She must have taken notes earlier. If you have any intention of begging, then I can repeat it for you one more time. Jiang Nuenyuan winked at me, but her tone was full of provocation. CEO, Jiang, before finishing work, I'll summarize the progress timeline into a table and send it to you. You want me to beg you? In your dreams. Chen Bo, what do you think of Supervisor Wei? What do you mean, what? She's definitely a lot better than a woman like you. My expression remained calm. Even though Supervisor Wei is 3 years older than me, she's very gentle and forgiving. As a leader, she always knows how to protect her subordinates. Compared to women who have no self-respect, she's truly the model of an ideal wife. After saying that, I chuckled inwardly with delight. Let's see if your eyes burst with rage. Jiang Nuenyuan, did you really think I was going to praise you? As expected, Jiang Nuenyuan's expression changed noticeably. From what I know of her, she was clearly getting angry. So, how does she compare to me? Jiang Nuenyuan fixed her eyes on me. Is Jiang Nuenyuan crazy? Why would she even compare herself to her? You're just a wicked woman who cheated. But then I thought if I said Supervisor Wei was better, she might end up targeting Wei Xiaoyuan. To avoid that consequence, I smiled and said, of course, CEO Jiang is far more attractive. Not just in terms of face and figure, but also intelligence and social status. Everything is far superior to Supervisor Wei. How could she even compete with you? Jiang Nuenyuan was indeed very pleased to hear that. She rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head to look at me. So, if you had to choose between the two of us, who would you pick? I looked at Jiang Nuanyuan and gave a self-deprecating laugh. CEO Jiang, I'm just a lowly employee. One side is a supervisor. The other is the boss, less than greater than. Both of you are completely out of my reach. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan continued to look at me with that probing gaze. Less than greater than. I think you're quite suited for living off a woman. CEO Jiang, my stomach has gotten a lot stronger over the years, so I can't stomach living off a woman anymore. Jiang Nuanyuan was clearly saying that on purpose, waiting for me to fall into her trap once more. I'll never go back to a woman like you.
No matter how good your skills are, never. Come here.
Jiang Nuanyuan's slender finger beckoned gently toward me. I stepped closer cautiously. Jiang Nuanyuan stood up and grabbed my collar with one hand, suddenly closing the distance between us. From my perspective, following the line of her collar, I could see a deep, seemingly bottomless view of her beauty. Over the last 4 years, it seemed like Jiang Nuanyuan's curves had become even fuller. My mind instinctively thought it was due to her being worked over. Images of Jiang Nuanyuan from before suddenly flashed in my mind when I used to hold her tightly in front of me. A dry sensation rose in my throat. Her voice was now even more seductive than before. But I just love letting others live off me, especially an ex. It's much more satisfying than someone new, and the chemistry is much better. At the farewell party the night before the divorce, after accidentally breaking the little umbrella, less than greater than. I lived a carefree life for 4 years, less than greater than, without ever knowing that less than greater than. My ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought I'd never have any contact with her again, but who would have guessed she would suddenly become my direct superior? I swallowed hard. Jiang Nuanyuan loosened her grip, her hand lightly touching my protruding Adam's apple, as if she were feeling very nostalgic about certain memories. She used to love kissing my Adam's apple. It felt a bit cold. Every time after she kissed it, my expression would be indescribable, perfect and in sync. Was Jiang Nuanyuan implying exactly what I was thinking? I didn't expect that Jiang Nuanyuan would cling to me like that before. Back then, we really could forget both food and sleep, just like a little succubus, where no matter how much we had, it was never enough.
Jiang Nuanyuan quickly sat back down in her original spot, while the tip of my nose still held the lingering scent of her body.
Shenbo, why are you still the same as you were before? I turned my face away and intended to walk out immediately. Being in the same room with Jiang Nuanyuan only made me have wild thoughts. Besides, this woman is clearly trying to provoke me on purpose. Just as I turned away, Jiang Nuanyuan called me back. Chenbo, less than greater than. I advise you not to go out right now. Less than greater than. What do you mean? Less than greater than. Are you trying to threaten me? Less than greater than. CEO Jiang. If there's nothing else, less than greater than. I'm under no obligation to be a mascot in this office, just for you to look at. I'm just doing this for your own good. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at me with a meaningful gaze, making me feel even more indignant, as if that old fox Jiang Nuanyuan would actually be good to me. Then I must give my great thanks to President Jiang.
Saying that, I forcefully pushed the office door, intending to walk out. But in that very moment, looking down at the carpet, I suddenly noticed something unusual. Immediately, I hurriedly slammed the door shut. What's wrong? Not going out anymore. Jiang Nuanyuan's voice was tinged with amusement. Jiang Nuanyuan, it's all your fault. Jiang Nuanyuan gave a triumphant smile. How can you blame me? It's your own problem if you can't handle a little teasing. It seems Assistant Chen has some improper intentions toward his boss. Otherwise, why would your face be so flushed with embarrassment? This wicked woman Jiang Nuanyuan really knows how to twist the truth. It was clearly her who deliberately pressed so close just now, less than greater than. Even doing those things on top of it, less than greater than, that caused me to react this way. Less than greater than. And now she dares to turn around and blame me. Less than greater than. While I'm at it, less than greater than. There's still a set of bedsheets from last time I didn't take because they were dirty. Remember to wash them clean and return them to me. After all, I'm sure you don't have a hobby of using someone else's old things, right?
Jiang Nuanyuan was referring to the bedsheets in my bedroom at home. As expected, she had seen them that day. I felt my heart sink a little. Could anything be more humiliating than this? Waiting for about 3 minutes, while my mind kept forcing itself to think about project and company plans, finally my little brother down there decided to settle down. When I returned to my desk, the secretary looked me over curiously. Do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? I hurriedly reached up to touch my face. It was indeed a bit hot, I guiltily explained. Inside the general manager's office, the air conditioning was set too high. Us men are naturally sensitive to heat. It was just too stifling. At the end of the shift, Chen Malian called again.
Because Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly appeared yesterday, I had stood up that girl. As soon as I finished work, my mother gave me a harsh scolding. I don't care if you have time or not. I've checked. That girl also works right in your office building. You have to go on a date right after work for me. If you dare make another excuse,
I'll break your legs. I hum up inside helplessly. Forget it. If I delay any longer, Mom will probably storm right over here. Having no other choice, I had to take out my phone and scheduled a meeting with a girl at the same restaurant where I had previously eaten with Su Jiawan. To avoid a repeat of last time's situation, this time I decided not to bother asking for Jiang Nuanyuan's opinion and just eat right downstairs. If she needs me for something, I'll use the excuse of going downstairs for a smoke and then come right back up. With the decision made as the employees began to leave, I left my computer on, placed my house keys on the desk, creating the illusion that I would be returning shortly. Then I went downstairs to the restaurant to wait. As soon as I sat down, I saw manager Wei Xiao Yuan. Are you planning to eat before heading home? What a coincidence. Wei Xiao Yuan was also at this restaurant. But on second thought, having a boss catch me on a blind date with another girl was a bit embarrassing. It felt a little awkward. Actually, I'm waiting for you. Wei Xiao Yuan pulled out her phone and sent me a message. I looked down. Oh my god, my blind date is actually Wei Xiao Yuan. You really can't blame me for this. Wei Xiao Yuan has 2 WeChat accounts, one personal and one for work. I was only friends of her work account before, which was full of company-related information and shared industry news, as serious as an official page. Who would have thought that in her personal account, the profile picture would be of a very cute and sweet girl? Manager Wei, are you the one my mother introduced? Wei Xiao Yuan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I bet you think him too old, don't you? I hurriedly waved my hands in explanation. No, absolutely not, and just a bit surprised. After all, a great beauty like Manager Wei must have plenty of suitors, so why would you need to go on a blind date? Wei Xiaoyuan patiently replied, I've put all my focus into work these past few years, having no time for romance. It's only in these last 2 years that things have stabilized, but most suitable men have already gone looking for young girls in their mid-20s. I was a bit astonished. No way. Could it be that a gentle lady like Wei Xiaoyuan has no one interested in her? I let out a self-deprecating laugh. So that's how it is? No wonder, otherwise. How could a man like me ever get a chance to go on a blind date with Manager Wei? Wei Xiaoyuan was a bit frantic to explain. That's not Chen Bo, you're actually very outstanding. She didn't know how to start. Actually, she only agreed to this meeting after knowing the person introduced was me. She wouldn't have come otherwise. Previously at the company, she always felt that being 3 years older than me, and being my superior as well. Since I seemed to have no interest in her, she never dared to take the initiative to express her feelings. This time, seeing the person on the blind date was me, she didn't hesitate to nod immediately. At the farewell party on the night before the divorce, the condom accidentally tore. After that, I lived a free and easy life for 4 years, unaware my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought we would never have anything to do with each other again. But unexpectedly, she suddenly became my direct superior. That time she got drunk and fell into my arms. She actually wasn't that drunk. She just wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to me. However, hearing that I had an exceptionally outstanding ex-wife, who was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also the former school beauty, less than greater than, Wei Xiaoyuan suddenly felt inferior. Less than greater than. Age was already not on her side, less than greater than. And her beauty probably couldn't compare, less than greater than. So she kept these feelings hidden deep in her heart. Manager, you're so good at comforting people, but I know exactly how much capability I have. Chen Bo, we're not at the office right now. You can just call me by my name. Wei Xiaoyuan's voice was much softer now than at the office. That gentle and delicate demeanor made me feel incredibly comfortable. Back when I worked under Wei Xiaoyuan, she was always very patient in teaching me step by step. In that case, I'll call you Sister Xiaoyuan. Could you please leave out the sister part? She made the request timidly, completely different from Jiang Nuanyuan's arrogance, making her seem even more gentle. I lightly raised an eyebrow. Perhaps women over 30 are quite sensitive about their age. Without much thought, I immediately changed the way I addressed her. Xiaoyuan, feel free to order whatever you like to eat. As I spoke, I handed the menu to her. Wei Xiaoyuan chose 2 of the most signature dishes of this restaurant, and I ordered 2 more. The 2 of us sat chatting animatedly in the restaurant. Since we had worked together for 4 years, this blind date proceeded very naturally, without any awkwardness. Are you getting used to working at the general manager's office? Wei Xiaoyuan thought to herself. I didn't have any prior experience in this area, so she couldn't understand why I was suddenly reassigned like that. Recently, she had constantly been recruiting new people to fill my old position. As soon as she mentioned it, I began to sigh and groan. That job is truly not meant for humans. Jiang Nuanyuan is really too hard to please. I think although President Jiang looks a bit cold, she probably isn't too harsh with her subordinates, is she? Wei Xiaoyuan still tried to speak up for Jiang Nuanyuan. That's only when others are around, but behind closed doors, she really is a genuine pervert. Normally at the office and quite a reserved person, but as soon as Jiang Nuanyuan is mentioned, can't stop talking, constantly complaining. Wei Xiaoyuan listened silently as I vented for 10 whole minutes. Shenbo, why do I get the feeling that you secretly like President Jiang? Me, like her. Even if every woman on this earth died out, until not a single one was left, I would absolutely never like her.
It was because I was deceived by Jiang Nuanuan's appearance that I've ended up so miserable today. There's no way I'd ever fall for her again. With a woman like her, I certainly have no desire to be a cuckold king. But whenever you mention her, your demeanor seems to become quite different. Is that so? I was slightly taken aback. It's just because she's so detestable. When you hate someone, your expressions are naturally going to change. Wei Xiaoyuan smiled softly and lowered her head to continue eating. While we were in the middle of eating, I caught a glimpse of Jiang Nuanuan's car just as it was leaving the parking garage. Looks like there's no overtime tonight. It's most likely that Jiang Nuanuan is driving home to play with that little kid. Xiaoyuan, I suddenly remembered my house keys are still upstairs, and I haven't turned off my computer yet. You go ahead and keep eating. I'll run up to turn off the computer and come back down to finish eating. All right, go ahead. I quickly ran upstairs to get my things and return. After we both finished our meal, Wei Xiaoyuan took out her car keys. Shenbo, would you mind being my driver for tonight? My house shouldn't be too far from yours. You can drive to your place, and then I'll drive the rest of the way. By myself. Is that okay? She dangled the car keys in front of me, with a slightly coquettish tone. Hearing that, I felt a slight stir in my heart. During rush hour, instead of being squeezed like a sardine, on the subway, I was naturally very willing. Sure, then I'll gratefully accept the ride. When we arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex, I got out of the driver's seat and thanked Wei Xiaoyuan. Thank you for today. And about this blind date, I'll keep it a total secret and won't breathe a word to any colleagues. I made a zipping motion over my mouth, making Wei Xiaoyuan burst out laughing. All right, hurry on inside. Waiting until I had disappeared behind the gate, Wei Xiaoyuan sat blankly in the driver's seat, watching my retreating back. Just now, when there were only the two of us in the car, her heart was racing so fast that she didn't dare say a word. Shenbo is willing to go on a blind date, which proves that he is currently single and doesn't have anyone special in his heart yet. So, I still have a chance. Jiang Nuanuan's car was parked right behind an SUV. The spot where I got out of the car just happened to be obscured by that large vehicle, and since it was dark, I didn't pay close attention. Consequently, from start to finish, I was completely unaware that Jiang Nuanuan was sitting in the car. She gritted her teeth, her hands gripping the steering wheel tight. Shenbo, you disappeared as soon as work was over. I thought he had some busy family matter, but it turns out he was sneakily going on a date with another woman. He previously declared so confidently that he was single, and now he's already clinging to a girl. Over the past 4 years, he probably just dated in hotels. No wonder when he came to my house yesterday, there wasn't even a trace of another woman to be seen. Shenbo, you're quite something. She immediately called my number. Shenbo, right now, come to the office immediately. Jiang Nuanuan, why didn't you say so when we finish work? I'm just about to go to sleep now. You're making me come over this instant. Do you think I've sold my soul to you or something? Having just experienced that lady's gentleness, now having to face Jiang Nuanuan again, I immediately noticed a world of difference. I added irritably, that's right, going back to that farewell party on the night before the divorce. After the condom accidentally tore, less than greater than. I lived happy days for 4 long years, less than greater than, without any clue, less than greater than, that my ex-wife had secretly borne me a daughter, less than greater than. I thought our lives would never cross again, but who would have thought she would unexpectedly become my big boss. Jiang Nuanuan was so angry she couldn't speak, so she hung up with a click. I have to admit, it felt great to vent like that, but seeing Jiang Nuanuan hang up, I started to feel a little worried. I hurriedly called her back. Jiang Nuanuan flatly refused the call. Shenbo, you're something else. If you've decided to start over from the beginning and want to find another woman to marry, less than greater than, then I will never ever let little Muan know, less than greater than, who her real father is, less than greater than. In a brief moment, less than greater than. She even felt regret for returning to the country to look for me. Less than greater than. The next day when I arrived at the company, less than greater than, Jiang Nuanuan didn't even spare me a glance. It was obvious she was still extremely furious. However, the project I was involved in earlier had entered the preparation phase. This was the first major collaborative project since her return to the country, so no matter how angry she was, Jiang Nuanuan still called me into the meeting room along with the other department heads to discuss. The most difficult problem right now was that Wei Xiaoyuan's still hadn't finalized the ultimate location. It was only determined to be in the B1 basement of the mall. Many of the stalls there were already operational. Just then, I spoke up with a suggestion. I think we could place it on the first floor. Most of the luxury jewelry and gemstones are on the first floor, and our target customers are exactly that group. Lu Chang sneered sarcastically. Easier said than done. The rent on the first floor compared to the basement is on a completely different level. Are you planning to step up and cover that massive difference?
Jiang Nuanyuan glanced over briefly, then asked Wei Xiaoyuan to send the price quote for each location in the various malls. To everyone present, when Wei Xiaoyuan went to negotiate, she had secured the lowest possible price, but if we factor in the rent along with high-quality selected goods, then the profit margin of the products must be pushed very high. As a result, the final price will be much higher than at ordinary supermarkets. The number of customers capable of paying this price daily is just too meager. I find the profitability of this project not particularly promising. Jiang Nuanyuan frowned slightly. The rent far exceeded her initial estimates. Even so, she still placed considerable faith in this project. If it truly won't work, we could choose large storefronts on the main street, so the rental pressure would be somewhat alleviated.
Wei Xiaoyuan explained, less than greater than. But then the foot traffic wouldn't be sufficient. Less than greater than. Especially in winter, less than greater than. People tend to flock to malls to enjoy the air conditioning, so street-side shops will lose their competitive edge. I nodded in agreement. Director Wei is absolutely right. The middle and high-end consumer segment always values convenience. Customers park in the basement, take the elevator up to shop, and then push their carts back down to put things in the trunk. That is their standard shopping process. Jiang Nuanyuan has lived abroad for the past few years, so there are aspects of the domestic situation she doesn't fully understand. Overseas, land is vast and the population is sparse, less than greater than. Almost every household has its own car, less than greater than. Large general supermarkets, less than greater than, are usually built in isolation on large plots of vacant land, less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly remembered something, less than greater than. I remember there's a mall on Suiyuan Road, with a very large vacant plot of land opposite it. Wei Xiaoyuan took out a pre-printed map with a location circled in red. That land isn't for public sale or lease. I've looked into it, a privately owned plot. It's been sitting vacant like that for so long and no one knows who the real owner is. Jiang Nuanyuan replied nonchalantly, I bought that land 5 years ago. Initially, I planned to buy that land and find an architect to design a truly beautiful villa. But then you suddenly demanded a divorce, and after that, I didn't care about that land anymore. This meeting dragged on for nearly 4 long hours, causing everyone to miss lunch hour. By the time it finished, it was already 2 p.m. The various directors all walked out of the meeting room looking utterly exhausted. Damn it, my stomach is about to turn inside out from hunger. After returning to my desk, I quickly organized the meeting notes, then printed them out to take to Jiang Nuanyuan's office. When I entered, I saw her slumped over her desk. It seemed that even during the meeting, she had already been looking a bit unwell. Except for the projects that needed a green light, she bluntly rejected everything else, speaking visibly less as well. I thought it was just her usual cold habit, so I didn't pay much attention. But now that I've entered once more, the way she's slumped over the desk clearly indicates something's wrong. Having lived together for 4 years, I immediately thought of one thing. President Jiang, are you not feeling well? You don't need to worry. This wretched guy, she snapped irritably. But because she was exhausted, her rebuke sounded much weaker than usual. Is it your period pain again? Back in college, this condition seemed mild, but 2 years into our marriage, her symptoms became increasingly pronounced. I still remember before the divorce, every time her period came, Jiang Nuanyuan had to use painkillers. I didn't expect that after 4 years, this condition would have worsened even further. I had no way of knowing that after giving birth to little Muyan, Jiang Nuanyuan didn't get enough rest, but immediately returned to the grind of work, leaving her with these lingering effects today. I stepped forward and swept her up. Stop lying here like this. Shenbo, what do you think you're doing? Taking you home to lie down. I've checked this afternoon's schedule. There's nothing urgent. In your state, it's best to go rest in bed, get a painkiller, and get some deep sleep. If I recall correctly, it'll get much better after the second day. The first day is always the most agonizing for you, right? Jiang Nuanyuan looked up at me, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. You still remember. Shenbo. She hadn't expected him to realize she was unwell for this private reason. Less than greater than. Let alone remember that the first day was when she suffered most. An indescribable, bittersweet feeling welled up in her heart. On the night of that divorce party after the condom accidentally tore, I lived a carefree life for 4 long years without ever knowing. My ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought we'd go our separate ways and never meet again. Yet unexpectedly, she suddenly appeared as my superior. I curled my lip. I wish I could forget it too. In the past, I had to buy brown sugar water and heating pads for you every time. I still have some of those things left unused at home. Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly felt a strange surge of emotion in her heart, but she still asked me to put her down. Let me walk to the elevator myself. It won't look good if the employees see you carrying me around like this. I curled my lip. You worry about bad impressions, less than greater than, while I'm worried you'll ruin my romantic prospects. Less than greater than. With that, I quickly set Jiang Nuanyuan down. She struggled to walk into the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Very quickly, I managed to reach out and catch her, holding Jiang Nuanyuan tight in my arms.
I let her lean on me for support until we reached the parking garage. Seeing this, I decisively picked her up and placed her in the passenger seat. It's been 4 years. With all your money, do you still not know how to take care of your body? Back when I was still by your side, Jian Nuan never suffered this badly. Or did you overindulge in partying with some other man, to the point of ruining your own health? I didn't say another word throughout the journey. Arriving at the villa, I carried her up to her room, leaving the housekeepers staring in wide-eyed amazement. After carefully covering her with a blanket, less than greater than, I glanced at Jiang Nuanuan's pale face and scolded softly, less than greater than. Look at yourself over these past 4 years. What kind of state have you let yourself get into? Hearing those words tinged with concern, Jiang Nuanuan turned her head away and remained silent. What about me, raising a child alone and reaching this position today? As far as I'm concerned, that's good enough. It's all thanks to my own tireless efforts, just so my father could recognize my ability. If I hadn't risked everything, how could I have ever had the chance to return? Bo, what happens to me has nothing to do with you, does it? Her voice choked up, full of grievance. I also began to feel annoyed. I really shouldn't have bothered caring about you. I was kind enough to worry about you, only to be spoken to like this. Fine, do whatever you want. If I ever waste my time caring about you again, I truly am a fool.
Saying that, I stood up and left. At that moment, the DNA test results were finally ready. Time to see if that little girl is actually my biological daughter or not. I placed the car keys on the living room table, less than greater than. Then went outside to catch a taxi. Less than greater than. This villa district is truly difficult for catching a ride. My heart felt restless and uneasy. I took a cigarette from my pocket and lit it. When I turned my head, I suddenly saw Jiang Nuan standing by the window watching me. For some reason, I felt a pang of guilt and immediately threw the cigarette to the ground, stomping it out. Once I came to my senses, I cursed myself. Damn it, what on earth am I afraid of? We're already divorced. What right does Jiang Nuan have to care whether I smoke or not? Jiang Nuan was also momentarily stunned by my unconscious action. She had originally walked to the window to take painkillers from the drawer, but then, as if compelled, she pulled back the curtain, searching for the figure trying to hail a car downstairs. In truth, from the moment I walked down the stairs, she already felt regret. She shouldn't have said those heartless words just now. Shen Bo had no idea about the child. He simply thought she had gone abroad after the divorce. But now, any regret was already too late. Not long after, I got into a taxi. All through the next day, Jiang Nuan didn't come to the office. Who knows if it was because she was angry or busy with something else, other than reporting the company's work progress. To Jiang Nuan, I had absolutely nothing else to do. Just as it was time to clock out, I suddenly saw Wei Xiaoyuan walking out of the office. Thinking about Jiang Nuan's terrible attitude yesterday, I quietly took out my phone and sent a message to Wei Xiaoyuan's private number. Xiaoyuan, are you free tonight? Do you want to grab dinner together? From inside the restroom seemed to be the sound of a phone hitting the floor. Immediately after, Wei Xiaoyuan came rushing out of the restroom. From the hallway, she looked towards where I was sitting at my desk and then nodded her head vigorously. Her face was full of excitement. See, this is the kind of reaction a woman should have. Jiang Nuan is truly awful. Chasing a woman like her only brings suffering. I was blinded by that face of hers before. But now, a gentle older sister like this is truly wonderful. When it was time to leave work, less than greater than. Jiang Nuan still hadn't shown up. Less than greater than. I happily made my way to the restaurant less than greater than, where I had eaten with Wei Xiaoyuan last time. Less than greater than. After the two of us sat down, Wei Xiaoyuan blushed. Chen Bo, thank you for asking me out to dinner. I was about to say it was nothing, but Wei Xiaoyuan continued. You paid last time. This time is on me. I'll be mad if you try to snatch the bill. All right. Since Manager Wei is treating, how could I dare snatch the bill? Wei Xiaoyuan held her fork and looked at me, pouting as she said, Didn't I tell you not to call me manager outside of work? I laughed and replied, Okay. Since Sister Xiaoyuan is hosting, I definitely won't fight you for it. The two of us chatted very happily. After all, in the past, Wei Xiaoyuan never put on airs at the office, so our relationship was usually quite good. After we finished eating and Wei Xiaoyuan paid the bill, Wei Xiaoyuan suggested if I wanted to go for a second round. I hesitated for a moment, but then I thought about how. Jiang Nuan, over the past few years, probably played around with who knows how many men. Why am I still holding back? Fine. Wei Xiaoyuan drove, and we went to a bar in the city center. However, the atmosphere at this bar was much more mellow. After Wei Xiaoyuan ordered 2 special cocktails, she handed the menu to me. Staring at the dizzying array of drinks, I just picked something that looked visually appealing. After Wei Xiaoyuan finished her 2 drinks, her cheeks were flushed. We were already sitting close together, and as Wei Xiaoyuan got tipsy, she boldly leaned her head on my shoulder. Chen Bo, you asked me out a second time. Does that mean we have a chance to take things further? She rested her head on my shoulder, her voice incredibly soft.
The scent of her hair slowly drifted into my nose. I let her lean on me and asked, Sister Xiao Yuan, what kind of person do you think I am? At the farewell party the night before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the little umbrella, I lived a carefree life for the past 4 years without ever knowing.
My ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought I would never have any contact with her again, but who could have guessed that she would suddenly reappear and become my direct boss? Yesterday, after leaving Jiang Nuanyuan to pick up the test results, both reports clearly stated that the two of us have no biological relation. At that very moment, I, who had been drowned in this relationship for 4 years, suddenly woke up. Can't keep waiting for someone who's no longer possible. Jiang Nuanyuan returned to the country, but over these past few days, this push and pull game of hers feels more like she's preparing to humiliate me. If that's the case, why should I still bother with her? Tonight, I must start over from the beginning. Chen Bo, I think you're great. Your looks are fine. Your character is good. Your outlook on life is also right. Actually, I really like you. As she spoke, her already flushed cheeks turned even brighter red. What about you? She looked at me expectantly. I was just about to say that I also think she's very good, and that we could see if we're a good match. As it turned out, before the words could leave my mouth, I saw Jiang Nuanyuan along with Chen Lixin, Ang Ru, and a few others walking past outside. Jiang Nuanyuan isn't working, but is at a bar looking for gigolos. I was sitting by the window, and my eyes met Jiang Nuanyuan's as she stood outside. She looked at Wei Xiao Yuan sitting next to me, and her intoxication vanished instantly. Well done, Chen Bo. I have to endure pain to entertain clients and negotiate with partners to get the best possible profit for the company. Thinking about how my attitude yesterday wasn't great, I didn't make you work overtime. And this is what I get. You're impressive, going out to pick up girls. She gave me a look I could kill.
Wei Xiao Yuan, sitting further in, less than greater than, clearly didn't see Jiang Nuanyuan leaving like that. Less than greater than. I felt a bit incredulous. Less than greater than. I thought Jiang Nuanyuan would storm in here. I don't know why, but I always feel like I've been caught having an affair. I wasn't in the mood to drink anymore. After waiting for Jiang Nuanyuan to leave, I helped the now drunk Wei Xiao Yuan to her car. I called a substitute driver to take her home and then caught a taxi back to my apartment. Just as I lay down to sleep, the doorbell rang. Didn't order any takeout. Let's see who it is. It was Jiang Nuanyuan, reeking of alcohol, looking like she could barely stand. Chen Bo, you're a scumbag. She threw herself into my arms, her fists raining blows down on my chest. My eldest miss. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing here drunk and making a scene? I'm going to have to file this as a workplace injury. Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly pushed me away.
What were you doing at the bar with another woman earlier?
Did the two of you do something? After saying that, she rushed straight into the bathroom, less than greater than. Wanting to see if there was another woman showering inside, less than greater than. Seeing no one, less than greater than. She barged into the bedroom and tore back the blankets, less than greater than. There was nothing. Less than greater than. Chen Bo, where is that woman? What woman? And the only one at home. Jiang Nuanyuan stumbled and lunged straight into my chest, feeling something soft rubbing against my ribs, less than greater than. I quickly pushed her away, less than greater than. After being pushed away, less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan angrily put her hands on her hips and pointed at my nose, less than greater than. When did I ever give you permission to look for another woman? I sneered. Eldest miss. We're divorced. We have no relationship anymore. Even if I find 10 women, it has nothing to do with you. You think you can control me? Chen Bo, even though we're divorced, you're still the child's father.
She forced those words back down her throat. From now on, you're not allowed to date Wei Xiao Yuan. I don't approve. Do you hear me? I don't know what kind of madness this girl is having while drunk. I grabbed her, intending to push her out the door. Jiang Nuanyuan, we divorced 4 years ago. You have no right to interfere with who I date. I have no right? You were the one who demanded a divorce for no reason. What did I do wrong? What did you do wrong? I thought about the DNA test results that showed the child had no relation to me whatsoever. Looking at the child's age, the timing of the pregnancy can be calculated. Jiang Nuanyuan, immediately after the divorce, went and had a child with another man. Was I not good enough? In our 2 years of marriage, you never even mentioned wanting a child. Thinking about how I naively thought, if this child were mine, then for the child's sake, I should speak properly with Jiang Nuanyuan, less than greater than. And maybe there'd still be a chance for us, less than greater than. But now there's no possibility at all, less than greater than. Chen Bo, you. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at me, less than greater than. So angry she couldn't speak for a long moment. What about me? You ran off with another man and cuckolded me, and you think I can't talk about it. You didn't expect this, did you? I even took your hair for testing. That child was definitely born of you. Jiang Nuanyuan was stunned. Back then, she was only worried about me finding out, knowing full well it was my child.
So after the center discovered my identity, she found someone to swap the results. Chen Bo, you're truly a beast. That child. At that time, everyone pressured her to terminate the pregnancy, but she couldn't bear to because it was your child, your firstborn. She refused no matter what, and worked her hardest to prove her worth.
Even through the morning sickness of the first trimester, she still went to work. And yet, this is what Chen Bo has to say. I'm a beast. I chuckled dryly. In this day and age, awful women don't bother with logic anymore, do they? Fine. Let me show you what a real beast looks like. I took off my coat, threw it on the ground, and grabbed Jiang Nuanyuan, dragging her into the bedroom. At the farewell party the night before the divorce, less than greater than, after accidentally tearing the little umbrella, less than greater than. I lived a carefree life for 4 years, less than greater than, without ever knowing, less than greater than, that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought we'd never have any contact again, but unexpectedly, she suddenly reappeared and became my direct boss. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at me in horror. The way I looked now was so unfamiliar, nothing like the Chen Bo she used to know. Chen Bo, what are you doing? What am I doing? Jiang Nuanyuan. You spent so long setting all of this up. Wasn't it just to prove something? To see me kneeling at your feet, to make me lose my self-respect and forgive you. Saying that, I gave her a hard push, knocking Jiang Nuanyuan onto the bed, and then I locked the bedroom door. Jiang Nuanyuan backed away, with a bit of anticipation but mostly anger. Chen Bo, you were the one who said you were tired of sleeping with me, and now you're acting like I'm the one who did everything wrong. I pinned both her hands above her head, staring deep into her tear-filled eyes. Jiang Nuanyuan, even if I sleep with you, I won't take responsibility. I said that on purpose. As expected, a look of humiliation appeared on her face. What do you take me for? A free call girl. Chen Bo, let me go. I slowly moved my hand down from her waist and then pushed back up. Jiang Nuanyuan's heart tightened, her breath catching in her throat. She looked at me with red eyes. Chen Bo, less than greater than. Do you actually still have me in your heart? Less than greater than. Is there any feeling left? Less than greater than. I thought of the DNA report and coldly replied, no. To me, you're limited to this kind of free relationship. Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip hard, and finally she couldn't stop herself from bursting into tears. She brought her knee up and struck me in the stomach. Chen Bo, I hate you. I let go and sat up, pulled a cigarette from the nightstand and lit it. Don't worry, I won't sleep with you. I find it dirty. My voice was calm, as if my attempt to force Jiang Nuanyuan now was only to scare her. Hearing the word dirty, Jiang Nuanyuan trembled all over, her chest heaving violently. Chen Bo called her dirty, but from beginning to end, the only man she had a physical relationship with was me, Chen Bo. In 4 years, countless men wanted to get close to her, but in her heart, there was only ever me. And yet now I find her dirty. Jiang Nuanyuan laughed in sheer frustration. Chen Bo, what nonsense are you talking? Jiang Nuanyuan, you know best what you've done yourself. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense anymore. I stood up shirtless, looking at Jiang Nuanyuan. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. Either you leave right now, or you stay. But I've said it, no responsibility after, consider it free. She left. No matter how much she loved me, she couldn't be that thick-skinned. Watching Jiang Nuanyuan leave, my tense nerves finally relaxed. Looks like I have to find a way to quit. Thinking about starting over, less than greater than. I stayed up all night researching which specialization in my field, less than greater than, was easiest to switch to as a beginner, less than greater than. I got so engrossed in the research, less than greater than, that I still hadn't decided by dawn. In the morning, I took the last of Jiang Nuanyuan's clothes into the bathroom to wash them, dried them with a hairdryer, and went to the office early. I placed the clothes on her seat, packed inside a black plastic bag. This way, Jiang Nuanyuan will have no more reason to come looking for me. As I was about to leave, I heard footsteps outside. I paused for a moment, intending to wait for the person outside, to sit down at their desk before going out. I want to sleep with him. It was Jiang Nuanyuan's voice. Who does Jiang Nuanyuan want to sleep with? Gu Qingqing's voice followed. You said it so many times, but in the end, you never do it. Jiang Nuanyuan stamped her foot in frustration, letting out a helpless sigh. Sometimes I think I'm really crazy. I already have the child. Can it just be for the child? In the office, I heard this and let out a cold laugh. It seems Jiang Nuanyuan returned this time, her daughter's biological father, and I'm just a tool, or nothing more than a passerby. Immediately after, Gu Qingqing continued. Hasn't that childhood friend of yours come to see you lately? I remember him being so proactive before, pursuing you so eagerly. Now he's nowhere to be seen. Jiang Nuanyuan spoke as she walked toward the office. He's probably just busy. The moment the door opened, she saw me standing inside. Gu Qingqing saw me and squinted her eyes at me. Jiang Nuanyuan froze like a statue, then made an excuse. My poodle is about to take the grad school entrance exam, less than greater than. I have to go find a test prep center for it. Less than greater than.
Saying that, she slipped away toward the elevator. Jiang Nuanyuan, thinking about last night, looked at me with a cold expression. First thing in the morning, what are you doing sneaking around in my office? Chenbo, do you happen to have a hobby of installing hidden cameras in my office? I let out a scoff. I'd rather watch the goddesses on my computer than look at you.
I'm fed up with you, President Jiang. Having said that, I prepared to walk out and return to my desk. Once a person has decided to quit, they no longer fear heaven or earth. Jiang Nuanyuan grabbed my arm tightly, and in the next second, she was pulled by a strong force, lunging straight into my chest. I looked at her. President Jiang, have you forgotten about last night? Jiang Nuanyuan lowered her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I drank a bit too much yesterday. Sorry. Just pretend you never heard those words. I'll also pretend to forget everything you said. At the farewell party the night before the divorce, less than greater than. After accidentally tearing the little umbrella, less than greater than. I lived freely for 4 years. Less than greater than, without ever knowing, less than greater than, that my ex-wife had silently given birth to my daughter. I thought we'd never meet again, but who could have guessed? She would suddenly reappear and become my direct superior. Last night, I almost ripped her stockings, and yet she says to act as if nothing happened. Jiang Nuanyuan, when did you become so generous? Or were you always such a liberal woman? It's just that before you were just pretending to be a cold goddess in front of me. Chenbo, are you still bothered by the fact that after your parents' accident, you couldn't get in touch with me? Actually, I can. We're divorced. Whatever happened back then, I don't want to know about it anymore. I let go of Jiang Nuanyuan and walked straight back to my workspace. Just as the elevator doors opened, 4 or 5 employees from the company stepped in. Jiang Nuanyuan could only helplessly close her office door. She wanted to say that she was locked in the villa at the time, less than greater than, and had risked climbing out of a window to escape. Less than greater than. It wasn't that she intentionally disappeared, less than greater than, but that they had confiscated her phone, less than greater than. After hearing the news about my parents, she immediately contacted Chen Lixin, asking him to mobilize top industry experts to the hospital where my parents were being treated. But when she returned home, all she received was my coldness and that heartless divorce notice. I didn't even give her a chance to explain, simply declaring I was tired of her and wanted a divorce. Throughout that entire day, I intentionally or unintentionally avoided any opportunity to be alone with Jiang Nuanyuan. When it was time to clock out, I didn't see any overtime notice, so I didn't bother asking Jiang Nuanyuan and just went downstairs on my own. Since I planned to quit, I considered several jobs yesterday, but none seemed right. In the end, I decided to try some low-cost creative ideas first to test my skills. As I entered the subway station, I felt like someone was following me. Looking back, I saw no one. It's definitely because Jiang Nuanyuan has been bothering me too much lately. Less than greater than. That I've become so paranoid. Less than greater than. As I exited the subway station, less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan had already parked her car, less than greater than, on the curb right at the entrance of my apartment complex. When she saw me get off work, she didn't say anything. Just took her car keys and headed into the parking garage. As I returned, I bought a takeout box by the road to eat at home, observing the foot traffic in the area at the same time. While walking back near the apartment complex, that strange feeling from the subway station earlier washed over me once again. I quickly ran ahead for about 100 meters and then suddenly turned around. Sure enough, I saw 2 people who didn't have time to hide. Hey you guys, I don't have any money. Why are you following me? I shoved my hands into my pocket with a reckless air, staring intently at them. Realizing they'd been spotted, they didn't waste words and just silently advanced toward me. Even though I was prepared, but I still didn't expect that. They lunged straight at me and started fighting. After parrying a few blows, I landed a kick on one guy's stomach, but then the other one elbowed me in the back so hard I coughed. Chenbo, someone said you took money 4 years ago, but didn't do the job. This is just a little warning lesson for you. Next time, well, take your life. The man finished speaking and was about to strike my face. As it happened, Jiang Nuanyuan appeared from nowhere, having taken a baseball bat from her trunk. She rushed over, tossed the bat to me on the ground, and swung a blow right at the man who had approached my back. He clutched his leg and rolled on the ground. The other one tried to resist. Seeing the baseball bat, he immediately lost his nerve, because they hadn't brought any weapons with them. When they followed me into the subway station earlier, the 2 of them cursed and fled for their lives. Jiang Nuanyuan immediately ran over to check on me. Chenbo, are you okay? She was extremely worried, her face filled with anxiety. This instinctive reaction definitely couldn't be faked. In this moment, my mind was also a bit blurred. However, once the adrenaline faded, the intense pain in my back made me collapse to the ground again. It hurts. It hurts so much. Jiang Nuanyuan immediately helped my injured self into the car and took me to the nearest hospital for a checkup. We went to the hospital for an x-ray. Luckily, my spine was fine.
Jiang Nuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. After paying the bill, she came over to me, intending to help me to the car. President Jiang, really, it's fine. I can walk on my own. Chen Bo, if that part is damaged, will affect your happiness for the rest of your life.
Think about it carefully. I thought it over. At this moment, my own health was clearly the most important, so I chose to let Jiang Nuanyuan support me. As we got to the door, I pushed it open. Pen. And the person walking in at that exact moment was Wei Xiaoyuan. Pen. I was stunned. Oh my god, Pen. What an incredible coincidence. Pen. Wei Xiaoyuan was also dazed. Pen. I was being supported by President Jiang and looking quite injured too. Jiang Nuanyuan greeted her generously. Manager Wei, less than greater than. It's so late. Why are you at the hospital? Less than greater than. Wei Xiaoyuan forced a smile. I'm here to get medicine for my mother. Less than greater than. Her eyes were fixed on me. Less than greater than. Shenbo, how did you get hurt like this? It looks quite serious. I gave a bitter smile. Just ran into a couple of punks with colored hair. They just attacked my hip without saying a word. Thinking about Wei Xiaoyuan's feelings for me, I intended to push Jiang Nuanyuan away. As a result, this woman clung even closer to me. Shenbo, Lumbo. The doctor said you shouldn't be walking on your own yet. Manager Wei, low. I'll take Shenbo home first, low. Having said that, she helped me straight out the door. Wei Xiaoyuan stood silently in the hospital, watching the receding figures. A sudden wave of sorrow surged within her heart. It seems Chen Bo and President Jiang are very close to one another. At the farewell party on the night before our divorce, an unexpected accident with a small umbrella occurred, and since then, I lived a carefree life for 4 years, completely unaware that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought I would never have any connection with her again, but who could have guessed she suddenly reappeared as my direct boss. Jiang Nuanyuan, after helping me into the passenger seat, she took the wheel herself. I buckled my seatbelt. President Jiang, please take me home. Jiang Nuanyuan didn't say a word. After driving for a while, she finally spoke. Who did you offend? Why did those 2 men attack you so directly? I don't know. Maybe they were just jealous because Im's so handsome. And that's where the envy came from. Fine. Let me make a few calls and use my connections to find out the identities of those 2, and then I'll throw them in prison to enjoy a feast of jail food. Sorry for the trouble. I remained silent for a moment. What exactly is Jiang Nuanyuan's intention? She was so worried when she saw me injured earlier, and now she's taking the initiative to use her influence to get those 2 men locked up. It's certainly for the best if President Jiang has the right connections. People like that deserve to be locked away for good. I have a faint suspicion of who is behind this. Years ago, Jiang Nuanyuan's father also used these same despicable and shady tactics. Now that she's back in the country, is he trying to pull the same tricks? Jiang Nuanyuan did not drive me back to the apartment complex where I live, but instead drove straight to her own villa. As we entered the house, little Muyan was sitting obediently at the table eating. The nanny was coaxing and feeding her. Seeing this, Jiang Nuanyuan told her to eat by herself. You're already this big and still letting others feed you. How shameful. Little Muyan climbed down from the dining table, ran quickly to Jiang Nuanyuan's side and grabbed her hem. Mommy, I want you to feed me. I miss you so much. The child is so young yet already knows how to act spoiled to get fed. Relying on her adorable looks, she even coaxes the teachers at kindergarten so that everyone willingly feeds her. You can't really blame the people at home either. Jiang Nuanyuan sighed helplessly at the nanny and then took the child into her arms. The sight of her holding the child and feeding her spoonful by spoonful made me feel a bit dazed. It looked exactly like the scene from my dreams. A happy family of 3 sharing a meal together. President Jiang, your daughter is truly adorable. Even though she's not mine, as someone who is just 2 years away from reaching the threshold of 30, seeing such a lovely little girl still makes my heart melt uncontrollably. Zhao Muyan looked at me with a wary expression. You're the one who made my mommy unhappy, aren't you? She brandished her spoon. When she scolded me, she looked exactly like a miniature version of Jiang Nuanyuan. Jiang Nuanyuan admonished, Yuan Bao, don't be so rude. I scratched my head tactically. This Jiang Nuanyuan is definitely doing this on purpose. Perhaps noticing my strange expression, Jiang Nuanyuan immediately changed this. I'm afraid they might track you to your home, cause more trouble for you. So for now, you should stay here. Once I've investigated everything, I'll take you back. Is President Jiang worried about me? Jiang Nuanyuan froze for a moment. I'm only worried that if something happens to you, the company will have to pay out an accident insurance claim. This time, I didn't take her words to heart. The way she rushed over earlier with that worried look wasn't acting. Jiang Nuanyuan gave the little one some instructions, then left Zhao Muyan to finish the rest of her meal. She went upstairs to change into more comfortable loungewear. I stood there staring at Zhao Muyan. This kid is quite a little trickster. She didn't want to eat by herself, just staring at me with her big eyes rolling around.
After hearing Jiang Nuanyuan go upstairs and close the door, she used her innocent voice to tell me, "Mister, can you feed me?" I looked at Zhao Muyan with a nonchalant air.
Didn't you hate me just a moment ago? I don't hate you anymore. The little girl flashed a flattering smile, which combined with her adorable face showed off her tiny baby teeth, making anyone who saw her want to pamper her. But I'm not just anyone. I just gave a glance and pretended not to notice. Her ultimate weapon had actually failed. Zhao Muyan was completely baffled. Since she was small, she had always used this trick to make everyone agree to her every demand. Yet this man hadn't fallen for it at all. She climbed down from her high chair and tugged at my pant leg. "Mister." When I looked up, she blinked, those big round eyes shining like two ripe grapes. This time, he definitely won't be able to resist picking me up. Zhao Muyan thought to herself and couldn't help but giggle. Result was that I simply squatted down. "Call me daddy once and I'll feed you." I lowered my voice significantly, fearing that Jiang Nuanyuan might overhear. Xiao Muyan agreed immediately without a second thought. "Okay, daddy, daddy, daddy," she called out with increasing enthusiasm, and her voice grew louder and louder. Panicked, I quickly covered the little one's mouth. I can't let Jiang Nuanyuan hear this, otherwise she might think I want to remarry her, just to become this child's stepfather. Xiao Muyan found my flustered state amusing, and kept giggling uncontrollably. Then she even intentionally shouted, "Daddy!" The nannies nearby saw my embarrassment and had to cover their mouths to hide their laughter. "Stop calling me that. I'll feed you right now. Just please stop calling me that." I lifted Xiao Muyan up from the floor. Having never held such a young child, I didn't know I should support her bottom, so I just tucked my hands under her armpits and placed her back in the high chair. Xiao Muyan seemed to have identified my weakness, and she started wiggling her bottom in the chair. "No, I want to be held." I lowered my voice threateningly. "No, you have to stay in the chair. I don't even know how to hold a child, so trying to hold her while feeding her was a challenge too great, completely beyond my abilities." Her scheme having failed, Xiao Muyan let out a loud wail and burst into tears. "Bad daddy. You're a bad daddy." Damn, was this child born specifically to be my nemesis? Flustered, I swept her out of the chair, struggling through various positions, until she was finally settled firmly on my lap. Holding the bowl with one hand, cradling Xiao Muyan with the other, I picked up the spoon and accepted my fate of feeding her. Having gotten her way, her tears vanished in an instant. By the time Jiang Nuanyuan finished changing and came out, she saw me holding Xiao Muyan and feeding her. This scene filled her heart with an indescribable emotion. She even felt a sudden urge to tell me that Muyan is actually my daughter, but she held it back. In truth, she was also afraid. Afraid that the words I said during the divorce were true, that I was sick of her, and that I no longer loved her. "Muyan, why aren't you eating by yourself again?" At the farewell party on the night before our divorce, after that unexpected accident with the small umbrella, less than greater than. I lived a carefree and happy life for 4 years, less than greater than, completely oblivious to the fact that less than greater than, my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter for me. I thought all ties with her were severed forever, but who could have predicted she suddenly reappeared as my immediate superior? I was just afraid that this little one would start calling me daddy all over the place again. "It's fine, there's only one bite left." With that, I fed the last mouthful of rice to Xiao Muyan. I carried her with one arm to get a tissue to wipe her mouth. Less than greater than. Only then did I cautiously set her back on the ground. Less than greater than. Seeing that she had no intention of calling me daddy again, less than greater than. I finally let out a silent sigh of relief. Less than greater than. This tiny child is like a ticking time bomb. Less than greater than. Truly terrifying. Less than greater than. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at this harmonious scene and suddenly felt like crying. This was the scene she had longed for throughout those 4 long years and had waited for over 4 years to see. I was like a model father, tending to every bite for my daughter, even gently wiping away the soup stains from her mouth. That warm appearance was as if the two of them had never been apart for 4 years, as if Chen Bo was still her husband. But Jiang Nuanyuan understood very well. Perhaps I only felt that because she appeared today and saved me from a dire situation and even took me to the hospital, my kindness toward Xiao Muyan was likely just a simple gesture of polite gratitude. "They'll have the staff prepare a room for you," she said, then carried Xiao Muyan upstairs for a bath. "President Jiang, there's no need for such trouble. I can just sleep on the sofa for the night. Everything should be fine by tomorrow." I thought to myself, if this child's biological father returns and finds me staying in the villa like this, it would be incredibly awkward. Jiang Nuanyuan remained silent for a long time. "Chen Bo, we were husband and wife once after all. Is it really necessary to be this formal?" She suddenly recalled the image of Wei Xiaoyuan at the hospital and thought about the fact that the two of them had dated.
Shenbo, if Wei Xiaoyuan invited you to her place, I bet you wouldn't be sleeping on the sofa, would you? You'd probably be heading straight for her bed. If it were Wei Xiaoyuan, it's true that I would likely agree immediately. Since we were blind date partners, after all, progressing to that level would be perfectly normal. I didn't even know why I was feeling guilty, so I avoided the question. President Jiang, since when did you enjoy interfering in my private life? This is not within the scope of employee regulations. Jiang Nuanyuan grit her teeth in anger. What about what I told you on your first day at the company? Have you thought it over? The amount will be raised to 3 million yuan for a duration of 1 year. Serve well at the company during the day and provide the same attentive service at the villa by night. You can earn 2 salaries. I frowned slightly. Internally, I was tempted, but Jiang Nuanyuan's father would certainly never allow it. I'm afraid I'd have the life to receive that money, but not to spend it. Jiang Nuanyuan, you want to use this to humiliate me, to show me how foolish my decision to divorce was. Let me tell you, I don't need it. In reality, I was desperate for money, but this money is too hot to handle and won't be easily taken. So I plan to refuse first, waiting until Jiang Nuanyuan continued to increase the offer before bringing up the matter of her father. Having already said those cold words, there was obviously no reason left for me to stay in this villa. I decisively turned and headed straight for the main gate. Jiang Nuanyuan realized that her words had deeply wounded my pride. Filled with regret, she rushed after me, trying to call me back. By chance, a taxi was just pulling up at the gate. Usually taxis are very rare in this area. I signaled at the gate and drove away immediately. Jiang Nuanyuan silently watched me leave, and a profound sense of emptiness suddenly filled her heart. She shouldn't have said those things earlier, just when the atmosphere between them had begun to thaw. She returned to the villa and made a phone call. Have you investigated who attacked Chenbo today? What? He really hired them himself. I see. Find a way to keep those 2 locked up in prison. As for him, I'll investigate personally. And get 2 more people to keep watch near Chenbo's house. Report immediately if you see anyone suspicious. After hanging up, Jiang Nuanyuan sat dazed on the sofa, lost in thought. Regarding my sudden demand for a divorce back then, she suddenly felt a surge of doubt. Could someone have intervened to make Chenbo suddenly want to break up with her? I took a taxi back to my apartment complex. Just as I got out and was about to enter the gate, I happened to run into Wei Xiaoyuan waiting there. Xiaoyuan, why are you here? I was worried. I wanted to stop by and see how you were doing. A colleague sent me your location. I knocked on your door for quite a while, but there was no answer. I thought you had already gone. She lowered her head slightly in disappointment. She assumed that Jiang Nuanyuan and I had already taken that step. On the other side, Jiang Nuanyuan had just lulled Xiao Muyan to sleep when her phone rang again. President Jiang, we see Chenbo with a woman. They're standing in front of the apartment gate. It's unclear what they're talking about. Jealousy blazed fiercely within Jiang Nuanyuan. Is it a woman who looks very gentle with a good figure, wearing office attire? Yes, that's her. She looks like the department manager at your company. Jiang Nuanyuan's expression immediately darkened. Of course, it's her. Keep a close watch and see what they're up to. Understood, President Jiang. I felt a bit awkward and apologized. I just went to President Jiang's place to pick up some things, so I'm late. Next time, just call my phone directly. I did call, but it said your phone was powered off. I took out my phone to check. Less than greater than. Only to find the screen was completely shattered. Less than greater than. I must have dropped it earlier without realizing. Less than greater than. Seeing the phone was totally broken and unusable. Less than greater than. Wei Xiaoyuan took a spare phone out of her bag. Less than greater than. This is an old phone I don't use anymore. Less than greater than. Please use it for now. Less than greater than. And return it once you get a new one tomorrow. Otherwise, you won't even be able to pay for the subway. Thank you. Since it's late, would you like to come up and sit for a bit? I took the initiative to invite her. After all, she went through the trouble of coming all this way. Less than greater than. I couldn't just let her leave after a few words downstairs. Less than greater than. At the farewell party on the night before our divorce, less than greater than. After the unexpected accident with the small umbrella, unaware ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter. I thought we were done forever, but to my surprise, she suddenly reappeared and became my boss. Wei Xiaoyuan nodded shyly. Would I be bothering you? Not at all, not in the least. All those suggestive clothes from before have already been returned to Jiang Nuanyuan. There's nothing left in this room that others shouldn't see. Ting. A message notification pinged. Jiang Nuanyuan opened it to look. It was a photo of Chenbo and Wei Xiaoyuan entering the apartment complex. Chenbo, you're truly something. Right after rejecting me, you immediately bring another woman home for the night. With you acting like this, don't dream of ever having peace. Sitting in her study, the more Jiang Nuanyuan thought, the angrier she got, until she finally grabbed her keys and headed straight downstairs. Before leaving, she instructed the housekeeper. Aunt Jiang, I have to go out for a while. Please look after the baby for me. Wei Xiaoyuan entered and sat on the sofa. She noticed the home furnishings were very simple,
clearly indicating that only one person lived there.
Wei Xiaoyuan breathed a secret sigh of relief. It seemed Chen Bo was still a man of character, not the type to fool around. Wei Xiaoyuan glanced into the kitchen and asked, "Chen Bo, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook something for you?" Hearing her say that, I suddenly remembered the dinner I had was knocked to the ground by those two idiots. After everything, my stomach was indeed growling with hunger. I haven't eaten. But don't cook. I'll do it myself. I can't possibly let a guest go into the kitchen. I went to wash my hands, to see what was left in the fridge. Wei Xiaoyuan stopped me. "Chen Bo, you're injured. You should rest. Let me do it." The usually gentle woman suddenly became quite firm. I was slightly stunned and scratched my head. "Then, am troubling you too much." A while later, Wei Xiaoyuan brought out a steaming bowl of rice noodles.
"I don't know if it suits your taste, but give it a try."
I sat down, my stomach already empty, and seeing the noodles made my mouth water even more. I blew on them and began eating voraciously. So delicious. Better than anything I could cook. Better than the greasy food from outside stalls, too. It feels very light and healthy. Before long, I had gulped down every last drop of broth. "Xiaoyuan, thank you so much. Without you, I'd have probably just ordered takeout." Xiaoyuan looked at me with a shy smile. After seeing me finish the last of the soup, she sat down close beside me and looked at me seriously. "Chen Bo, I like you. Can we try dating?" I was stunned. I didn't expect the confession to come so suddenly. "Xiaoyuan, I didn't expect that after only sharing 2 meals together, that Wei Xiaoyuan would say she liked me." With blushing cheeks, Wei Xiaoyuan lowered her head, her hands resting on her short skirt,
anxiously smoothing the fabric.
"Actually, I've liked you for a very long time. I just didn't dare say it before." I stood there dazed. I never imagined she had a secret crush on me. I hadn't sensed it at all. Usually in the department, the two of us always seemed to have a strictly professional relationship. At most, I just thought the manager was quite gentle, as whenever she spoke with me, she always liked to look directly into my eyes. I just assumed she was well-bred and polite. Wei Xiaoyuan pressed her hands against her burning cheeks. "Chen Bo, it's okay if you haven't thought it through yet. I just wanted to let you know. I hope you'll consider being with me." She maintained her gentle demeanor, but her voice carried a hint of pleading. It seemed she was truly afraid of being rejected by me. Seeing this, even a stoic like me couldn't help but be moved. Being confessed to by such a gentle beauty,
what man could possibly resist?
I was just about to say we could give it a try, but before the words could leave my lips, Wei Xiaoyuan's phone suddenly rang. It seemed there was an urgent change in the project, and they were calling her back to the company for an emergency meeting. "All right, I'll be there immediately." Wei Xiaoyuan looked at me with an apologetic smile. "I have to head to the office now. Please think carefully about what I said." Jian Yuanyuan sat in her car witnessing Wei Xiaoyuan leave the apartment complex, and then she stepped out of her own vehicle. Wei Xiaoyuan had been up there for half an hour. She calculated the time in her head. Adding in time for a shower and changing clothes, Chen Bo couldn't have finished that quickly. Moreover, when Wei Xiaoyuan came down, her hair was still completely dry. Perhaps nothing cross-boundary had happened between them yet.
Regardless, as she entered the elevator, her heart was still pounding.
She was afraid of seeing me coming out fresh from the shower. It's possible that after 4 years, this kid's stamina isn't what it used to be. Maybe 15 minutes is all it takes now. So adding shower and travel time, wouldn't that perfectly match the timeline? Ding dong. I had just finished washing the dishes and pans. When I opened the door, I was stunned to see Jiang Yuanyuan standing there. I thought it was Wei Xiaoyuan returning for something she forgot. "Jiang Yuanyuan, why are you here?" She poked her head into peek. "Chen Bo, did you just cook for Wei Xiaoyuan? The old Chen Bo only ever cooked for me. Yet now you're cooking for another woman." I shook the water off my hands, not bothering much with an explanation. She came all this way just to see me, so it's only natural to cook something for her. Besides, even if I hadn't cooked for her,
I still had to eat myself. Hearing this, Jian Yuanyuan finally felt a little more at ease. So it wasn't that I intentionally cooked for Wei Xiaoyuan, but just that since I was cooking for myself, I just made an extra portion for her. "So, Jian Yuanyuan, is there a reason you're here at this hour?" Jian Yuanyuan's gaze flickered, and she hastily avoided my eyes. Just moments ago, she had been so afraid that the two of us would ignite like dry tinder that she rushed here to intervene, completely forgetting to come up with a valid excuse. She stammered for a while before finally speaking. "I have a social function tonight. You are my assistant. At the farewell party on the night before our divorce, the unexpected accident with a small umbrella happened. Since then, I lived a carefree life for 4 years. Without any clue, my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I assumed all connections were gone. To my astonishment, she suddenly reappeared as my direct boss. "Jiang Yuanyuan, I'm already in this state, and you're still looking for me. Don't you have a secretary? Why can't he go with you?" "I can't." Before I could finish, Jiang Yuanyuan spoke as if she had everything planned. "So, I'll be the one driving tonight, and you'll be responsible for drinking on my behalf."
A party. I stared at the face of a triumphant Jiang Nguyen Yuan. Jiang Nguyen Yuan, all your schemes are being poured directly onto my head, aren't they? At least let me go inside and change my clothes first. Jiang Nguyen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Fine. I went into the room and chose some casual clothes. This outfit was originally bought for me by Jiang Nguyen Yuan years ago. I had actually worn this very set to win her over back then. When I finished changing and stepped out, Jiang Nguyen Yuan's hand, which was tucking her hair, froze in mid-air.
She stared at me intently for a long moment.
Shenbo, you still kept this outfit. What choice do I have? And not rich like you, President Jiang. I'm so poor that this 8-year-old outfit is all I have left to wear. Jiang Nguyen Yuan finally understood. Whenever this man wanted to mock or needle her, he loved to call her President Jiang. I didn't pay her any mind at all, turned around and headed straight downstairs. Getting into the car, I instinctively took the driver's seat, leaving the passenger seat for her. Originally, I had no intent of attending this gathering at all, but to cover up my lie, I had to hurriedly message the group to ask for the details. The location was Gu Qingqing's birthday party, held on the rooftop of a 5-star hotel. At the end of the shift, Gu Qingqing told Jiang Nguyen Yuan to come over, having invited many influential people to help her build connections.
After all, she just returned to the country and needed to network.
But at that time, Jiang Nguyen Yuan was seething with anger at me, so she flatly refused, claiming she wasn't feeling well. When Gu Qingqing saw that Jiang Nguyen Yuan was actually coming, she immediately broke into a smile. She sent a text asking, "So your ex-husband is coming too?" Jiang Nguyen Yuan replied, "He is." While stopped at a red light, she even took the phone off the to type out a message. "Find a way to get Chen Bo drunk for me. By my calculations, her period should be ending today. Before Wei Xiao Yuan can snatch Chen Bo away, I have to sleep with him first. My God, you're using your ultimate move right at the start." Gu Qingqing didn't expect the long-repressed Jiang Nguyen Yuan to want to get straight to the point like this. It seems she's truly terrified of her man running away. Don't ask so many questions, can you do it or not?
Jiang Nguyen Yuan was feeling a bit irritable.
After hitting send, she put the phone back on the mat and went back to following the GPS. Gu Qingqing replied, "Mission guaranteed to be accomplished." I caught a glimpse in the mirror, feeling a bit curious. I wondered what kind of massive deal they were discussing to warrant such a solemn vow to finish the mission. Jiang Nguyen Yuan and I took the elevator to the rooftop. The party was in full swing, and someone with a glass approached us. "Director Jiang, is this your kept boy toy? And you're introducing him as an assistant. Why do you bring him along every single time?" I quickly tried to clarify our professional status. "Director Cheng, I really am just Director Jiang's assistant." Inside, Jiang Nguyen Yuan felt a surge of annoyance. "Chen Bo, what is wrong with you? Is being associated with me really that embarrassing?" She dragged me straight toward the other side of the room.
As we walked, she interrogated me. "Do you despise being linked to me that much?"
I blurted out without missing a beat. "Yes, I do." "Chen Bo, I brought you here to help with business, not to sabotage everything. Besides, help me fend off these annoying men. You can pretend we're involved." Hardly had Jiang Nguyen Yuan finished when a man in a deep V-neck suit, shirtless underneath, approached us with a glass. "Director Jiang, care for a drink?" This seemed to have gained some fame lately through some reality show. He looked okay, but a bit too effeminate for my taste. Jiang Nguyen Yuan slightly tilted her chin, signaling me to block him. "Hello, Director Jiang isn't feeling up to it today. She won't be drinking." "It's fine if she doesn't drink. We can just sit and chat for a while." That pretty boy still had the gall to keep hitting on her. I rolled my eyes and remarked, "Director Jiang isn't into old cows grazing on young grass." Jiang Nguyen Yuan shot me a lethal glare. Wasn't I just basically calling her an old cow? Once the minor celebrity left, Jiang Nguyen Yuan gritted her teeth. "Chen Bo, since when did I not like eating young grass?" I raised an eyebrow. "I recall you being younger than me, aren't you?" Just then another mature-looking man, probably in his 30s, walked up. Jiang Nguyen Yuan's expression made it crystal clear that she wanted nothing to do with him either. This time, I switched my approach. "Forgive us, but our director Jiang only likes young grass. She's not interested in older men." After I said that, the man gave Jiang Nguyen Yuan a look of pure disdain. Jiang Nguyen Yuan's face darkened instantly. "Chen Bo, do you even know how to speak properly? Or are you just jealous, and that's why you don't want me near any of these men?" After saying that, she suddenly became
quite cheerful.
I replied, "Director Jiang, less than greater than. Am merely following your orders. Less than greater than. If you find my words distasteful, less than greater than, then feel free to fire me and hire a professional." Jiang Nguyen Yuan turned away and took a while to compose herself. She stared intently at me. "Chen Bo, I think that there's another way. You won't have to say a single word, and yet no one will dare approach me." I frowned slightly, sensing that whatever way Jiang Nguyen Yuan had in mind would definitely not be a good one. "What way?" The moment I asked, Jiang Nguyen Yuan, in her high heels, pressed herself against my chest, less than greater than, practically glued to my body, less than greater than. If I just lowered my head, I could have kissed her lips. Less than greater than. The railing was right behind me. Less than greater than. There was nowhere to retreat. Less than greater than. Jiang Nguyen Yuan's hand, starting at my chin, slowly slid downward. Chen Bo, it's been 4 years. I've almost forgotten the feeling of you pinning against the wall. As she spoke, Jiang Nguyen Yuan lightly licked her red lips, an action that instantly triggered a flood of memories within me. At the farewell party the night before the divorce, right before the divorce, after accidentally tearing the little umbrella, I lived a life of freedom for 4 years. Little did I know, my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought we would never cross paths again, but who could have guessed? She would suddenly reappear as my direct boss. On that graduation party night, everyone in the class drank themselves into oblivion at the KTV. Jiang Nguyen Yuan spent the whole time sitting in cold silence, less than greater than, only taking occasional sips of her drink. Less than greater than. By the end of the night, less than greater than. I had been plied with an endless amount of alcohol. Less than greater than. Coming out of the adjacent private room, I spotted Jiang Nguyen Yuan. I glanced around the deserted KTV lounge, noticing the staff hadn't started cleaning up yet, because it was graduation day. All the nearby KTVs were slam of customers, leaving them short-handed. I Jiang Nguyen Yuan straight into the private room's restaurant and bolted the door shut. That time, I pinned her against the wall, feeling my throat go dry. I reached out, took the glass from Jiang Nguyen Yuan's hand, and drained it in one gulp. Jiang Nguyen Yuan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What if I am? Is that a problem? She looked at me with a purely provocative gaze. As her hand fell naturally to her side, it felt as though she had reached into my very mind. Then she looked up at me again. Jiang Nguyen Yuan, you've got some nerve, treating me like a dog to play with. I shoved Jiang Nguyen Yuan away and went to the sink to splash water on my face, trying to sober myself up. When I came out, Jiang Nguyen Yuan was already waiting. Everyone is here. I told you that you're here to help me socialize today. The two of us headed into the main party area, where a group was sitting around playing games. Gu Qingqing introduced Jiang Nguyen Yuan and gave a detailed breakdown of the major projects her company was managing. After Jiang Nguyen Yuan handed out her business cards, everyone sat down to join the game. Since she had to drive, it was agreed that I would take the drinks for her. I could accept losing once or twice, but Jiang Nguyen Yuan lost every single round. I looked at her speechless. Jiang Nguyen Yuan, you're doing this on purpose, right? Jiang Nguyen Yuan feigned innocence. You know I've never been good at these games. It's only natural that I'd lose. Later, she started losing more subtly, maybe once every 2 or 3 games. I actually fell for it, believing she didn't know how to play. After drinking for a while, having hit the restroom twice, my steps began to falter. Jiang Nguyen Yuan saw that the time was right, and it was getting late, less than greater than. I'll take my assistant home now, less than greater than. Well, play with you all another time, less than greater than. I thought I was still doing okay, less than greater than. Even if I couldn't walk in a straight line. Then my hand, acting of its own accord, kept trying to wrap itself around Jiang Nguyen Yuan's waist. I had to admit, Jiang Nguyen Yuan used to be so thin, but now she was a bit more curvaceous. She felt so warm and soft to the touch. The more I touched, the more intoxicated I felt. Chen Bo, what are you doing? Jiang Nguyen Yuan asked with a smile, showing no sign of annoyance. Under the influence, my true self came out completely. I want to pamper you. Didn't you want to divorce me? Didn't you call me a slut? Jiang Nguyen Yuan looked at me with teasing eyes. If I'd known you were like this when drunk, when I first came back, I would have gotten you wasted that night. Once the deed was done, it would have been too late for you to deny it. I pulled her tightly into my arm, lightly bit Jiang Nguyen Yuan's ear, and whispered, Jiang Nguyen Yuan, on that night 4 years ago, did I make you so ecstatic you lost your mind? Is that why you still can't forget about me? How can you be more shameless than some cheap gigolo? Just one sentence made Nguyen Yuan's love feel as if it had been doused with ice-cold water. She froze in the elevator, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. Such venomous words could actually come from the mouth of the man she had loved for 8 years. Chen Bo, you're a bastard. Her upbringing made Jiang Nguyen Yuan tremble with such fury that she couldn't even find words to curse back. The fire within her was suddenly extinguished, leaving behind a terrifying silence. We both sat in the car without exchanging a single word. I knew I was completely hammered, which is why I vented all my bitterness over the DNA test, resulting in those harsh words. Even if I wanted you, Jiang Nguyen Yuan, you should just give it up. Those millions might not be a small amount for long. I'd rather start fresh with Wei Xiao Yuan. I've reached the age to settle down. I can't just drift like this forever. We're here. I'll take you up. After a silent ride, the ache in Jiang Nguyen Yuan's heart hadn't lessened at all. But seeing me so drunk and reeking of alcohol, she had no choice but to swallow her feelings. As she tried to support me, our bodies brushed against each other. I shoved her away, unwilling to be played like a dog by Jiang Nguyen Yuan any longer. After pushing her, I stumbled and fell to the floor. Jiang Yuan finally lost her. She was already physically exhausted and carrying me was hard enough, yet I insisted on pushing her away. She struggled to shove me into the elevator, and after pressing the floor number, Jiang Yuan muttered, "Chen Bo,
Have you completely lost your mind? I think you're crazier than I am. We're divorced. We should just act like strangers. Why do you insist on keeping me tied to you? Didn't you call me the type of person who craves attention? So what if I choose to spend my money to play with you?" She was truly fed up. Fueled by my earlier insults, she let her anger dictate her blunt words. I lean against the elevator wall, laughing out loud at her words. "So that's it, Jiang Yuan. Your real purpose truly is just to trample on my pride and mess with me." And here I was, actually starting to feel soft toward you again. The moment the elevator doors slid open, I yanked her out of the elevator. My grip on her wrist was like a vice, making it impossible for her to break free. In the next second, I pinned her forcefully against the cold wall. The impact against her back was sharp and painful. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to scream it, a kiss reeking of heavy alcohol crashed violently onto her lips. She trembled with a mixture of rage and shock, trying to push me away, but I only tightened my grip on her waist, our chests pressed together with zero space between us. The heat from my body radiated through her shirt, making her very fingertips go numb. At the farewell party the night before the wedding, after accidentally damaging the little umbrella, I spent 4 years living a life of freedom. Little did I know that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought I would never have any connection with her again, but surprisingly, she suddenly showed up as my big boss. This bastard had just finished hurling poisonous insults at her, yet now he was being this wildly aggressive. But ironically, a kiss held a destructive obsession and made her heart skip a beat in an instant. A strange tingling sensation surged up from the base of her spine, choking back all her insults in her throat. Her eyes began to redden, humiliation mixing with an uncontrollable spark of arousal, making her nose sting with sharp pain. All her pent-up resentment finally exploded. She jerked her head away and pushed me away with every ounce of her strength. She choked out through her sobs. "Get out." Her tears splashed onto the back of my hand, so searingly hot that I immediately froze in my tracks. I wiped my mouth and stormed into my room, leaning against the door, panting for breath. My fingertips still tingled with the soft warmth from the elevator, and my mind was completely filled with the image of her tear-filled eyes as she pushed me away. No way. I have to quit this job immediately. If this keeps up, something bad is bound to happen. I pulled out the spare phone that Wei Xiaoyuan had given me. Drunk as I was, I kept fumbling with the keys, swearing under my breath in frustration. Just then, there was another knock at the door. "Jiang Yuan, I already let you go once. It's your own fault for staying. So from here on out, whatever happens, don't expect me to take any responsibility." I let out a cold laugh, the rage in my heart reigniting instantly. My palms slammed against the handle, and I yanked the door wide open. Before the figure outside could even react, less than greater than, I seized their wrist in a tight grip, less than greater than. Hauling them into the room, less than greater than. Like a predator with its prey, less than greater than. I slammed the door shut with my other hand. A loud click followed as I locked it tight. Without giving them a chance to speak, I pinned them hard against the freezing wall. My kiss, burning with alcohol and fury, descended upon them, as I roughly forced their lips open, claiming every breath they had. My other hand began tearing at their clothes, ripping off 2 shirt buttons that hit the floor with a dry, hollow sound. I tossed the jacket carelessly to the ground. The moment our warm skins touched, I hesitated for a split second, but the surging desire quickly overwhelmed everything else. My hand slid further down, until it reached the edge of the delicate lace lingerie. Suddenly, it hit me that something was very wrong. This felt way too soft, completely different from the texture I remembered. I sobered up slightly in an instant. Panting, I fumbled to switch on the wall lamp. A warm yellow light flooded the room, clearly revealing the face in front of me. It was Wei Xiaoyuan. What on earth was she doing here? Wei Xiaoyuan's shirt was torn and disheveled, her collar gaping open to show her delicate collarbones and the lace of her bra. Her cheeks were flushed a deep, burning crimson. Her wide, teary eyes were filled with shyness and a hint of sheer panic. Her lips were swollen from the intense kissing. She was biting her lower lip hard, not daring to utter a sound. The soft lighting only made the atmosphere feel more suffocating and awkward. I stood there frozen, every bit of my drunkenness gone. My Adam's apple bobbed for a long time before I managed to croak out a dry apology. "I am so sorry. I'd way too much to drink." Wei Xiaoyun's face was so red it looked ready to catch fire, as she clutched her chest with both hands. She bit her lip, the corners of her eyes tinted pink. Her embarrassment was so deep her ears were burning, and she couldn't string together a full sentence. She just shook her head slightly, making a tiny sound like a mosquito. Watching her, I felt a numbness crawl over my scalp, so I quickly turned around and scrambled into the bedroom. I pulled out an unworn, oversized hoodie and handed it to her without meeting her eyes. Please change into this." When Wei Xiaoyuan finally emerged in the new clothes, the baggy hoodie swallowed her whole, making her appear even more fragile and slender. However, the deep flush on her face still hadn't faded. I moved quickly to open the door. "Let me walk you downstairs. It's already so late." "No, it's fine," Wei Xiaoyuan interrupted softly, her voice barely a whisper. She clutched the hoodie collar tight, avoiding my gaze. "You should get some rest. I can find my own way home." With that, she practically fled the door and disappeared into the hallway, leaving me standing there completely dazed. Staring at the buttons and scraps of fabric strewn across the floor, I thought to myself, well, that's it. I probably scared Wei Xiaoyuan away, for good this time. Wei Xiaoyuan sat in a trance in her car, her back pressed hard against the seat, yet her heart was still thumping wildly against her chest. She reached up to touch her swollen lip, and the heat at her fingertip instantly brought back that breathless feeling of being pinned. Recalling my panicked expression when the light came on and my clumsy haste to give her that hoodie, that flustered look on my face, made Xiaoyuan's ears burn uncontrollably all over again. She had been completely violated, yet somehow a strange sense of sweetness was starting to creep into her heart. At the farewell party the night before the divorce, after accidentally damaging that little umbrella, I lived 4 years of pure freedom. Little did I know that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought we'd never cross paths again, but somehow she suddenly reappeared as my direct boss. The next day, Jiang Nuanyuan arrived at the office very early. Despite my hangover, the thought of resigning pushed me to get in early to talk to Jiang Wei. I wanted him to ask his contact in HR if there was any way to get out of that restrictive work contract. But before I could even find Jiang Wei, Jiang Nuanyuan sent out a message to several departments, calling everyone to the meeting room for a discussion. Once everyone was seated, she announced that the plans for the new high-end supermarket had been officially approved. The architectural firm had submitted 20 designs. Everyone was to review them and pick the best one. Jiang Nuanyuan instructed the secretary to hand out the printed draft to each of the managers. I sat right next to Jiang Nuanyuan and looked over them with her. A quick glance was all I needed to understand the designs. After all, both Jiang Nuanyuan and I were once architecture students. It was just that the job market was so brutal back then. Graduating basically meant becoming unemployed. So right after finishing school, we both made a synchronized decision to change careers. Yet when it came to blueprints, we could both see right through them. These designs were strictly average, safe, and uninspired. Despite my intention to quit, I couldn't help but offer my honest opinion. If we've hired a firm to give us options, then the design really should be more innovative and bold. We could even take inspiration from some truly iconic and unique architecture. We could then use our networks to invite celebrities for promotional visits and photos. With that kind of celebrity endorsement, shopping here would quickly become the latest fashion trend. As soon as I finished, I planned to zone out, but then I noticed Jiang Nuanyuan looking at me with pure admiration. I glanced her way, felt a wave of awkwardness, and quickly looked away. It's all because of this woman. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have almost crossed the line with Wei Xiaoyuan last night. Now, seeing her at the office today, I can't even bring myself to look her in the eye. Jiang Nuanyuan cleared her throat softly. I think Chen Bao's point is spot on. It's an absolutely brilliant idea. Since we've decided to handle this ourselves, we have much more freedom. Everyone, don't be afraid to propose even bolder concepts. The other managers nodded in agreement. The power of social media these days is truly formidable. In that case, we'll set aside these 2 design drafts for now. Director Wei, do you have any other new ideas? Wei Xiaoyuan was still completely dazed, her mind lingering on my passionate kiss from the night before. She was practically floating in the clouds. So when Jiang Nuanyuan suddenly called her name, she was momentarily stunned and startled. I think if we want to leverage media buzz, why don't we take this whole topic to social media? We could find a top-tier influencer to announce that we're building a new supermarket at this site, and that we want to crowdsource design ideas from the public. If a concept is chosen, we'll give a 10,000 yuan design prize. It's way cheaper than hiring an architectural firm, and medicines can often be much more creative anyway. The moment Wei Xiaoyuan finished, both Jiang Nuanyuan and I nodded in unison. Seeing my support for her idea, Wei Xiaoyuan gave a relieved smile. Okay, I'll leave you to coordinate that then. One more thing, regarding my supermarket overseas, it's the primary reference for this project. Tomorrow, you and Manager Zhao should go to conduct a comprehensive survey, as well as suitable imported goods. Please do a good job in product selection. Wei Xiaoyuan nodded. Yes, President Jiang. When Zhao Rushan heard he would be going on a business trip with Wei Xiaoyuan, his heart leaped with joy. Isn't this the perfect chance to get close to her? I finally have a shot this time. Seeing Zhao Rushan's smug face made me feel sick. As one man to another, how could I not see through his little schemes? I took out my phone and texted Wei Xiaoyuan. Be careful with that old man Zhao Rushan on the trip. Wei Xiaoyuan looked down at her phone and couldn't help but smile. Is Chenbo worrying about me? She sent back an obedient nodding sticker. After the meeting ended, I went to find Jiang Wei to ask about the previous resignation issue. Jiang Wei looked gloomy. Major Ivy is on a business trip with Zhao Rushan. I hope that beauty doesn't get tricked by that idiot Zhao Rushan.
President Jiang is something else too. She should have sent 2 men, or 2 women. 1 man and 1 woman like this is too dangerous. I suddenly realized something. Damn it, Jiang Nuanyuan, you petty woman. Just because I'm a bit close to Wei Xiaoyuan.
Are you trying to push her toward Zhao Rushin?
Jiang Wei sighed. You're not at the director's office. Why did you come here to find me? I want to ask you about Chen Bo. Come to my office. Before I could finish my sentence, Jiang Nuanyuan intentionally mentioned my name in the main group. I'll talk to you when I get out later. I braced myself and knocked on the door to enter. President Jiang, did you need me for something? Jiang Nuanyuan looked up at me and waited for the door to close before speaking. You were so drunk last night. Do you remember anything you did? Don't remember. I drank too much and blacked out. Actually, even if I did remember, I had to pretend I didn't. On the way home, Jiang Nuanyuan recalled how I lost control, and she felt much calmer now. Chen Bo's impulsiveness toward proves that I still have an effect on him. But she also remembered the hurtful things I said, and felt that I must be struggling as well. A jerk who says he's tired of sleeping with me. How can he be so torn inside? So Jiang Nuanyuan decided to test me. She stood up, her high heels clicking as she approached, stopping right in front of me. She leaned down, her soft hair falling, bringing a faint scent of perfume. Chen Bo, her husband, was standing behind her, his eyes fixed on her faint scent of perfume. Chen Bo, her voice dropped, filled with intentional ambiguity. We slept very well last night, didn't we? My expression changed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? I lowered my voice, afraid the secretary outside would hear. We clearly only kissed, nothing else happened. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted it so much I wanted to bite my tongue off. Jiang Nuanyuan burst out laughing and stood up straight. Her fingertips lightly brushed my chest, the mischief in her eyes plain to see. So it was just a kiss. She dropped, looking at my reddening ears, leaning in close. It seems you weren't that drunk last night. Your memory is quite good. Damn it. I fell for it again. My throat tightened. Looking at her radiant, smiling face, I remembered our entanglement in the elevator. A wave of heat rushed to my head, and I clenched my fists. But facing her playful gaze, I couldn't even stay angry. I could only grit my teeth. Jiang Nuanyuan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I am not. President Jiang stepped back and straightened up, the smile in her eyes deepening. I'm just asking, why so excited? It's not like we've never slept together before. Even if we did, I wouldn't make you take responsibility. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at me after saying that, watching for my reaction. I gave a cold laugh. Sorry, but I drank too much yesterday. That's why I mistook you for a blind date and lost control. In the future, I hope you'll maintain a professional distance as a colleague with your employees and put an end to these workplace hidden rules. Chen Bo, you really know how to get on my nerves. Jiang Nuanyuan's face turned red with anger at my words. At this moment, she really wanted to shut me up. She pointed at the door, furious. Chen Bo, I don't want to see you right now. Get out of my office immediately. On the night before our divorce, at the farewell party, a condom accidentally broke. After that, I lived a free and happy life for 4 years, never knowing my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought I'd never have any contact with her again. But who would have thought she would suddenly reappear as my direct boss? Late in the afternoon, near closing time, Jiang Nuanyuan walked toward my desk, the click-clack of her high heels announcing her arrival. Chen Bo, come to a dinner party with me. Jiang Nuanyuan didn't give me any chance to refuse. When you drive me there later, help me host the guests as well. These people are in sensitive positions. It's not appropriate for me to deal with them alone. Yes, President Jiang. I took the car keys. A while later at the hotel, Jiang Nuanyuan got out and went in first. By the time I finished parking and went inside, greetings were over and the drinking had already begun. Even with her background, Jiang Nuanyuan couldn't avoid entertaining these old men. Sensitive positions. They were most likely government officials, all people with power and status. Old men in their 50s were talking and spitting everywhere, chatting about everything from project planning to international affairs. I couldn't get a word in, so I just smiled and nodded occasionally to play along, while making sure their glasses stayed full. Jiang Nuanyuan was very resourceful, holding her glass and smiling brightly as she toasted everyone. Her aura completely outshone everyone else. In the middle of the dinner, Jiang Nuanyuan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She apologized to everyone at the table, then took the call outside. Before leaving, she told me to stay and cover for her. The room went silent for a few seconds. Then immediately, those old guys started blabbering about everything again. Old Wang, sitting at the head, ate appetizers, while lecturing us for 20 minutes, saying things like, young people need to eat their fill. I had to adjust my facial muscles constantly to make sure I looked enlightened and appropriately grateful. Xiao Chen, Old Wang picked up a piece from the 888 yuan emerald dragon dish, which was really just a few slices of cucumber. His lecture shifted along with his chopstick. Your President Jiang is young and impulsive, with her talk of mid to high-end services. In our day, it was all about serving the people. That's the true foundation. You are absolutely right, sir. I immediately poured more liquor into old Wang's glass. Old Lee, sitting nearby, took his time to join in, tapping his finger rhythmically on the table. And then there's that other thing. Classifying people into ranks like that just isn't right. Yes, Section Chief Lee is right. Inside, I just wanted to swear. Why isn't Jiang Nuanyuan off the phone yet? These old men are so hard to handle. After 3 rounds of drinks, the dogmatic atmosphere at the table got even thicker. From lecturing that youth shouldn't drink milk tea escalating to claims that the metaverse is electronic opium, I felt like I was about to grind my teeth into sparks. While I was offering a toast, I secretly texted Jiang Nuanyuan under the table. I'm only putting up with this for 30 more minutes.
If you aren't back by then, I'm leaving. But by the time the party ended, Jiang Nuanyuan still hadn't returned. The food on the table was mostly gone, and those big shots were starting to get bored, glancing at the exit every few seconds. I was getting anxious too, wondering where on earth Jiang Nuanyuan had gone. Another 10 minutes passed, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Old Wang said with a laugh, "Xiao Chen, what's so important that your President Jiang is still busy? She hasn't forgotten about us old men, has she?" Gave an awkward laugh and had no choice but to make excuses for her. "Director Wang, you must be joking. I'm sure President Jiang has an emergency. I'll be right back." I said that, but I wasn't sure myself. After waiting 5 more minutes, seeing the group about to stand up and leave, I really couldn't sit still anymore. I took out my phone to call Jiang Nuanyuan. A cold, automated female voice answered.
"The number you have dialed is currently powered off." I was speechless. Powered off? Jiang Nuanyuan, are you kidding me? Watching those big shots staring at me in the room, my head felt like it was going to explode. Then old Wang cleared his throat. "Xiao Chen, since President Jiang is so busy, we'll take our leave first. Let's get together another time." I jumped up in a hurry, my mind racing for an excuse. "I'm truly sorry, gentlemen. President Jiang just received a phone call. There's an emergency at home and she can't leave. She asked me to convey her deepest apologies. She will apologize to you in person another day." These guys weren't fools. They surely realized something was wrong. But out of respect for Jiang Nuanyuan, they all nodded and said it was fine before leaving happily. I saw each one of them to the door, the smile on my face almost frozen in place.
When the last old man finally drove off, I let out a huge sigh of relief. Just as I turned around, I saw a waitress holding a bill, standing right behind me with a smile. "Hello, sir. The total comes to 138,888 yuan. I stared at the long string of numbers on the bill, all those digits lined up together, and my eyes practically bulged out. This single meal costs as much as a whole year of my mortgage. Seeing I wasn't reacting, the waitress' smile faded slightly, but she remained professional. "Sir, will you be paying by card or QR code?" I swallowed hard, my throat feeling dry and parched. "I am waiting for my boss to come and pay." The waitress scanned me from head to toe, her gaze exactly like she was looking at some penniless guy trying to skip out on the bill. Didn't that woman leave already? I had to lie. She just had an emergency. She'll be right back. At that farewell party on the night before our divorce, After the condom accidentally broke. Less than greater than. I lived a life of freedom for 4 long years. Less than greater than. Not knowing at all. Less than greater than. That my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a daughter. I thought our paths would never cross again, but who would have she would suddenly appear and become my boss? The waitress gave a soft, "Oh," then said leisurely, "Sir, our Zayuan is a members-only restaurant. Usually guests pay their bills directly. As for waiting for a boss to come pay like you, well, this is the first time I've ever seen that." Her words sounded polite, but the sarcasm in her tone was unmistakable. My face instantly turned crimson with shame, wishing I could find a hole to crawl into. It didn't stop there. Another waiter standing nearby approached and whispered to the waitress, "Look at what he's wearing. He's probably just some boss driver. Tisk tisk, 130,000 yuan. He's probably never seen that much money in his life." They weren't loud. I heard every single word clearly. The waitress urged me again. "Sir, are you sure you want to keep waiting? We have other guests to attend to." My face darkened. Jiang Nuanyuan, oh Jiang Nuanyuan. Is this woman intentionally messing with me? Seeing I still wasn't saying anything, the waitress snapped. "If you don't have money, don't act like a big shot. Can't even pay for a meal, yet you want to play boss driver. Just swipe your card." I was fuming. Under the mocking stares of the staff, I had to swipe several of my credit cards just to finish paying the bill for this meal. Gu Qingxing happened to be there as well, hosting guests at Zayuan. Coming out and seeing the staff gossiping, she heard their jeers directed at me, and roughly figured out what was going on. Wasn't Jiang Nuanyuan trying to get back with Chen Bo? Why did she leave him in such an embarrassing situation? Jiang Nuanyuan's phone had died because the battery ran out.
After she charged it and turned it back on, she saw a string of texts and missed calls from me. It all started when she stepped out to take that call. Little Xiao Muyan had gone missing. The driver picking her up had been in a car accident, trapped in the driver's seat. Xiao Muyan had crawled out through the shattered window. When she got the notification, police said there was no child in the back seat. Jiang Nuanyuan was scared out of her mind. Her mind went completely blank. Everything happened so fast. She didn't have the presence of mind to explain to me. She immediately drove straight to the accident scene. Luckily, someone saw Xiao Muyan standing alone by the road with no adults around, so they reported it to the nearest police station to take her there safely. After the driver was taken to the emergency room, Jiang Nuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once Xiao Muyan was safely back home, Jiang Nuanyuan called me right away, but I hung up on her immediately. Wei Xiao Yuan, calling our kiss from last night, came to find me after work. We ran into each other in the apartment complex, and though I was in a terrible mood, I still politely invited Wei Xiao Yuan up. Wei Xiao Yuan instinctively asked, "Have you eaten yet?" I thought of that 130,000 yuan and my heart ached. I have. Xiao Yuan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Tell me what you want and I'll cook for you. No, that's okay. You don't seem like you're in a very good mood today. Wei Xiao Yuan had subtly noticed something was off with me. Losing 130,000 yuan out of nowhere, less than greater than. How could I possibly be happy? Less than greater than. But since I'm an adult, less than greater than. I would never take my anger out on uninvolved people. Less than greater than. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. Less than greater than. Wei Xiao Yuan heard the sheer exhaustion in my voice. Then please get some rest. I'll come find you again another time. I stood up to walk Wei Xiao Yuan down. No need to walk me out, go lay down and rest. She thoughtfully closed the door softly behind her. Only then could I drop my forced mask, dying helplessly before collapsing onto the bed. Gu Qingqing heard about Xiao Muyan's disappearance and rescue and immediately rushed to find Jiang Nuanyuan. She was relieved to see the child was safe. You have to be more careful from now on. Your father has so many illegitimate children. It's hard to guarantee no one is trying to harm you and your child. Jiang Nuanyuan nodded in agreement. In fact, she also suspected there was more to the accident. The driver had always been very cautious, and the collision was entirely the other party's fault. If it hadn't been for Xiao Muyan being taken to the police by a kind passerby, who knows if she would have fallen into the hands of someone malicious, only to be used as leverage against her. Gu Qingqing pulled Xiao Muyan into her arms and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Then she turned to Jiang Nuanyuan and asked, "What about the handbag you left in the room at Sai Yuan? You left so angrily at the time, you probably forgot all about it." Jiang Nuanyuan really had left her bag in the dining room. It was also because Gu Qingqing saw the business card inside that she knew it belonged to Jiang Nuanyuan. "Were you dining at Sai Yuan today too?" "Yes, but you should have some limits when teasing Chen Bo. Tricking him out of 10 or 20,000 is one thing, but a 130,000 yuan bill is a bit much for him." Jiang Nuanyuan's voice suddenly rose. "He left the bag there? Even if there was no cash in it, there were several cards in there. Even if Chen Bo didn't remember that, or even about the bag, there were 2 credit cards in there without passwords, both with limits over 500,000 yuan. You have no idea." The waiters there mocked Chen Bo the entire time. By the time I came out, he had already paid the bill and left. "Please watch Xiao Muyan for a moment. I have to find Chen Bo and explain things." Jiang Nuanyuan immediately drove off. On the way, she called the owner of Zai Yuan. "If you don't want me to make a big deal out of this, extract all of today's security footage for me immediately." Jiang Nuanyuan drove the Ferrari SF90 right to the lobby of my building. Looking at the surveillance video on her phone, she felt heartbroken. Those people had dared to say such things to my face. Every single word had been recorded. Jiang Nuanyuan saw my enduring, resigned expression in the video, and she felt an unbearable ache in her heart. To any man, this would be a severe insult to his pride. Knowing it was all her fault, Jiang Nuanyuan felt she had to make it up to me. At the farewell party on the night before our divorce, after the accidental condom breakage, I lived a carefree life for 4 long years, but who would have imagined my ex-wife had secretly given birth to a little princess for me? I thought we would never see each other again, but by a twist of fate, she suddenly became my direct superior. She called the company's PR department and even contacted a competitor of Zai Yuan restaurant. After sending the video to the competitor, she requested they leak the news to the public. If the owner behind Zai Yuan comes looking for trouble, less than greater than, just tell them plainly that I'm the one who wants to take them down. Less than greater than. Once everything was settled, Jiang Nuanyuan got out of the car. Less than greater than. I was currently thinking about whether I should just submit my resignation directly tomorrow. If I keep letting Jiang Nuanyuan trick me like this, I won't even be able to keep my own house. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Could it be Wei Xiao Yuan coming back for something she forgot? I stood up lazily to open the door.
Just as I cracked the door open, a figure lunged straight into my arms and hugged my waist tightly, not letting go. Jiang Nuanyuan's hair was a bit disheveled from the wind, her whole face buried in my warm chest. Chen Bo. Jiang Nuanyuan's voice was trembling, and the rims of her eyes were starting to redden. I just realized I left my bag in the dining room. There were cards inside that can be swiped directly. I thought you would. I'm really, really sorry. I leaned against the doorframe, giving a faint cold smirk. I gave a cold laugh. Use President Jiang's card, only to be held there because I didn't know the password. It looked just like a clown. No, it's not like that. I really have an emergency. There were 2 cards in that bag that don't even need a password. Jiang Nuanyuan frantically tried to squeeze into the house, her eyes quickly blurring with tears. It's all my fault. Chen Bo, it's all my fault. Please scold me. Scold me however you want, less than greater than. Just don't be like this. I remained motionless. Still acting? Less than greater than. Go on, keep acting. Less than greater than. With your acting skills, President Jiang, less than greater than. It's a waste that you haven't won an Oscar yet. Jiang Nuanyuan lightly bit her lower lip and shamelessly stepped forward again to hug me tight. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. She buried her face in the crook of my shoulder, her voice choking. I was a jerk. I didn't think things through and made you suffer. No matter how angry you are, you can hit me or scold me, less than greater than. Just please don't let it affect your health. Less than greater than. I intended to push her away, but my hands froze mid-air. Less than greater than. The faint, fresh scent of her body, less than greater than. Didn't fit at all with the heavy smell of cigarette smoke in my room. Less than greater than. Get out. I don't, but Jiang Nuanyuan hugged me even tighter, even looking up. She looked up, undoing the buttons of her cashmere coat, her tear-filled eyes staring straight at me without blinking. Less than greater than. With a look of determination as if ready to sacrifice everything. Less than greater than. Inside, I was suppressing a flame of irritable anger. If hitting me a few times helps you vent your anger, then do it. The coat slipped down, revealing the thin silk shirt underneath, the fabric almost translucent. She tilted her beautiful face up slightly and softly closed her eyes, looking exactly as if she were resigned to let me do whatever I wanted. My temples were throbbing, looking at the face that was both gorgeous and somewhat humble before me. Anger, ridicule, and a tiny bit of wavering were all tangled together. I turned and sat down on the sofa, intentionally looking away from Jiang Nuanyuan. Chen Bo. Jiang Nuanyuan's voice was thick with tears. Step by step, she slowly edged closer to me. And before my cold words of dismissal could leave my mouth, she suddenly dropped to her knees. She knelt right on the rug at my feet. I was wrong. I really know I made a mistake. She reached out with her small hands, tentatively grabbing a corner of my pajamas and shaking it gently in a plea. She looked just like a little kitten that had done something wrong. Don't ignore me like this. My heart feels so bad it's like I'm going to die. My throat tightened, but I remained silent. I looked away to avoid her gaze. Seeing that I didn't immediately push her away, her courage seemed to grow, and she knelt up straight. Her hands tentatively reached out to embrace my waist, pressing her burning cheek against my firm abdomen, separated only by the thin fabric of my shirt. She could feel the stiffness in my body. Punish me however you want, as long as you aren't angry anymore and can forgive me. She looked up, her eyes glistening with tears and a burning passion, less than greater than. Suddenly leaning in to gently kiss my chin, less than greater than. Can you just hold me for a moment? Less than greater than. She pleaded softly, her arms tightening around me just a bit more. Her warm breath brushed against my neck and shoulder. Or you could just take me. The last few words were as faint as a whisper, her cheeks flushing with a shy, deep red, yet she stubbornly kept her eyes fixed on me. She even took the initiative to guide one of my hands and place it onto her slender waist. I'll give you everything. My body is yours, and so is my heart. You can do whatever you want with me. I just beg you to look at me. Please don't ignore me. My entire body was as tense as a drawn bowstring. I could feel beneath my palm that her skin was both warm and silky smooth. She was opening herself up completely, offering herself like a sacred sacrifice. I took a deep breath, my chest heaving violently. But in the end, I only used my other hand to somewhat roughly wipe the tears from her face. My movements were still laced with a trace of lingering anger. Jiang Nuanyuan, this self-indulgent drama of yours, who exactly is it for? You really think he'll touch you? Jiang Nuanyuan's body trembled slightly, but she didn't back down. Instead, she leaned into the hand, wiping her tears, pressing her cheek closer against my warm palm. I know I was wrong. 130 million. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow morning. No, I'll transfer it right now. She scrambled to find her phone, her fingertips shaking uncontrollably. In her panic, she nearly dropped the phone on the floor. Watching her like this, frustration bottled up in my chest felt as if it had been pricked by a needle, slowly leaking away bit by bit. But it was soon blocked by even more complex emotions. I firmly grabbed her frantic hand. Who cares about your money? My tone remained harsh. The hand holding hers didn't exert any force.
She took the chance to toss her phone aside, using both hands to tightly cling to my arm instead, her whole body practically trying to climb onto me. Then what do you want? And Bo, tell me, as long as I have it, as long as it's within my power. It's my fault I made you lose face. I put you in a difficult position. I'll do whatever you need to restore your pride. During the farewell party on the night before our divorce, after accidentally breaking the protection, I lived a carefree life for 4 years. Who would have thought that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter? I thought we would never cross paths again, but to my surprise, she suddenly reappeared as my direct boss. It was as if she had made a final decision, suddenly bracing her hands on the edge of the sofa, her knees pressing into the cushion beside me,
leaning in to whisper right into my ear. Less than greater than. Her voice hushed to the lowest level. Less than greater than. Yet every single word was crystal clear. Less than greater than. Carrying the provocative tone of someone betting everything. Or you can just collect your debt from me right here, just like you said you wanted to do in the office before our divorce. Whatever makes you happy, I promise I'll obey you completely this time. This suggestion was so powerful, it instantly dragged us both back to the memories of 4 years ago. My body visibly stiffened, my breathing growing heavy. Jiang Nuenyuan. I hissed, suddenly turning my head, my nose nearly touching hers, my eyes swirling with intense emotions that she couldn't possibly fathom. You think it's over just like this? Then how should it end? She met my fiery gaze without flinching, leaning in until she was almost touching me. Tell me, hubby. She drawled the last word intentionally. Jiang Nuenyuan knew exactly how to stir my interest. She was being so proactive that if I were the person I used to be, I would have thrown her onto the bed long ago. At this time, before my reason could fully collapse, Jiang Nuenyuan's phone suddenly rang. Instantly, I regained my composure. She had a child with another man, yet now she's acting all entangled with me. Is she trying to turn me into the third wheel? Thinking about today's humiliation, maybe this is just a test of submission, and Jiang Nuenyuan is just testing my boundaries. The more I thought about it, the anger that had just subsided flared up again. Chen Bo, I want. Her cheeks were flushed. Her slender fingertips were gently undoing my belt buckle. But before she could pull it down, I suddenly pushed her away. I stood up and pointed at the door. Jiang Nuenyuan, a loose woman like you. Even touching you makes me feel dirty. Get out of my house this instant. The force of my push sent Jiang Nuenyuan staggering, and she hurriedly picked up her coat from the floor, clutching it to her chest. Her face turned pale, but she managed to steady herself, her voice pitifully weak. All right, I'm going. I'll leave right now. Chen Bo, please don't be angry anymore. I'll just leave, okay? Get some good rest. Already transferred that money into your account. She kept looking back as she walked away, her eyes as red as a rabbit's. Finally, she disappeared behind the elevator doors. I slammed the door shut, leaning against the cold door in frustration, and ran my fingers through my messy hair. Jiang Nuenyuan didn't even get angry. Is this still the Jiang Nuenyuan I used to know? Throwing herself into my arms and not losing her temper once, no matter how much I insulted her. Thinking back now, I feel a bit stunned. Was she kneeling before me earlier, intending to pleasure me? Not long after Jiang Nuenyuan left, my account balance increased by 200 million. The extra 60 million or so, I'll just consider it compensation for mental distress. While riding the subway this morning, I scrolled through my phone and saw that Xavian restaurant was trending on the hot search. Serves them right. Anyone with half a brain would know Jiang Nuenyuan was a VIP guest. Yet even as a lowly employee, they still dared to give me trouble. Going bankrupt was only a matter of time. Feeling quite vindicated, I arrived at the company entrance in a good mood, only to see 3 employees in Xavian uniform, standing at the gate with their heads bowed. I froze, wondering what was going on. As soon as the owner of Xavian saw me, he rushed over to flatter me. Mr. Chen, I am so sorry. It was because my staff were blind and ignorant yesterday. They caused you such trouble. After saying that, the owner waved his hand, and the ones who were mocking me yesterday immediately scurried over and bowed 90 degrees. We apologize. Seeing this, the owner waved his hand again, and the 3 of them went thump, kneeling right in front of me. We're sorry. This time, their voices were loud, their attitude extremely sincere. We are not human. We violated your privacy. We beg for your forgiveness. Zhang Wei, drawn by the repeated apologies, slipped over to my side. This restaurant was exposed today for having a filthy kitchen, taking bribes, inflating ingredient prices way beyond standards, tax evasion, and even helping people launder money. The authorities have targeted them for a major investigation. It's likely at least a few of them will end up inside. Bring time for a few years. The owner bowed tremblingly. It's because our service was flawed, and we caused Mr. Chen to suffer. As long as Mr. Chen can forgive us, we will accept any conditions you set. But before I could even speak, Jiang Nuenyuan stepped out of the elevator. Your restaurant has its own issues, so don't come to my company and harass my staff. Guys, I'll call security up here immediately. She spoke coldly,
a world away from her pleading for my forgiveness last night. It was a total transformation. When the owner saw it was Jiang Nuanyuan, his lips trembled with fear. President Jiang, I know this matter caused you to lose faith and you're unhappy. How much money will it take to settle this? I'll find a way. I'm begging you. Please don't let them continue the investigation. When you do business, you should act like a professional. Since you failed to train your staff properly, you must pay the price yourselves. After Jiang Nuanyuan finished speaking, she glanced at Jiang Wei.
Call security and have these people kicked out. During the farewell party on the night before our divorce, after accidentally breaking the protection, I lived a carefree life for 4 years. Who would have thought that my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter? I thought we would never cross paths again. To my surprise, she suddenly reappeared as my direct boss. The owner dropped to his knees in front of me in terror, his movements so practiced it made me wonder if he had actually been rehearsing this. I was blind not to recognize your greatness. I deserve to die. My judgment was clouded last night. The owner never imagined that in just one night, Jiang Nuanyuan would have dug up all his dirty laundry. As he spoke, he tremblingly pulled a check from his pocket, holding it high above his head with both hands. This is for last night's meal, not just 130 million, but 200 million. I'm repaying you double. I beg you to be merciful and leave my little shop a way to survive.
I didn't take the check, but instead picked up my phone to scroll for a bit. Sure enough, #1 spot on the local hot search was XAVN restaurant, with the headline, Sky-High Price Cucumber, followed by a bright red explosive tag. What's even more shocking is that right below it was the second trend pic, #XAVN restaurant, suspected tax evasion, urging relevant departments to step in and investigate. The comment section and shares were already exploding. This move was both swift and ruthless, besides the person who was crying piteously last night, but transformed into a dark no-one this morning. Who else could it possibly be? I put my phone down. Your boss Lee, right? What exactly do you mean by this? I've already paid for the meal, so there's no reason to take it back. As for the hot search and the tax issues,
those are between the netizens and the authorities, less than greater than. So what does that have to do with me? Less than greater than. Boss Lee was on the verge of tears. Mr. Chen, please understand, less than greater than. This is definitely because of your friend. President Jiang's doing, isn't it? I beg you, please put in a word with President Jiang. We've learned our lesson. We really have. He suddenly turned around and shouted at the trembling waiter, Get over here right now and kowtow to Mr. Chen to apologize. The waiter scrambled over and without a word began banging his head on the ground, thud, thud, thud. While kowtowing, he started slapping his own face. Mr. Chen, less than greater than. I was wrong, I am not human, less than greater than. I shouldn't have opened my big mouth last night, less than greater than. Please be magnanimous and just let me go like a puff of wind. He was hitting himself quite hard, and after a few slaps, his already swollen face looked even more pathetic. Outside the office, the crisp sound of slaps echoed, along with Boss Li's desperate pleading. The scene was incredibly bizarre. I just stood there watching, and the last traces of last night's resentment in my heart strangely vanished with every slap. I even found it a little bit funny. Last, the arrogant and condescending look on this waiter's face was something I still remembered clearly. I waited until the waiter had slapped himself senseless, less than greater than, almost to the point of passing out, less than greater than, before I spoke up leisurely. That's enough. Less than greater than. Both of them stopped instantly, looking at me with hopeful eyes. My tone was as casual as if I were discussing the weather. Boss Lee, integrity is the most important thing in business. Ridiculous pricing and judging people by their appearance. You need to fix that attitude. As for the tax issues, if you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. Just cooperate fully with the investigation. I turned around and seeing their ashen faces, I gave a faint smile. A chance. It's not for me to give, but for the law to allow, for the market to grant, and for the consumers to provide. Instead of begging me, you should go home and reflect how to explain that sky-high menu and pay all the back taxes you owe. Mr. Chen, please, no. If that happens, I'm finished. Boss Lee completely broke down and tried to lunge forward to grab my legs, but Jiang Wei was quick to step in and stop him. Boss Lee and the waiter with the swollen face were finally kicked out of the office building. Standing on the busy street, Boss Lee looked at his phone as it lit up with debt collection notices, tax payment demands, and calls from partners canceling their orders. His vision went dark, and he nearly collapsed right then and there. Meanwhile, upstairs, my phone buzzed just as I sat down. Jiang Nuanyuan had sent a message containing nothing but a single screenshot. It was Boss Li's latest response under the hot search. His explanation was incoherent and riddled with typos, and the more he tried to justify himself, the more he was mocked. Right after that, another message came. Are you still angry? Chen Bo, followed by a little cat emoji, peeking out very obediently. I stared at the emoji for a few seconds, imagining that on the other end, she might be feeling a mix of nostalgia and nervous anticipation. The memory of my intense and chaotic self last night flashed through my mind. My fingers moved slightly, and I finally replied with just 2 words.
It's fine. My God, President Jiang is incredible. Just for your sake, she took down the most high-end restaurant in the city. Jiang Wei came over and threw an arm around my shoulder, whispering in shock into my ear. Hey, are your skills in that department really that good?
Spill the details so I can admire you a bit. I elbowed Jiang Wei in the gut. Don't talk nonsense. If someone hears you, you'll get fired. Jiang Wei was dying of envy. If there's nothing going on between you and President Jiang, I swear I'll livestream myself eating crap. President Jiang is so beautiful and wealthy. Sleeping with a woman like her is a massive win. Be careful, though. Don't get greedy and start demanding a title. I took a piece of my breakfast bread, shoved it into Jiang Wei's mouth, and used my hand to shut him up. Just tell me the truth. Have you slept with President Jiang yet? I couldn't take it anymore and directly throttled Jiang Wei. Can you just shut up? Gossiping about this in the office? Don't you fear being overheard? During the farewell party on the night before our divorce, after accidentally breaking the protection, I lived a carefree life for 4 years. Who would have thought That my ex-wife had secretly given birth to my daughter. I thought we would never cross paths again, but to my surprise, she suddenly reappeared as my direct boss. I'm just so excited, that's all. Tonight, after work, it's on me. Let's go grab a few drinks. Seeing my hesitation, Jiang Wei continued to plead. My liege, just tell me a little bit to satisfy my curiosity. All right, fine. After shooing Jiang Wei away, I took the initiative to enter Jiang Nuanyuan's office. Today, Jiang Nuanyuan was wearing an exquisitely tailored smoke gray suit dress. The jacket's waist was slightly cinched, perfectly accentuating her full curves at the chest. Seeing me come in, she stood up, bracing both hands on her large desk. This move made her suit buttons strain slightly, further highlighting the enchanting lines of her figure. Thank you for today, Jiang Nuanyuan said. I spent all night gathering dirt on them. And all I get is a single thank you, no other reward. I slightly raised an eyebrow. You were the one who suddenly left in the first place. Jiang Nuanyuan quickly explained. The driver who went to pick up Xiao Muan had an accident, and Xiao Muan went missing. She's only 3 years old, and I was terrified it was my father's illegitimate son's doing. So after hearing Jiang Nuanyuan's explanation, coupled with her taking the initiative to apologize last night and making an effort to compensate today, I was no longer angry at all. There's no material reward. However, President Jiang has time to drop by my place tonight. I could cook some noodles for you. Jiang Nuanyuan's expression, her cheeks flushed instantly. She began to stammer. Chenbo, you. I looked at Jiang Nuanyuan's shy and flustered state and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the mischievous grin on my face, Jiang Nuanyuan immediately
realized this brat was getting back at her. She huffed. Now immediately get out of here. At the end of the workday, Jiang Wei was in high spirits, dragging me to the BBQ stall below his apartment. To start our drinking session, he pushed me onto a plastic chair and popped the caps off 2 cold beers with his bare hands. Stop the chatter. Down a bottle first to celebrate your victory over Javian today. Jiang Wei took a long swig himself, then looked at me with glowing eyes. We're not at the office anymore, so fess up. How far have things gone between you and President Jiang? Holding hands? Hugging? Or have you already hit the home run? He winked suggestively, mouthing a you know what I mean. I took a sip of cold beer, trying to use the cold to suppress my embarrassment. What do you mean, how far? It's just a normal boss-employee relationship. Please. Jiang Wei picked up a skewer, slamming the grilled kidney onto the plate in front of me. A normal relationship. A normal relationship where she gets angry over your dinner and gets them investigated for taxes and put on the hot search, acting like some overbearing CEO crushing a company, unless you're her long-lost brother. I bowed my head and bit into a piece of eggplant, muttering, it's just because President Jiang has a sense of justice. She can't stand seeing customers get ripped off. Jiang Wei dug into his ear dramatically. You know President Jiang's nickname in the business world is Ice Queen, right? In her eyes, there are only contracts and profits. Since when does she take up a side job in urban management? Don't try to play me. He clinked his beer bottle hard against mine. Not telling the truth? Fine, today I'm going to make sure the truth comes out with the alcohol. Over the next hour, Jiang Wei pulled out all the stops, from the emotional brotherhood card, to the bottoms up or you don't respect me drinking games. Every possible excuse to force a drink was used. We barely touched the BBQ skewers, but empty bottles were already piling up around our feet. I had really been pressured into a state of dizziness, less than greater than. My vision starting to glaze over. Less than greater than. Seeing this, Jiang Wei leaned in quickly. Brother, less than greater than. Tell your brother the truth, less than greater than. Looking like that is President Jiang. You know, great in bed.